Trending with DJ and PK. Tag Utah Jazz.
The moments where he is the point guard, the messaging has really been, you don't have to orchestrate the game. Just help us play with tempo, and you can get off the ball early if you need to. His first stint, we got 2 threes on kick-aheads with Bryce because Cody did a great job of getting the outlet. He looks at the floor, takes one dribble, and just kicks it ahead. I don't want Cody to feel the pressure of, okay, now I have to play call, and I have to manage the game.
There's Will Hardy talking about Cody Williams, the development of a young player. Brick by brick, building that wall, one step after another. And you got to focus on the little things at this time of year because if you focus on anything else, you end up losing and then everyone's depressed. So it's got to be baby steps. It's not what anyone wants, but this is what we have for another month until the season ends. And the other thing we have is a game that might determine the order of the NBA draft lottery. Of course, then the lottery happens, and then we'll see where teams fall. The Jazz and the Wizards are both on 15 wins. They are playing tonight. You got the Hornets on 17 wins, the Wizards on 18. Those look like the bottom 4 teams. These look like the bottom 2. Whoever loses tonight just has to focus on losing for 3 more weeks. The Wizards have gone on a great run here. They have been a 500 team since the 1st of February. It's unbelievable. I would have never seen it coming. They were like 6-41. They were terrible. They won a couple games. They traded Kuzma, and they kept winning. It doesn't make any sense to me. I thought they were going to be the worst team by a mile, but they've come out here and they played 500 ball for about a month and a half. So here they are, 15 wins, even with the Jazz, and the Jazz on a 10-game losing streak. Really focused on this. So we'll see. Wizards are 6-5 in their last 11 games. Tip-off tonight. You're going to hear the game, obviously, right here on the Zone, and we'll see if the Jazz are going to end up with the worst record in the NBA when it's all said and done. Pre-game at 6, tip-off at 7. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Trey leads the break. Trey down the lane, over to Zach. Another left side 3. Off the rim, and good. It bounces in. Zachary Rizachet has 5 3-pointers on the night, and the Hawks lead 87-63.
Warriors have done a nice job. Really intelligent way of defending so far. Draymond, the back cut. Butler goes up, double clutch off the window over Lopez.
Leonard looking for the finishing touches on a masterpiece. A 3. Oh, yeah! Kawhi! Unreal! Ties his season high with 33.
And the Cavaliers lose again. We're used to these 15 and 16 game losing streaks. 15 and 16 game winning streaks with the Cavaliers. They lose twice in a week. The Clippers get them. 132-119. Kawhi Leonard leading the way with 33 points. This is just the hint of success that the Clippers need. Like, well, maybe we could get hot. Maybe we could get in. And, we get in the playoffs, anything could happen. And then it just is talk yourself in circles there. It was a good regular season win. The Clippers have been stopping and starting. Who's to say Kawhi Leonard can stay healthy and stay in the lineup for 2 months? They're solidly in play-in territory, sitting right there in 8th place. I suppose they could get hot for 3 weeks and get out of it because they're only a game behind the 6th-place Warriors and a half game behind the 7th-place Wolves. But there go the Clippers, teasing everyone again with what might be, but really isn't going to be. And I think we saw that with the Warriors and Bucks, 2 teams that have won championships recently that have star players. The Warriors were talking after the loss about, hey, Steph looks tired, he needs some rest. So sure enough, they sit him and they win without him. And Butler goes for 24 and 8. I mean, he's just obviously given them a massive list. And the Bucks, who you think, well, maybe they could. I just saw, I think it was ESPN.com had a story. Kuzma, can he be the third option? And maybe the Bucks can figure something out in 3 weeks. But, man, they're 8 games over 500. Right now, they got to beat the Pacers in the first round. I don't know that they could do it, but if they did, they'd have to beat the Cavs in the second round and the Celtics in the conference final. You got to get your title when everything's going right and you have the chance. The Middleton injuries, they change everything for Lillard. Now they add Kuzma. They can't quite hit the equation. It's a good thing that they grabbed that title when they had the opportunity. You'd like to think you get a group together and you're going to have 4 or 5 chances, but there's just no guarantee of that. They had a really good opportunity and they got it. And they're a nice team. They're 5th in the East. They're 8 games over 500. But, man, you can't beat the short-handed Warriors. I mean, that looked like a gimme. You don't have to deal with Steph Curry. Go get it. 104-93, the final score as the Warriors win. Hornets lost. They are the team racing to the bottom. They got themselves blown out. They had a nice little run there where they piled up some wins, and now they're sitting on 17, and now they are getting drilled. Hawks 134, Hornets 102. So they sit on 17 wins, and they just sit there and they take the loss. Comedian Tracy Morgan said he had food poisoning that caused him to throw up courtside Monday night in Madison Square Garden. He humorously mentioned the Knicks are now 1-0 when he throws up on the court. Shared a health update after being chucked out. That's gross. He's a celebrity, and it becomes news. Fantastic. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Simpson will inbound under his own basket. Pinedo pressures the ball. He throws a baseball right-hand pass, arcing toward the far free throw line. It's loose under the basket. Laid up and in by Knox. 7/10 of a second to go. Amor Knox gives Alabama State the lead, 70-68.
And that is why we love March Madness. What do you know about St. Francis? What do you know about Alabama State? Pretty close to nothing. Doesn't matter. No, they're chucking the ball down the end of the court at the end of the game, a wild scramble, the game-winning hoop. One team looks sad. One team's jumping around. This is March Madness. I mean, it was a Tuesday. It was the playing game or the whatever they're calling them now. They called them the playing games, then they called them the first-round games. Then they realized that just confused the second and the third round, so then they went away from that. I don't know what it's called, but you know what it was? It was exciting and it was fun at the end. And Alabama State's a 16 seed, and now they'll get obliterated. But they had a moment, they play an extra game, they make a little money, and they had a fun moment. So there you go. San Diego State, whatever fun moments they had in the first 6.5 minutes of the game. They were down by 2, and they were right there. And then they scored 2 points in 6 minutes, and North Carolina blitzed them. The lead went straight from 2 points to 20 points, and it was over. I was just left, well, there were a couple things I thought. I was absolutely left with a feeling watching North Carolina. Yeah, they got sick of everybody saying that team is for 2 days, and they bottled all that energy, and they came out and they brought it, and they won big to show people we belong to be here. They had the chip on their shoulder. The other thing is San Diego State. Yeah, they've had good teams. They were Sweet 16. They were Sweet 16 last year. They went to the title game the year before. And that doesn't make you a blue blood. That doesn't get you all the breaks that North Carolina and Texas and Oklahoma got getting in the field. But it gets you more breaks than Drake and Boise State and UC Irvine. And San Diego State got in. They got in. They weren't what they have been. And North Carolina was on fire, and that's why you end up with 95-68. The Tar Heels onto the field of 64, San Diego State going home. The Mountain West gets a lot of teams in, and they did have that great run by San Diego State. But they've also had a lot of time over the last 5-6 years where they do get a lot of teams in at the 8, 9, 10, 11 seeds, and then they don't win much. Now, last year, they've been breaking through that the last couple years. Last year, they did have Utah State win a game and San Diego State win 2 games. The year before that, they had San Diego State go to the title game. Before that, there's a lot of first round and outs. We'll see if that's what happens this year because they've really been seeded for that. I mean, CSU's red hot and they're in, but they are a 12 seed. The 12 seeds do win. They beat 5s. We know that. But we've also seen the Mountain West go down this road. So they got 4 teams in, and one of them is out in San Diego State. The Indiana Hoosiers hired West Virginia coach Darian DeVries as their new head coach. The Aggies, and I know they're cutting a new deal and trying to keep Jared Calhoun, but Jared Calhoun not only has to be a candidate for that job, he's got to be on the short list for that job. His coaching career, his coaching arc, and his success. I mean, they may have somebody they like better than him. I'm not that close to West Virginia to know. But I don't see how that guy isn't in the final 2 or 3. And it's easy to see the Aggies losing a coach to West Virginia. He's got too much history there. And he's got too much good history. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll get more into that coming up. DJ and PK, we got 2 more games today. Mount St. Mary's and American at 4:30. Xavier and Texas at 7:10. Those games are on True TV, and they are on 1280 The Zone. You can listen to them on our AM signal. We'll have our regular programming over on the FM signal, the afternoon show with JJ and Alex, and then the Jazz game tonight. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Aaron Rodgers, taken forever. He just loves himself some drama, I guess. I don't know what the deal is. It seems like there's been plenty of time to lay out the options and pick a team. Many other NFL free agents have made their decisions. We saw the press conference in Cincinnati with their star wide receivers, Higgins and Chase, where they're talking about their big money deals, staying in Cincinnati. You know, my quarterback is here. There's nothing to do but focus on football. I like that. So why can't Aaron Rodgers make a decision? I don't know. Why did he leave and go to Greece or Europe or whatever he did instead of going to the Jets camp? Who knows? Try to figure out what Aaron Rodgers is doing. I mean, it just looks like he wants the attention. He wants to be the topic. I don't know. Seems like a warning shot across the bow, but there's a shortage of quarterbacks, so there's somebody willing to put up with it apparently. Reports this morning say that the Vikings are out of the Rodgers race. They're pushing forward with J.J. McCarthy as their starting quarterback after drafting him last year. So Rodgers to the Steelers or the Giants. Why not the Steelers? Is he waiting on him? Is there one more thing he wants in negotiations? He's trying to wait him out. He's been quiet. So we'll wait some more. Philadelphia Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham announced his retirement after 15 years with Philly and 2 Super Bowl titles. He holds a team record for games played, 206, had 76.5 sacks in his career. Man, 200 games in 15 years at defensive end. That is an awesome career. That is 2 awesome careers. You played 7 or 8 years, and you play more than 100 games, and you win 1 Super Bowl. You are way ahead of the pack, and he doubled all those numbers. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
From the marketing perspective, it's a fantastic idea. It's fun. The Dodgers and the the Dodgers and the Cubs, and you send them to Tokyo, and there's all the excitement. It's 2 regular season games. They count. The stars are playing and all that. And obviously Shohei's going home. But from the baseball perspective, just in case you had any doubt, and I really don't know why you would, because they're the defending champs and they spent $1 bazillion and they're spending it, they're deferring these payments over years, and they're just adding one star after another. American stars, Japanese stars, young stars, old stars, they don't care. It's an awesome collection of talent, and the Dodgers ought to be a nightmare for everyone to deal with. But just in case you somehow missed all of that, or you had some doubt, or you thought, yeah, but that's on paper, and when they play the games, weird things happen. Yeah, the Dodgers won again. They beat the Cubs 6-3. Tommy Edman and Shohei Ohtani hit home runs. I mean, it's only 2 games, and it is funky because they're halfway around the world. But nonetheless, just in case you forgot, the Dodgers are going to be really, really good. And they are going to win a lot more than they lose. And they went over there and took it to the Cubs twice. San Francisco Giants have sold a reported 10% stake in the team to the private equity firm Sixth Street. The investment will go towards upgrades to Oracle Park and the Giants' training facilities in Scottsdale, Arizona, as well as Mission Rock, the team's real estate development project located across McCovey Cove. We're hearing a lot about this. Private equity. And they'll give you money up front, and it'll solve a lot of your problems in the short run. But in the long run, they want their money. It's an investment. They want their money back. I got to say, watching them and hearing all this talk about them in investing in college athletic departments makes me nervous. They are going to strip them down for parts. I have worked at a TV station that's been owned by a private equity firm. So I'm not guessing. It can be difficult. Now, the thing where it might work with the Giants is how big is this real estate project how much money is there to be made there? There is a chance that they can make the money back. Because making money off sports year to year, having it spit out money, that can be a little tricky. Not if you have the NFL's, TV deals. And if you're the NBA, you get them for 11 years. So, okay, maybe you can pull it off. But the fact they've got a big real estate deal, and that could make this work. But it makes me a little nervous for we'll see how that works out. Craig Kimbrell, he will not hang it up. He's joining the Braves, 1 year, $2 million, if he can make the Major League roster. We'll see if it works out. DJ and PK.
#golf.
Atlanta Drive topped the Bay Golf Club to advance to the Golf League's Best of 3 Championship Series next week. They'll take on the New York Golf Club, and the winning team will split $9 million in prize money. For the life of me, I can't remember which golfer is on which team. Even when I'm watching and they're wearing different colored clothes, I have attention span issues, apparently. I will say, though, that I was eating, I was by myself, and it was on, so I turned it on, and I was mesmerized by it. It's something. I don't know exactly what it is. The one thing I definitely came away with is they play fast. It moves faster than golf moves, and that is part of its charm. And they rotate through the 3-man teams. You got different guys, different personalities stepping up there, and they have made it really visual to hold the attention span. So it is really built for short attention span theater. It happens fast, they play fast, and it's visually appealing because they don't – I think a lot of people go to simulators and say, well, I want to play this course that I never get to play, and it looks like a traditional golf course. I mean, they are hitting – everything is built around cliffs and waterfalls and driving the ball across the ocean, and these guys are ridiculously good. Once in a while you see someone hit the water, but they are ridiculously good. Oh, this has to carry 299 yards, and it carries 308, right? And the rest of us are just looking like, what are we supposed to do? I'm just going to go up there and take a drop. Put me in the motorboat and take me over there to the island green. So it's fun. And if I'm not doing anything next Monday or Tuesday, I have no idea what the sports calendar looks like. But, yeah, I'll probably end up watching it again. It's mesmerizing. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Too bad we let Veggie down. I think Veggie's been good for us for a long, long time. I don't think we had the right mindset, the right prep before the game. I think it's everybody. There's not one guy more than the other. At the end of the day, it's on me, so it's my job to make sure we're better than that.
We haven't had to hear a lot of these speeches from the Bear, but Andre Tourney stood up there and took the heat as the Utah Hockey Club gets blown out. The playoff race. Let's hit pause on that for a moment. Edmonton 7-1. 2 goals in the first period. That's a problem. It's a big uphill battle. A, you're playing Edmonton. They're better than you. B, you're playing them in Edmonton. Their fans are going nuts. They're loving it. They smell the old proverbial blood in the water. And then they get the third first-period goal with 4 seconds left. Connor McDavid scores. It's bedlam. It's chaos. And honestly, it felt like it was over. The dagger at the end of the first period. And it was over. 3-zip turned into 5-zip, turned into 5-1, and they end up losing 7-1. So the cliche is you got to flush it, and they do. And I think we have to let them operate with that cliche and believe it, because they have said they got to flush it after wins, because they realize they're 2 points down to 3 teams. Against one team, that's not a lot, because that team might hit a rough patch and stall and let you zoom by them. 3 teams aren't going to hit rough patches together. You're going to have to run down somebody. One of those teams figures to be pretty hot, and you're going to have to run that team down. It's, it hasn't been a big margin, but it's going to be a problem because there just aren't that many games left. It is going to be really hard to do, and it seems like they're probably not going to do it. Edmonton, you got to flush it. Sean Jersey had the goal, 7-1, the final score. They'll be back home. They've got the Buffalo Sabres. That is not a good team. That is a home game. That is an excellent chance to pick up 2 points, and they're going to need to get it tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. That is what is trending, and that is brought to you by, as always, Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, that is what is trending. I know some of you have been stalling, trying to figure out, how do I fill out my brackets? Who do I pick? Who's a hot team? Who is going to win it all? Coming up, we got Tim Lacombe. He is going to join us at about 8 o'clock, and we will talk with him, and he will help you fill out your brackets. DJ and PK, It's 97.5 The Zone. It's also Win Tickets Wednesday. We'll be giving away tickets to see Cody Johnson at the Leather Deluxe Tour at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on June 28th. That's coming up. DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Icy road and driving too fast are creating dozens of crashes across every freeway and highway this morning along the Wasatch Front, nearly all of them on bridges and overpasses. Please slow down when going over any of these areas if you're out there this morning. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. They offer Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
BYU, I think more so than Utah State, do this thing where the fan base goes, yeah, but it's the NCAA tournament, just happy to be there. Not good enough anymore. Can't do it.
And that's been the attitude of BYU for a long, long time, I think. There's not been a faith or a belief that they could advance any further unless you had a special once-in-a-generation player, which they've only had twice. It's crazy that BYU's made the tournament, 32 years now, and you've only advanced the second weekend twice?
Oh, my goodness.
In this era? I mean, it's just crazy.
Ryan Odom coached VCU team. Do you think his guys have any fear going up against BYU? Zero. VCU has had more success than you in the past decade and a half of basketball.
They went to the Final Four in 2011 as the first time we ever had a first four. This VCU team has pedigree. They've had a lot of success over the last 15 years in the NCAA tournament.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This spring, take your family on the road to adventure. Whether it's weekend escapes or cross-country trips, an RV from Motorsportsland makes it easy. With trailers from just $6 a day, affordable adventure is here. Plus, no hidden fees, just honest, upfront pricing. Have an outdoor adventure without leaving the comfort of your home on wheels. Visit Motorsportsland today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right homebuyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save homebuyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
We could all use more time Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
You know how they always used to ask you in grade school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I bet I'm the only kid who ever stood proud and said, I want to be a rain gutter or siding installer. Jim Jr. here with RGS Exteriors, and man, I can still remember all those wannabe astronauts and quarterbacks looking at me like I was an idiot. Who would want to install rain gutters or siding? Somebody who is a fourth generation in business. That's who. My great-grandfather, T.R. Brown, started the company in the 50s. Then my grandfather took over from him, then my dad, Tim Sr., and now I've been at the helm since 2005. Every day I wake up and think, man, I'm living the dream. And now my own kids are starting to work in the business too. 5 generations. If you want gutters, siding, windows, or any exteriors on your home, and a company that really cares deep down to our souls, give RGS a call. 801-280-3110 or find us online, rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. 801-280-3110, rgsutah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz are back home tonight to face the Washington Wizards. Both teams on 15 wins. The loser gets the inside track to the best lottery odds. Kyle Filipowski asked how he tries to adapt when playing with veterans.
You know, knowing their strengths, number one, and what they're really good at, and then how to complement their game styles and kind of just being able to complement how they play the game and read the floor in those situations.
Pregame tonight at 6, tip-off at 7 o'clock. The Jazz game will be on 97.5. The FM signal, 1280. The AM signal will have the NCAA basketball tournament. Jazz updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Well, we touched on this. This morning in the headlines, but to take a little deeper dive here, if you missed it, Indiana just hired a new basketball coach, West Virginia's Darian DeVries, and he gets a 6-year deal. So West Virginia now needs a basketball coach. Now, if you're with us earlier this week, we had Scotty G on Monday morning to talk about the Aggies, and he was talking about them doubling down on their commitment to basketball, and Calhoun's getting his contract reworked after 1 year because it's been a great first year. And of course, he's getting his contract reworked in part because he did have a great first year, and they're in the NCAA tournament, which is obviously a big box to check on the way to having a good season. And they know that their coaches get poached, and they better take care of them. And so when Scotty said, oh, you got a new contract, he said, well, we've seen coaches leave. And he's like, oh, yeah, Craig Smith signed a contract at Utah State, And then like 6 weeks later, he's having a press conference at Utah because they have outs in their contract and they're going to go. So it didn't really look at that moment when we were talking like there was going to be a job open. But, man, this job at West Virginia, this just has Jared Calhoun written all over it. He started his career at Cincinnati with Bob Huggins, and then he was a student assistant there, and he went off to an NAI school that was a really good school, and they won an NAI championship. He was there like 5 years. And then he rejoined Huggins at West Virginia, and he ran basketball operations for a year, got promoted to assistant coach. He was there 5 years. He was on campus. He had a chance to build relationships, get to know people, and he was there. Huggins did a lot of winning in West Virginia. So he leaves there because he wants to be a head coach, but he goes to a D2 school in West Virginia. And while he's there, they win 20 games every year. The last year they win 30 games, and they go to the Division II championship game. So, of course, everybody knows him. Everybody's following him. He's like, hey, this guy can coach. And then he goes off to Youngstown State, which is a football school, and they went D1 in 1981. And Jim Tressel was there and won like 4 national championships. And we all know him from Ohio State, but Youngstown State was, where he built his rep. And so it's a football school. They've been D1 for 40 years. They've never been to the NCAA basketball tournament. They've never been to any postseason tournament until Jared Calhoun shows up. And he takes them to the CBI and then to the NIT. They have 2 20-win seasons. They'd never had back-to-back 20-win seasons. I think they had 1 20-win season at that point, and then he had the second and third ones in consecutive years. The guy can coach. He elevated the program. He gets the USU job. Boom, they're red hot. Now, they haven't been red hot. Losing 3 of the last 5 hasn't been great. But the fact is, this guy has relationships, and he's won a lot, so they can put a new contract in him. I don't see how he isn't one of the 2 or 3 finalists for the job. Maybe he'll get the job. I don't know enough about West Virginia. But, man, for Utah State, the only thing I can see they have going for them, and Aggie fans, if you're just throwing up your hands like, here we go again. Well, not yet, but, possibly very soon, here we go again. You're right. The only thing I can see here is when these coaches leave, do they win? Craig Smith went to Utah. He's already been let go. Danny Sprinkles only had 1 year at Washington. It didn't go well. How patient will they be? Maybe at some point coaches will opt to stay because this is a really good situation at Utah State. And these other jobs, yes, they pay more, but they're hard, and you could be done in 3 or 4 years. I think just got enough money, they pull the ripcord and move on to the next coach. So the Aggies can do what they can do. And we've talked about this a million times, PK. Maybe they can hire someone with local ties, and that'll help. It's hard when someone's going to come in and offer you a 50% raise or 75 or 100%, whatever it turns out to be. It's hard to say no. It's frustrating for Aggie fans, but it does look like the program's built to succeed. The next good young coach ought to want the job because it's a springboard to Utah or Washington, and now we'll have to see how it plays out, but maybe West Virginia.
Well, why wouldn't you hire Craig Smith?
Hire him back?
Yeah, why not?
Get the band together again.
I mean, you're already talking. You already made the point where maybe you shouldn't go. Well, what better person to know that than Craig Smith?
Put him in the finalists. I don't know who else would be up for it, but I see your point. I do have a little, how much track record is there? Certainly we've seen it in football. I'm just not sure in basketball. When you bring a coach back the second time, it doesn't usually work in football. There are a few exceptions, but
because this isn't football, so who gives a crap?
I missed you, PK.
What the hell do I care about football for if I'm talking basketball?
This isn't football. This isn't football. Who gives a crap?
Right.
See? I didn't have that. I didn't have that for the last few shows. I need that.
I get it. It's a tag team, and when you're gone, I didn't have what you bring too. That's why it works. Yeah. Right. I just as soon have you here, and I'm totally comfortable in acknowledging that. I got on the plane at 6 hours ago, and as I was walking down into coach past where you would sit, this lady must have been about 70, and I'm walking. She's sitting down, and she taps me as I'm walking by, and she says, "You're famous."
Even in the islands.
Yeah, baby.
And then when I sit down, we got the 2 seats and then 3 seats and then 2 seats, right? It's a big plane. And then the guy behind me, guy in front of me, sitting right directly in front of me. We're in the two-seater. And he says to my wife, "So, I listen to this guy. You're a school teacher, aren't you?" I said,
That's what she wants. Oh, my gosh. Happy anniversary.
So we all know.
Leave me alone. I'd just like to be anonymous and fly home right now and see my dog. I don't need to talk to anybody about my life. That's what your wife is thinking.
She was polite, and away
of
you
course
go.
she was. There was never a doubt about that. That's a given.
We all got our roles, and the band, our band, is back together here. And so if Jared Calhoun wants to take off, so be it. See, I think you got a new athletic director, too, and so she's going to have to learn that sometimes what's best for the program isn't necessarily, this is going to sound weird,
what's best for the program?
The best candidate. You got to look.
Yeah.
You have to look towards some stability. The Aggie basketball program has been very, very fortunate to have multiple guys that have been able to succeed. So is this the third or the fourth one since Stu retired?
It's the fifth.
It's the fifth one already? Wow.
They had one coach they had to let go.
Right.
They had one coach go to Utah. They had one coach go to VCU. They had one coach go to Washington. This is the fifth.
So, except for the immediate one, they've had success. And,
yes.
This is why I am so done with, college basketball, the transfer portal. The transfer portal from the coaching staff or coaching positions have been the transfer portal going crazy all the time. I mean, West Virginia, oh my gosh, we're going to sue the government because they didn't get in. Well, the coach, man, yeah, it sucks for you. You didn't get in, but I'm out of here. And I'm taking my kid with me.
Hey, you sue him if you want. I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm over it. I got a 6-year deal at Indiana.
Right.
I don't know if I'll be there 6 years, but I'm going to get paid for 6.
Well, and I got to get going right away, so I got to start immediately. And, that's why maybe an Alex Jensen, hopefully it is an excellent hire because we all love Alex, but it means something to him. And he talked about how, so many former players, and I've talked to many former players myself, and they have had contact, and this was last week. This wasn't this week. So before the announcement was official that, yes, they had conversations with Alex, and we had Josh Grant basically demanding that Alex would be hired as if he's sort of not the godfather, but a godfather of the program. Speaking of Josh, he has a vested interest, and so you go in that direction. Utah State and Cebu here, she's going to have to figure it out. Now, we don't know that Calhoun is leaving. At least, I literally just got off a plane, unless I'm missing something.
No, we don't know he's leaving. The job just opened up.
Yeah.
He's a candidate. I think he's an excellent candidate. I don't want to recount his resume again, but I know our listeners.
I was taking notes here.
Except for a few hardcore ones they don't know. He checks so many boxes. He's an excellent candidate, and maybe they got somebody they like more, or maybe they won't offer him enough. Maybe he doesn't want to go in
I'd
there
bring back Huggins. What the heck? At least it's entertaining.
It is. Just have the Huggins cam and just watch him stomp up and down the sidelines hollering at people, just random people.
And that's
players,
at least you know what he's doing during the 2 hours of the game. That's not the problem.
You got that figured out. That part you know. He's an excellent candidate. I don't know if he'll get it or not, but he just screams. He's got to be a finalist. He's absolutely got the resume for this job. So.
Well, I mean, it's the nature of the business, and who's out there that would guarantee that they would stay? Steve Bartle, our Ute insider, already reported that Utah was interested in Richard Pitino. The fact is, New Mexico is always going to be a stepping stone. So you're going to have to deal with it, particularly if you bring in an outsider. It most definitely is going to be a stepping stone. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. Urban Meyer was the ultimate to come in and fly-by-night dude and create automatic success. And they were fortunate enough that they had somebody in-house who wanted to be here and knows this is where he is. He's not looking for any other thing beyond what he already has. He's just simply looking to build that particular program into a really good program. And he did that for 20 years. And now we'll see what Scally does going forward. And it looks like Scally would have the same vested interest in staying here. I was playing Bonneville a couple of years ago, and on the 10th hole, there's a baseball field immediately to the south, and I'm walking up. It's in the spring, and it's opening day in the Little League, so they're announcing the kids, and they go, now batting, Bud Scally. So I get Morgan on a blower, and I say, Morgan, Bud Scally? He says, yeah, that's his grandfather was his name, and his brother's son. So the point I'm making is Scally's got massive roots here. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out for him as a coach. Hopefully it does, because as much as we like Alex, we like Scally too, and you've got somebody local. I think that's the thing, is that you have to figure out what you want in the immediacy, and is there somebody who can fit the bill with the roots, because you simply can't give it to someone because that person has roots. It's got to be someone who can keep the standard going, and the standard going for the Utah State basketball program now is a phenomenal home record and some good road wins, and to be getting into late February contending, which will now go forward after next year, the Pac-12, and then the opportunity to go, not just go, but win in the NCAAs, right? That's the standard. Sprinkle won last year. They beat TCU, and I think that they were, an 8 or a 9 seed, and then they ran into Purdue as a 1 seed, which is always difficult from that perspective in the round of 32. But that's the standard. Is there somebody who can fill that, who may have a vested interest in the community, like Stu Morrill did too? I mean, his family was from the state. I think his mother lived in Provo, right? And so she was getting older, so that meant something to him. Interestingly, when he retired, he's gone back to Fort Collins, a beautiful community, but he wanted to be here.
Right.
Yeah.
But he was here for about 15 years.
And that's long enough, obviously.
Obviously, right? But see, I think it comes back to, do you have an athletic director who is local who understands it?
Well, I think she can get to understand that, but I also believe right now this basketball program for the Utah State has never been more attractive.
Fact. All these coaches coming through, they're going to the NCAA tournament. This is their 6th bid in 7 years. And you can go to the NCAA tournament and you can get a job. It's not just a stepping stone. It's like a hot spot. You can win immediately, and you can get a new job immediately. Sprinkle literally got it in 1 year. If it happens now, if West Virginia makes the move here, it will have happened twice. And every coach knows that. They all know that. There are no secrets about this stuff. They all know. So I think to your question is, there doesn't appear to be a local candidate. There was, and it was Spencer Nelson, who we had on the show yesterday, and he was on Tim Duryea's staff. He's a former player. He played his high school basketball in Utah. He's a former Aggie player. He's an assistant coach. You can see the career arc. You can see the progression. But he gets caught up when that staff turnover. Now, sometimes they retain somebody, and he could have, but it didn't work out. And so now he's got another career, and I don't think he'd go back into it. So it's like there was a guy, and the moment was there, but the moment, at least for him, seems to have passed. Maybe he'll change his mind. I don't think he will.
Yeah, I've
talked to him about it.
But I would be
not
serious
recently.
about Craig Smith, man.
I see why you bring that up. I can see why he should be a finalist right away. I don't know who else she knows and would want to bring out for 1 year. I get your point about Craig.
Yeah, the guy's a winner. I mean, it got caught up in the Utah thing, but I'm not really concerned about that. What was it? Missouri just hired the women's Harper, who got fired by Tennessee, and she was out a year. and then gets an SEC job after 24 months ago, or 12 months ago, I should say, gets fired by Tennessee. So that doesn't really bother me. And that's because Bronco made a statement one time. He said, if I didn't hire people who got fired, I wouldn't be able to fill out a staff. Yeah.
Yep.
So let's see what happens. But I still think Utah State is they've never been in as good a position. So it would be a bummer. I get it, but I'm not that worried about it. Because you know what's important is you had some kids who could have taken off and they didn't because they liked it at Utah State. Go be big man on campus. Go play before virtual sellouts and great student sections every single home game. That matters to kids. The atmosphere is phenomenal. We know that, right? And so why wouldn't you want that? What more does Falstaff need? Does he need to go to a bigger place? Well, I don't know, man. Let's see. You got 2 players from your program who are right now in the NBA, if that's your goal. So clearly you can get there from Logan. That's a fact, right? And so you look at it, and it's in a great position to be able to continue success no matter who is there. I really believe that.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. We'll see what West Virginia decides to do. Jared Calhoun, though, is obviously an excellent candidate. Whether that leads to a job, time will tell. It leads us to a commercial break. More in a moment. 8 o'clock hour, Tim Lacomb's coming up. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Rush hour delays now adding to delays on city streets as well as on the freeways. Icy ramps continue to catch drivers off guard as they drive too fast for the road conditions this morning. There's multiple crashes out there, so be aware as you're driving around this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical specialist. Whipple that away with Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard. Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate.
The trip of the summer is coming. Collective Soul. Live. Summer Unity Tour 2025. July 13th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with Our Lady Peace. Special guest, Graylin James Rue. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Collective Soul. Live. Our Lady Peace. Together.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Hey Utah, it's the water boy here, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Does your water taste bad, musty, salty, or bitter? Well, say hello to the cleanest, pure-tasting water in Utah, Culligan water. Imagine having crisp, pure water delivered right to your doorstep. No more heavy lifting, no more last-minute store runs, just fresh, great-tasting water for you and your family. Culligan offers flexible delivery schedules to fit your lifestyle. Whether you need a few bottles or a full supply, we've got you covered. Join thousands of satisfied customers who trust Culligan for all their water needs. Our bottled water delivery is perfect for drinking, cooking, and keeping your family hydrated and happy. If you're worried about your water, get a free consultation. Call Culligan Water today at 801-509-9686. That's 801-509-9686. Or visit us online at culliganslc.com to start your delivery service today. Enjoy the convenience and taste the difference with Culligan. Culligan, water you love.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Break your routine and into adventure in Cedar City, Brian Head. Connected to nature, Cedar City makes spring the best break ever. Shopping, dining, museums, and recreation galore. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com. Sponsored by the Utah Office of Tourism.
Daughtry. The multi-platinum, multi-award winner returns live in Salt Lake City at the Complex, May 1st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com and thecomplexslc.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club suffering their worst loss of the season. Blown out 7-1 by the Oilers in Edmonton. Sean Dursey got the game's only goal for Utah. Andre Tourney taking the blame for the defeat.
The fight, the pushback, what we're known for, the resilience and to be engaged and to be connected. There's none of that, so it's everybody and start by the coach. I think it's my job to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, Edmonton's really good. Buffalo is really not. Utah returns home now, hoping to rebound against the Sabres. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Utah Hockey Club. Updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. And the band of the day is Jimmy Eat World. His founding member and drummer, Zach Lynn, celebrates his birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
So I have a Jimmy Eat World story.
Of course you do, man. You're the king of stories. What do
They're
you got?
from the East Valley in Phoenix.
Mesa.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of mine has a property management company, and they manage property, obviously. And
Really?
Yes.
Slow down. You're going too fast.
And all sorts of various properties, HOAs, condos, and do the landscape and all that stuff. And they had one particular piece of property when Jimmy Eat World was starting, and they would go and work and rehearse there at one of his properties. And so the neighbors were, what's all that noise? And it turned out that it ends up being Jimmy Eat World, the band performing in the early days of them getting going. They've been around for a little bit now, and they do have their Phoenix roots. And I always thought that, I didn't know how successful they would be, because I thought they might be biting off a little more than they can chew. When you think about, the entire world.
Yeah, it's a big bite.
And for myself, coming off a few days vacation, I would say for me personally, if I had a band that would be similar to that right now, it would be PK Eats Ice Cream.
Nice.
Now I'm going to have to hit the treadmill a little bit hard the rest of the month.
What was the flavor or flavors? What's your go-to on vacation?
Whatever I just sit outside. She gets it and brings back the waffle cone. Some form of cookies and cream. You got to save the seats by the sea, so you don't need everybody in the store, in the parlor. So she handles it. But yeah, some version of that. But I would say 5 nights. I would say probably 7 times.
Yeah.
As recently as just a few hours ago, when they were passing out complimentary coconut fudgicles, I guess.
Yes, I don't mind if I do.
Yeah. Quite the contrast, though, between there and here.
Would you like to fill everyone in on where there is?
Heaven.
Is this Maui? No, it's heaven.
It
no,
wasn't
it's heaven. No, it's
it
Maui.
was not Iowa.
I got it backwards.
But it was Gorgerino. And come back to all the snow. But that's the way of the world there.
Yes. You missed, what is this, like 4 storms, 3 of them pretty big in like 6 days. So,
and
the
as
snow has
we
been
were
falling.
Coming through the jetway this morning and coming into the area where the counter is, they were boarding a plane to Honolulu, and it had been delayed 24 hours.
No!
Yes.
Lost a day of the Hawaiian
Mm-hmm.
vacation.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. And it was leaving, hopefully for them, they are just ascending into the clouds, because it was a 7:30 departure. And I heard the lady, she said, the delayed from yesterday. And I always thought that in those situations, how they have the flights and then they'll have the status. Like when you have a storm like that, it's for status, instead of on time or delayed, it should stay stuff like fat chance, no chance, good luck, you're screwed.
Turn around, go home.
Yeah, just simply go home.
Go home.
See you tomorrow. They should have a little bit of sense of humor. Like the guys who try to do with the marquee stuff on the freeway.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Loosen up. It's a bad situation, but maybe try to crack a smile in those situations.
Yeah. Well, the guys who, whoever the people are who write those signs on the freeway are too good, because there was a whole thing about they were too good. It was going to lead to distracted driving, so they had to stick to the basics. So they got reined in, which was unfortunate.
Okay, well, here you're not going to get reined in. There's not any form of distraction that's going to cause any incident beyond.
So the airport people should hire away the freeway sign writers. Exactly.
Yeah.
Good plan. I see where you're going with that.
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it. I could come up with a few.
Right now or later?
Well, I'm on my job right now. I mean,
okay.
I'm talking about down the line, when this thing eventually runs its course and they get rid of you.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Last time we talked to PK, we didn't know when, where, or who the Cougars would be playing in the NCAA tournament. That's all set. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA. Helping to grow the things you love.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Bills stacking up at your HVAC system's gone. Gillette Services has the perfect solution. Install a new high-efficiency system and get a $1,000 rebate the very same day. That's right, $1,000 in your pocket just for upgrading. And the best bet, you don't have to make a single payment until 2027. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 385-GET-HEAT for your free estimate. Gillette Services. Comfort now, pay later.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tim Hughes back with my friends at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Of course, that is Greg and Mike, and as much as we talk about Replenish, and it is in the name of the company, Greg, there are so many other things you guys provide for people that are looking to put some hardscape areas into their yard.
We have a number of different barks in different sizes and different grades that work great as a ground cover. We also have the colored wood mulches and a variety of rock products.
One of the things I've learned about you, Mike, through the years is that you're always looking for new products.
We've got great new products coming in this year, our Mountain Rose rock and Caribou rock as well. Those are beautiful rocks that you can add to your landscaping, make your yard look beautiful.
So if this is the year that you have decided you are going to finally rip that strip and save yourself some water, this is the great time to do it at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Let me tell you where to find them. 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call today, 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together.
Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Deli Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Deli Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Deli Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join the Zone tomorrow live at the JCW's Watch Party in Harriman from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Stop by and get a juicy burger, a thick shake, and watch some games. Mention the Zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. That's JCW's tomorrow, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard in Harriman. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. BYU is in the NCAA tournament again, PK, and I have to say the irony is rich. Last year they were a 6 seed, pumped up to finally win a game. It had been more than a decade since Jimmer's success. It was past time to win a tournament game, but they ran into 11 seed from a good basketball league, the A-10, and they got beat. And then the bracket comes out this year, and they are a 6 seed, and they are playing a good team from the Atlantic 10. I don't know if it's a do-over, but the irony is rich, and it is, again, past time to win a game in the NCAA tournament. But it's not going to be easy. It's VCU, and they come in red hot, and they defend. They don't have as good of athletes as Houston because, well, nobody does, right? But they do like to pressure the perimeter, put pressure on the ball. Can they turn you over? Can they mess up all those dribble handoffs and all that stuff? It looks like a difficult test for BYU, and there are some Cougar fans who are having flashbacks.
No, I don't know that I'm that worried about it. I think they should be able to win this game. I don't think that I'm looking at, they should just blow this team off the floor. But their level of competition that they've faced versus what VCU has faced is just night and day. It's not even close to the same. They've played and beaten multiple NCAA tournament teams. VCU has not played and beaten multiple NCAA tournament teams. Is the only tournament team that they've beaten is Colorado State? Have they beaten anybody else who is in the tournament? I don't think so.
I think they have.
Right.
No. They played some others.
They did?
Mexico, oddly. But
played New Mexico and got beat. Right? Or did they beat New Mexico? No, that goes against what I just said. They lost to New Mexico in a non-conference game over there, and I think it was at Albuquerque, which is a difficult place to win. And Mexico's got a very decent team. So as I look at it, man, they should be able to win this. Of course, I felt the same way last year, but I think the team is more equipped to win this year. I think that given the increase and influx of talent that they've got and the varied nature in which they can beat you. They're not relying on one particular aspect of the game. And defensively, they've gotten better. Queta is a monster there, doing what he does there and protecting the rim and shot blocking and all that. I think that they didn't have as much of that last year. But, in one-game situation, somebody can get hot for the other side, whoever the other side might be. In this case, obviously, it's the Rams. And so we'll have to see. And they don't really have somebody that jumps out at you, like in Andre Miller, I think it might have been his last college game for the Utes against Miami of Ohio, similar level, but they had Zerbiak, Well, Zerbiak didn't necessarily go off on that game, but he was a big-time player that drew interest. They've got the VCU team. They've got several guys that you got to pay attention to.
They have 4 guys averaging double figures. They definitely spread it around.
Yeah.
The leading scorer is the former Aggie, Max Shelgo, who spent 3 years playing in Logan. Well, 2 years mostly sitting. The third year he really started to emerge.
And then they've got Jack Clark. He can come off the bench and hit a big home run for you.
Nice.
So you got to be
Tom Niedenfuhr deep.
Yeah, you got to be worried about that. And the thing that I would be worried about is you get a team like a VCU, and they put together a very good record. What were they? 28-6, obviously winning the Atlantic 10, which we all recognize. We know of the Atlantic 10. It's not, it's classified as a mid-major. I guess, as you could say. But there's been a number of teams there that when we hear them and see they're doing well, I don't think we're really that surprised. George Mason playing the Final Four.
Yeah, I think of it as the Mountain West of the eastern side of the country. It's not a power league, but it's at the next level right before, and we've seen multiple teams from that league win games, including when Shaka Smart was at VCU. They went through the Final Four, coming through one of the play-in games as an 11 seed.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit better than the
well, they've had more Final Four teams because George Mason had a Final Four run also. So.
And certainly St. Joe's did.
St. Joseph's.
I would say not necessarily better, but a little deeper.
Yeah.
Dayton, we know, has good
UMass,
teams.
When Calipari was at UMass, they had a Final Four run.
Yeah. Davidson with Curry. So I would say a little deeper. I think the top teams of the Mountain West would be able to compete favorably in the A10. So I want to take away the comment that I said that they were better. I just think they have more quality teams usually, which should be because these teams here aren't playing big-time football. So there's money to be had there. And it seems like these teams, somebody does something almost every year in this conference. Whether it's Dayton, Loyola of Chicago had the run, right? And VCU this year, George Mason has had a run. So there's a number of teams that you can look at and say, okay. And with that in mind, it's a decent basketball league. So the team that comes out of it, in this case being the Rams of VCU, they should have a lot of confidence in thinking that they're good. And with that in mind, that creates a dangerous team. What was I listening to? I think it was Dutcher. Now, it didn't work out for San Diego State, obviously, but he was talking about this time of year, the team really has to believe in itself and believe that they're really good. And I think with VCU, there's no reason for them not to think that they're really good. And plus, they saw one of their conference brethren, it's not the same team, but it's the same name in BYU, beating them. And I think that the situation is different, new staff, better team. I think this team is better than last year. I think the venue plays to BYU's advantage and VCU's disadvantage.
Yep.
So
make VCU travel.
Yeah,
make them
right.
play.
And for the Cougars, pretty much as close as you can get. And, altitude shouldn't be an issue and any of that stuff there. So it's set up for them to win. And I certainly do think they will win. But, you never know who can get hot. Because you do have some guys that haven't even played in an NCAA tournament. And then most of these guys, unless I'd go back and see what Mag did or some of these other guys, they haven't had success at this level. And certainly Kevin Young hasn't had any success. He hasn't had any failure at this level either. But I think the team is set up to win game 1. We'll see about game 2 if it happens.
I think that the thing Kevin Young has to be aware of, and he's been playing 10 guys, 11 guys, depending on who's healthy and all that, is that if somebody is off in this game, you got to use that depth, and you can't have the 6 minutes that you bring up Dutcher in San Diego State. 6 minutes they had where they just completely lost the game. Just is the middle of the first half, and in 6 minutes it went from 2 to 20. They couldn't score. They couldn't get a stop. Everything went wrong. And if VCU's going on a run, if they're doing it, if they're pressuring the perimeter, and if Agor's having problems with it and he turns it over a couple times, you got to go to Hall and put the ball in his hands, and don't let the game rest in the hands of a freshman. If the threes aren't falling, you need to go inside. You got to get Foose in the game, go through him, see if you can get the team restarted. Right? I think just on down the line, you've got 2 guys for every position. Everybody brings something different. Caba's size and athleticism could be a real problem for VCU. So ride the hot hand, and if somebody is struggling, you've got somebody else to go to, see if they can fix whatever is going wrong. And so sticking with the guys and letting 6 minutes sink you for the game doesn't make any sense when you have as many options as a Cougars.
Well, I think that Young has been doing that of late.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, it's about the team. It's about the program. It isn't about, I got to protect a lottery pick and this, that. I think that stuff comes into play next year with the bands. Young has to have demands to succeed, because if he doesn't, it'll look bad. But that's next year, because Agor got a lot of hype, but our man AJ here has blown by that level to just about the highest extent in terms of hype. So it would look bad if he came in and floundered. It would look bad for Young and this whole idea of, I develop guys to be ready for the NBA. Well, we're giving you the number 1 pick. Basically, you got him, but you're getting him, and now he's got to do what Cooper Flagg did this year, right? Cooper Flagg is unanimous, first team, all AP. I submitted my Wooden Award vote. I gave it to him. He's going to be the number 1 pick. He had a phenomenal season, and so Schreier is when you're coaching at Duke, you already got a resume of 5,000 reasons as to why you should come to Duke. But I think that this is a big feather in Schreier's cap now. I took the number 1 player, and he fulfilled it. Even if I didn't do anything, he still
right.
It was under my watch. And I think that has to be the same thing with Young as he goes out and tries to get all this top-level talent that was unheard of for BYU. But nevertheless, this is a new world, and they won't be outbid, blah, blah, blah. And he has to have them succeed. They don't really have that type of player this year. So from that perspective, if Agor or Saunders, I might give if I'm going to give rope to anybody, it's going to be Saunders.
Saunders,
yeah, and because he's earned that. I'm not giving him anything if I'm Kevin Young. I'm giving what has been earned. Nobody else has really earned that. I think Foose would be in a situation where if you need some interior scoring, you go to him immediately. I think he's earned that right to be able to do that. Everybody else, no. If Nell's hot, ride him. If he's not, pull him. You never know with a shooter, right? And you go up down the line. I think Hall has gained some respect too. But if Agor is soft with the ball, you're out. No doubt about it. And down the line. And you don't know, Baker is a hot and cold kind of kid. But that's what's good about the team, as you just said, is that the options are there to be able to do those things. And that's sort of cool to be able to have that. Because it's going to be interesting. This is the first must-win game that Kevin Young has ever coached at the college level.
Yeah, see, that's the difference between going from the Mountain West and the WCC and then into the Big 12. There are a lot of big games, but because there are a lot of big games, no one's proven it better than Texas. We won 7 quad one games. Well, yeah, you play like 19 of them. You lost 12 of them. But no one game is that big because there's always another big game 3 days away. Right? And now there isn't another big game. They wouldn't, even when they went to the conference tournament, there were other teams in the conference tournament thinking this is a huge game if we're going to get in the NCAA tournament. But BYU knew they were playing for seeding. So This is the first time they've really faced that. And that's when you're in the WCC in the Mountain West, you can face that. That whole Mountain West Conference tournament was full of teams walking down the court thinking, well, we better win this game. New Mexico was they were far enough in. And it turned out Utah State was in, but there were still people stressed.
Yeah, I thought they were okay. I thought they had done enough. But, they got smoked by CSU, and CSU's hot.
Yeah.
So be it for them. And they've got the best player in the league.
Right.
I know he wasn't MVP. I know the point guard from New Mexico, but the Clifford kid is the best player in the league as far as I'm concerned in that conference. So with that in mind, that's what I'm real interested to see how Kevin Young handles this, because now we get to see how good of a coach he is, because this is the first must-win game that he's had, maybe ever as a head coach. I don't know what he was doing in the G League and how that works out, and I don't know that's that big of a deal. I'm not that familiar with it, but this is a big deal. This is a huge, huge deal, and there's going to be a lot of attention on him that was brought upon because of the people that he's brought in the program, because of the booster saying you will not outbid us, and because of the fact they have a good team. And you're a 6 seed, and you shouldn't be losing to an 11 seed. Under these circumstances where you're going to Denver and you're taking VCU and bringing them all the way out, and plus we're hearing that Odom is the next Virginia coach, right?
Yep.
So that means clearly he's had discussions. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it could be a distraction in the moment, because Sprinkle was signed. Maybe he wasn't signed, but he was.
It was a done deal.
I was there in Vegas last year at the Mountain West tournament, and everybody was talking about it, that he is going to Washington. I know this. The Utah State people told me that they came down, Washington did, and talked to him in Vegas. So everybody knew that he was gone, and they still won a ball game. Yeah.
Right.
So, and I want to put a little shout out, give a little run to Chad Bunn, who died here the other day. Longtime friend of mine who I had dinner with multiple times last year in Las Vegas, because he's a BYU employee, but he also works for the Mountain West for the conference tournament, and it's such a tragedy for he and his family to lose him way too young. Great man. As I said, I had multiple dinners with him last year in Vegas at this time of year, and got the news on Monday. But anyway, condolences to his family there, as someone that I've known for a long time and really grew to like the guy a whole lot. So with that in mind here, what is going to happen with Kevin Young and how he coaches? Not saying that he's going to screw it up, but I just want to watch. Because now he's in a situation where he's literally never been in.
Right. That's all true. It's not so much about screw it up. It's about, and he's made a bunch of decisions, right? There's all these course corrections mid-season, all these things you have to change, and things you have to stay with and think they're going to pay off eventually, right? And we've heard that from the players. This whole thing was stack days. Just keep working. It's going to pay off. And so to know which things to hold on to and which things to move on from, so that you go from 2-4 in the league to this stretch where you won 13 of 16 now with the loss to Houston in the conference tournament. It's like you make the right decision, but stuff happens. I've heard so many coaches say stuff happens so fast in games. I did it. I should have done it earlier. Switching from man to zone, subbing this player for that, calling timeout, whatever it is. It's not that I don't think they'll make the wrong decision. It was that point about that San Diego State game that, like, if it gets to 6 minutes of trouble, you've lost touch in the game. if you can have that happen, but if you stop it at 2 or 3 minutes, you're not in the massive hole. And the tournament is just full of games where teams, they fight back, but the hole was they were just climbing up too big a hill, right? And because I think VCU is a good team, it's not, they're not wildly overmatched. They may be overmatched, but I don't think they're going to be wildly overmatched. If they played 10 times, they wouldn't be wildly overmatched 10 times. Anything can happen in any one game. It's just react in the moment, whether it's the timeout, whether it's the sub, whether it's changing defenses, calling a set play. So someone like Saunders, who you don't want to sub out because he's your guy and he has earned it. Do you have something you can run for him to get him an easy bucket and get him going if he's struggling? All those things, you don't want to think about them too late. Ray Giacoletti, I remember him the year they went to Sweet 16 and they lost to Kentucky. They made halftime adjustments and they played way better. And I was talking to him about him later, and he says, I should have done that in the timeout at like under 8. We shouldn't have waited till halftime. And they let too much time. You got less time. Now the hole's a little bigger, and you paint yourself into a corner you can't get out of.
Yeah, and what's awesome about this is that you'll feel the tension in the arena. If a higher seed goes down by 8 points,
all right,
you can feel it. And it's unlike anything that you would ever experience in the regular season.
Right. And you know it, and you do the right thing. You just do the right thing too late, So, and like you said, it's the first time he's been in this. He hasn't been in the NCAA tournament because he's been in the pros, and he's spent time talking up to this, how much he looks forward to it. That one-and-done nature is exciting. Yeah, it's thrilling when you pull it off. It's depressing when you don't. We had Steve Cleveland on, and we were talking about, Denver is an advantage, right? It's less travel for you. It's more for them. It's easier for your fans to get to. Your players aren't going to have jet lag to deal with, all that kind of stuff. I said, but that's no guarantee because a really good player can have a career day and go for 44.
And you're going to tell me about
you had to bring that up. Yeah,
I was there.
You had to bring that up, didn't you?
I was courtside in that game.
But then he went into his first tournament game, and he explained how when they played Cincinnati down in San Diego, he thought he had them prepared, and what he realized was they went too hard in the 24 to 36 hours before. They had a good practice, and they had and then he realizes, everybody else just gets out there and gets shots up. And then his guys had nothing left. Now, they were already, they're the 12 seed, and Cincinnati's the 5, and they don't have tournament experience, and Cincinnati does. But Steve's like, I didn't do my guys any favors there. And he and Dave were looking at each other during the game like, we blew that. And they know it, right? They know it pretty quickly. They're not dumb coaches, but you got to know it at the moment. You can't figure it out a little later because it's a 40-minute game and it's a one-and-done tournament. So a little later is too late. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up, we've talked about this a little bit. A lot of people are talking about it because, he's the hometown hero returning to save the day. But PK hasn't gotten to talk about it. Alex Jensen to the University of Utah. That's next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
More accidents happening this morning. The top of the on-ramp from State Street to go westbound I-80 in Salt Lake City. Westbound I-215 at the top of the on-ramp from State Street in Murray. And southbound I-15 at Center Street in Orem. If the road looks shiny this morning, that is ice. You'll want to slow down. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. They have 4-leaf clover reviews for asphalt, concrete, paving, and striping repairs. Schedule a free consultation today with GoPave Utah at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. So down the stretch, it seems like every game has a playoff-like feel to it. Is that something that this team has embraced coming down the stretch here?
There's a lot of pressure that sits on top of our players. It's a must-win every game. But I like that. It's all about playing meaningful games down the stretch because we want to experience that pressure on our back where it's a must-win every single night and we have to be at our best no matter who's coming in. We've got to find a way to win. I've really liked how our guys have responded. We've been down a few goals and fought back to get points, and that's what you have to do at this time of the year. And there's a lot of hockey left. We got to keep pace with everybody else and keep winning and finding ways to get points. We got some big games coming up against some teams that are right in the race too, and we can take care of a lot of our problems by just beating those teams.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We value your time, and we're committed to replacing most roofs in just one day with a peace of mind 50-year shingle warranty. Call us today at 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. Ask us for the $1,500 off any full roof replacement. Financing available, 801-232-5690. Utah homeowners, look no further than IWC Roofing for a roof that stands the test of time. With 25 years of excellence, IWC is your trusted family-owned roofing expert. At IWC, we offer one-day roof replacements with top-tier quality materials, all with a 50-year shingle warranty. To keep a leaky roof from dampening your day, we're offering $1,500 off a full roof replacement. Get a free estimate. Call 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. 801-232-5690.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit beehivemeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Come get your burger fix at JCW's. The Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick rich shakes. Plus, stop at a JCW's Thursday in Harriman and join the KSL Sports Zone broadcasting live for the watch party from 10 to 6. Mention the zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. JCW's in Harriman, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz are back in action tonight at home against the Washington Wizards, the two worst teams by record in the NBA, both sitting on 15 wins. Somebody's going to pick up a W, and somebody is going to take the lead in the race for the best lottery odds. Walker Kessler, meanwhile, individually, he's focused on developing his game and looking for his own shot.
When you start looking at the basket to shoot, like things just kind of happen that kind of come to you that weren't previously really coming to me, you know. That was definitely fun to feel like that again. You know, it felt like I was, you know, making a move to the basket and not just relying on a lob or a pick and roll. Not that those aren't very valuable keys of my game, but just to be able to do multiple things, it definitely was a lot of fun.
Tip-off tonight, 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. The Jazz will be on 97.5 The Zone. 1280 The Zone will have the NCAA tournament action. Jazz Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
If you're listening, whoa, sing it back, whoa. Straight from the top of
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Well, PK, you're on vacation. You're out of state, time zone's away. But you still had a phone, and while you were holding the table waiting for your wife to come back so you could eat the ice cream with the ocean view, you probably flipped through your phone and thought, well, it finally happened. It's Alex Jensen, and there's the press conference, and he's saying all the right things. He hit the right notes. Alex sounded like Alex, didn't he?
Yeah, I actually watched that. That was the one thing. I watched the only sports I was that I saw was a little bit of the UVU Grand Canyon game because it was later and it was around dinner time in the islands. And I was at one of those outdoor bar type deals, you know, where they got TVs. Yeah. So I saw a good portion of that. Was pulling for the Wolverines. They had a very nice season, came up a little short, and now they'll go on to the NIT. But I didn't listen to the Alex thing live, but I wanted to hear what he had to say because it was 30 years ago this very season that I covered him working for the Tribune as a freshman. It's amazing that happened, but that's right. The way life twists and turns, and here we are. And you know, and I've had many conversations with Alex over the years. He's not a charismatic guy. He's understated from that perspective. So if you're expecting him to come into a press conference and get you fired up as a fan base or what have you, that's really not who he is. And he's not looking to be Majerus. Majerus, you know, he knew who was in the audience. If he didn't, he'd freaking ask where you're from. I mean, I've been there, and I saw that. He wanted to know who you represented. And then he could turn on the charm and, you know, be in Idaho. It's great that we're in Idaho. One my arm is a potato and the other's a French fry. You know, and he knew he would play the jokes to the crowd because it was a different audience at that level. And you know, he was very shrewd in that way. Alex isn't going to do that. He's not going to come in with a bunch of quips and one-liners with the intent to be humorous. He'll be self-deprecating a little bit, but I always believe that he was understated. But don't confuse that aspect of being understated for someone who is low-key, nonchalant, those types of things. He's got a fire within him, and he knows what it takes to produce winning basketball. For all the whatever you may think, and most Ute fans love Majerus because he brought them great success, he knew how to coach basketball. You know, he had his faults, and he used to talk about his faults in that he said that he was such a dominating, imposing figure that he was afraid sometimes his players would have bench eye, meaning they weren't free on offense. And the game has changed dramatically in the time that Rick Majerus was coaching at Utah, obviously. But Alex has been in the NBA where you've seen the evolution of the game, and it has trickled down to the college level too. So he accorded himself well. The fans are excited. That's important, that the fans are excited about what he can bring and what he stands for. I think Harlan said we went back to the past to look to the future, and obviously they did that. And he's going to have a lot of people pulling for him and doing what they can to make sure he's successful. Now, the level of success that he's expected to achieve is something that makes the job difficult because it is top of the line. He was there and a critical component of the teams that went to the NCAA tournaments, that went to the Final Four and played in the title game. And so they're going to expect that, the fans. And they'll be patient, but at the same time, there's got to be results. And, what can he do immediately is something that is going to be interesting. And how does he go about it? Does he go for a quick fix? Or does he want to build a program that can last? Bronco Mendenhall, when he took over, right, he was looking to build a program, different sport, obviously, and he built it, and it was really good. You brought up Ray Giacoletti. I went to the islands with a friend of mine who's a hardcore Ute fan, and I was telling him how Ray got canned basically because there was, in his mind, he thought he had more time. And, Ray had told me this literally to my face that, he may have done things different if he knew this was a make or break season.
He brought in international kids who were freshmen.
Yeah.
He didn't go for the JC quick fix.
Right.
I do think that in this transfer portal era that Alex doesn't face that the way Ray did. Ray had to know how many bad years do I get. There's been a lot of winning here, and he was trying to do things differently. He went away from the recipe that Josh Grant talks about. There's a recruiting recipe, and I think that can be partly mimicked, but I don't think it can be perfectly mimicked because the game has changed now. And you're going to go to the transfer portal, and it won't be the same.
But the idea being the transfer portal, you don't know that you're going to have somebody that's going to be there the next year.
No, you have to go to transfer portal year after year. You have guys who aren't going to be there.
But that could be a problem. That may be something that Alex isn't looking forward to do. Because you have to build the program through the transfer portal, not supplement it. You want to get to the point where you're supplementing the program through the transfer portal, like Kyle Whittingham has done with his football program. But what does he do? Does that take 2 or 3 years? Does he have 2 or 3 years? Is the fan base going to give money for the NIL in order to have it be 2 or 3 years? So all that, and he's going to get a late start because he's still got to coach another month with the Dallas Mavericks.
Yes. Well, I think every coach who gets hired now gets a late start because now we've heard multiple people come out and talk about, and it started before you went on your trip. We were talking about who was the coach? It was UConn. It was Hurley who was talking about, my guys already know where they're going. In some cases, they know exactly how much NIL they're getting, right? It's somebody was on while you were gone. Who was it, Yock, that was telling us there's still a code. You can't poach guys in December.
It was Scotty.
Oh, was it Scotty? Yeah, it was Scotty.
He came on, and the situation is that you can talk to these players as the season gets into its later stages in February and now in March.
Yeah.
But if you're doing this in December, that's when it goes against the code. Yeah.
You're breaking the code. So it's like, well, if you haven't been hired by February 1, everybody in the job starts to line up next season's roster for better and for worse, right? They're having the conversations. They know who's leaving. They know who's staying. And I wonder how much this works in football because Kyle has said at his press conferences that you and I go to every Monday, he has said we have conversations with guys as we get into the middle and later part of the year. So maybe there's that code in football, September, no, but November, yeah, you can talk. I mean, decisions, it's like coaches. They're talking early because decisions are just getting made too quickly.
Well, Kevin Young spoke about that too.
Yeah, it shouldn't take as long as it's taking Aaron Rodgers, and maybe he's holding out for one more thing the Steelers don't want to give him, or maybe he just likes the drama. It shouldn't take that long, but they are big decisions, and they do take anybody who's ever made a career decision like that, pick between 2 jobs, stay at a job, leave for a job, whatever it is, you've had to there's some stuff to weigh. You can't make that decision in 15 minutes. So I think everybody who gets hired, everybody who's getting hired in March is behind because by February 1, it's on.
Yeah, but at the same time, we've got transfers that Kevin Young brought in. Agor, not a transfer.
Yep.
Canning Ken's not a transfer. But Mag was after he got the job.
Yep.
And Boscovich was after he got the job. And that was in the middle of April, right?
Just because some or most people have settled their situation in February or early March doesn't mean there aren't still some guys out there that you can get, that you can piece together. And that's the thing, the blend of the program guys Dave Rose talked about, the local high school kid, possibly the return missionary, and you bring them along and they're there the whole time versus I got this guy in February, I got this guy in March, I got this guy in April, right? And I bring in the juniors and seniors who fulfill that get old, stay old. Maybe they come with NCAA tournament experience, which is an added plus if they do, and you finish building the roster. But there's a core. We can look at both BYU and Utah State rosters. They're in the NCAA tournament. There's a core of guys who've been in the program, who've had success, and they're really important guys who joined the program, and whether they figured out their situation in February, March, April. In some cases, it was summer. I mean, it was July or August. They were still making headlines bringing guys in.
This is a difficult job that he's stepping into for a multitude of reasons, some of which has very little to do with Utah, because right now it's all about BYU in this state and Utah State even. BYU is capturing most of the headlines, and they are taking up most of the oxygen when it comes to college basketball around here. And that's something that has never happened in my 30-plus years in this market.
Right.
For a long time, it was all about BYU or Utah, and then if it wasn't, it was more even. Well, now it's completely flipped. It's all about BYU and everything that they're doing. They're getting all the run, and Utah has to counterbalance that. And guys are saying, well, BYU's got all these entrepreneurs who struck it big, and guys running their mouths saying, you will not outbid us. Utah doesn't have that. And whatever they do have, they've got to pump it into football because football is king in general. There might be a few places where basketball is bigger, but that's only because your football team sucks. Utah football team doesn't suck. And so you're going to go like the U of A. Everybody down there is going to be talking about their basketball team, but they can't admit it. But truth be told, they'd rather be talking about their football team. But their football team hasn't been able to win at any level of any consistency for 40 years. I mean, they once or twice, and that's about it. And so they go with the basketball. Well, that's not what we have here at Utah. Utah has been on top in multiple conferences, obviously. And so how's it going to be financially? Are they going to be able to compete when guys down the street are taunting you, saying, you will not outbid us? He's not just saying it to Utah. He's saying it to Duke and Kentucky and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So where does that put Utah in the totem pole to be able to get the talent that they need?
The cool thing is that basketball is different than football. You know, in football, and football's changing, going from the BCS to the 14 playoff to the 12. Theoretically, there could be room for multiple teams from the Big 12 to have success, right? You can't completely block out somebody else in your league. We'll see how true that is for the Big 12 going forward. But in basketball, it's certainly true. The league can get half the league, or in this year, almost half the league in, and then it's up to you to win the games in front of you, and you can't outbid us. Okay, you can get the 8 to 10 players that you're going to get playing time to, but there's still 8 to 10 good players that we can get over here. They can't completely box you out.
Yeah, but dude, then you got somebody right there on their team saying it would be cool to play for BYU. And he makes a video of it. And then he makes a video again basically saying the same thing.
Yep. Well, I think Alex is going to start fixing that because he is still likable. He is respected. He's genuine. He's authentic. And I think that's going to put a lot of butts in seats. And I thought Mark Harlan said two really interesting things at the press conference. And I know you know Mark. I don't know how well you've been communicating with him lately. But two takes of that. We will get to that next. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got several crashes on both directions of I-80 near Jeremy Ranch up in the Park City area. Delays remain on I-15, I-250, and the 201 freeway down here in the Salt Lake Valley. And there is still no estimate of when Little Cottonwood Canyon will reopen this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at kslsports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountain Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountain Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Buffalo Sabres Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It was the worst loss of the year for the Utah Hockey Club. Blown out in Edmonton, down 3-0 after one period. They lose 7-1. Sean Dursey on the blowout loss, and what is next?
Obviously, that's not us. That's not who we are. This time of year, you got to be able to move on. So, a lot to regroup, but you got to be able to find that mentality of moving on and putting this one in the past.
2 more points available tomorrow night. Buffalo Sabres coming into town. Utah back home for a 7 o'clock game. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
This is Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We promised you tickets to see Cody Johnson on his Leather Deluxe Tour. Let's do it now. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE wins 2 tickets to go to Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on June 28th. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE. DJ PK, we were just talking about Alex Jensen. There were a couple interesting things that were said in that, PK, and it was streamed, so you got to see it. And, you know, a lot of things that get said there, you know, have to be said, right? But I thought there were a couple times the curtain got pulled back. And you were just talking just before the break about Utah's got to get good, and it's hard to do at a time when BYU is really good, right? There was a time when Utah was really good and BYU had to get good. And under Steve Cleveland, it was hard work, and it took multiple years, but they did it. And now, you know, the shoe's on the other foot. It's a different era, different rules, but nonetheless, the task is the same. The other guys got it rolling, and you don't. And you got a player saying, man, it'd be fun to play there. Yeah, because every night is the circus at BYU. The place is packed. The music's going. People are screaming. It's fun. And meanwhile, Utah used to be a cathedral, and now it's a mausoleum. And it's quiet. You can hear individual voices. But I thought when Mark Harlan said, we're hearing from people we haven't heard from in a long time, that really jumped out at me. Season tickets are already moving.
Yeah.
Alex doesn't have the river of charisma that Urban Meyer provided. That, you know, we did an interview with him once, and you're like, I'm ready to take off the headset and run through a brick wall right now. That's not Alex. But he's liked, he's respected, he comes across as genuine and authentic. And just because he's gone for a while doesn't mean people forgot. They did not forget. They remember. I thought the other thing that was important in that was that Mark said, we had to go to some breakfast together. We had to get to know each other, right? Mark's an outsider who's coming in. Alex is an insider who's left. Their ship's passing in the night. And they did talk when the job was open 4 years ago, and I've been told about it, and I don't think either side came away super impressed. And now, 4 years later, both are getting told, you have to make this happen. It's like you said earlier, Josh Gramp's up there basically demanding it. He's telling the AD, he's telling the president, he's talking to regents, and he's demanding Alex. It's like they both had to figure out, why is everybody pushing so hard for this? And maybe I'm just, buying it hook, line, and sinker, but it sounded like they started to get each other and get each other's visions. I just don't think it would have happened. They'd already passed once. They could have passed again. Alex is in a different league, in a different state, in a different time zone. He didn't have to do it. I mean, he had a lot of people that he really likes and trusts telling him, you got to do it. And he finally did it. I don't think this is – and also I think people learn from the Giacoletti thing. Like, that was just too quick. Maybe Ray had done it, and maybe he wouldn't. But it would have been worth it to spend another year or two finding out for sure.
Yeah, in retrospect, yeah.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people get that. And I don't know if Alex will need that much time. We're talking about Ray had a great year, and then he had 2 bad years, and he was out. I don't think it's going to go like that with Alex. I think Alex has too much built up in this community with too many people. It's really amazing for as long as he's been gone and the places he's gone and what he's done. Now, he did get that stint back with the Jazz to kind of, renew it.
10 years, he was around.
Right, he was around. It was different, but he was around, and that helped. So I think they'll be a little more patient with him, and I don't know that he'll need the patience. We may see some good results sooner, given the way the rules work. It'll be interesting to see how much of this roster he can hold on to. When you're coming in late, Jared Calhoun told us that when he came on. The first thing was recruit your guys because they're already in the building. You don't have to sell them. You don't have to move them, 1,000 miles or 2,000 or whatever. They're right there. How much of the roster can he hold on to? But those are two things that jumped out at me that I think they're going to be good crowds there for him next year. It'll be interesting to see who he puts on his staff. He wouldn't confirm that. I think everyone believes Andre is coming. I actually don't know anyone who doesn't believe Andre is coming. And that'll only add to the hype. Although Andre's the same way, genuine, authentic, respected, but does not deliver, the rah-rahs and, the river of charisma.
Although Andre as he got older, he's much more comfortable doing that.
100%.
And
Alex
he
is
can do
comfortable
it.
And
Alex has
good
always been.
Right.
Andre was a little shy.
But they got to do it their own way.
Yeah,
they can't. They're not going to have right. They're not going to have Majerus's jokes. They're not going to have Urban, pumping the fist and all that. And they don't have the Kyle tough guy. Everybody's got their own signature. They got to do it their own way.
Yeah, they got to be able to get the players and get going. Let me see what the roster is like in June.
Right. Yeah. But I expect the NIL is there. I don't think he would have taken it. He was way into discussions when he was talking about changes going forward. Is the revenue share? Where does that money go? How much goes to? Right. And what does it cost? And I thought it was also interesting when Alex said it reminds me of the G League. Not that we follow the G League really closely, but guys are always coming and going. Guys are moving on to better opportunities. Guys are coming back from bad opportunities overseas and joining teams mid-year. It's pretty wild. So
they'll have the money, but I'm still a little nervous about you will not outbid us. Because I can tell you that there was a coach that Kalani Sitake wanted on Utah's staff when he got the job.
Yeah.
And a Utah guy said, fine, but he ain't going to get us. We're just going to outbid him. We're just going to, whatever Kalani's going to pay, we will pay more. And the guy stayed. Okay? And I don't want to get into it too much beyond that. But Kalani wanted him. Guy wanted to go. But they just simply said.
They just countered, and then there's like,
and
well,
so
I'm not walking away from
you
that
may
number.
have the money, but if BYU has more money and they're willing to throw it out there, which apparently they are if you take them at face value, what does that mean going forward?
Yeah. Okay, I'm definitely taking him at face value. I think that statement should be believed. So you're right. When it comes to one specific player or one specific coach, that'll be a problem. But the good news is in this sport, there are a lot of good players and a lot of good coaches. So go find someone else, and it's about who you have, not who you don't have.
Right, and I'm not painting a doom and gloom forever by any stretch.
Right. And
I'm saying it's
whatever,
going to be difficult.
Whatever your rival does, there is space for you to still have a good season, go to the NCAA tournament, go to the Sweet 16. Which, we're not at the point here with any of our teams where anybody's throwing back Sweet 16s. Duke can shrivel up their nose, only the Sweet 16, and Kentucky fans probably want to fire coaches for losing. But that's not where any of our teams are here.
Yeah, but that could change too.
It could. It could down the road, yeah. There's nothing like a lot of winning.
Down the freeway, down I-15. I see what you've done there.
Down there.
Yeah.
Give me a down there.
They start rolling out this guy and that guy, and, who knows, man? They're talking big in that town of Provo, Utah. We'll see if they can accomplish it, but obviously they got big plans.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us. Coming up, the Utah Jazz. Well, look at this. It's all or nothing, PK. After all this, the NCAA tournament, it's win, advance. It's a totally different deal for the Jazz tonight. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The trip of the summer is coming. Collective Soul. Live. Summer Unity Tour 2025. July 13th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with Our Lady Peace. Special guest, Graylin James Rue. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Collective Soul, live. Our Lady Peace, together.
Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails at Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City, USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't feel the way I've ever felt. I know, gonna smile and not get worried. I try, but it's
Join the Zone tomorrow live at the JCW's Watch Party in Harriman from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Stop by and get a juicy burger, a thick shake, and watch some games. Mention the Zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. That's JCW's tomorrow at 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard in Harriman. Tomorrow, PK, it'll be one game. All the marbles, win or go home. In the upside down world, the Jazz and the Wizards play tonight, and it's one game, lose, and have the best lottery odds. Now, you're not going to change your odds for number one because you got a 14% chance for that, whether you're 1, whether you're 2, whether you're 3, and the Jazz aren't going to be any worse than 3. What they're setting here is how far can you drop? And if you're the worst team, you're guaranteed a top 5 pick. If you're the second worst team, you might draft 6th. So that's really what is at stake when these two teams play. How far can you slide? And we saw, Markkanen didn't play, and they get the fine, so now they're playing him. And it's become really clear what they're doing here. They're playing him a lot early, and they're not playing him late. If you look at the shots he takes, and that's the number one thing he does right, he comes out and he provides scoring. Last game, 10 shots in the first quarter, 4 in the second, 2 in the third, 0 in the fourth. He is going to be a 0 fourth quarter factor. He hasn't taken a fourth quarter shot. He might have been on the court. I'll have to go back and look. He might have been on the court briefly, but he hasn't taken a shot in the fourth quarter since he came back. So they're going to front load his minutes, and then he'll play his 19, 24, 20. We haven't seen him go back to 30 minutes yet. I don't think we're going to. I don't know that, but I don't think we're going to. So that's the first thing they're going to do when it comes to handling dumping games against the Wizards, which is a must-tank game, a 2-game swing. I
think that they're going to get top 3 no matter what. win or lose. I think
you are now reaching out into the universe.
Yeah. I feel it. It's going to break their way.
And then it's pick the right guy and hope you get lucky and things work out.
And they will pick the right guy. All the misery, all the losing.
It's going to be worth it.
Yeah, this year. Right.
Because this is 10 straight losses, and if they lose to the Wizards tonight, that'll be 11 straight losses.
Yeah, I don't think that they need to worry about winning or losing this game. In fact, I would think they would win.
And you don't care and you don't mind after all these losses.
No, I think they're where they need to be, and they'll be okay. It's got to break their way.
I can just hear negative fans going, it actually doesn't have to, PK.
It does.
I hope it does, but it doesn't have to.
It will.
Okay, well, I'm glad you can see the future.
I mean, the other teams that they're competing with have had their share of high picks, and the Jazz haven't. So now they've put themselves in the position of what the other teams have been in for a while, right? The Hornets, the Wizards, even the Pelicans. This is what they've been doing for a while, and they've had their share. So they're not going to keep getting more than their share. It's not the way nature works. And the
NBA draft is nature?
Well,
I think
it's being involved in gambling my whole life.
It's going to break your way.
Yeah.
Every dog has its day.
And you sit there and you go to a blackjack table. At some point, you're going to win. Just, how do you handle it all? And these other teams, from the lottery perspective, they've won. They're not going to always win. It's not the way it works. It doesn't happen that way. It's the same thing on the flip side. We're talking about losing, in this case, winning. But in case of winning. You look at the Warriors. What was going to derail them? Well, something was going to happen. And sure enough, Klay Thompson gets hurt multiple times. There's forces that I can't explain and prove it to you. You're a logical dude, and it has to, there's a piece of paper and there's numbers, and you add them up, and that's the way the column is on the right, and there's no argument. You recite history a lot. Well, I can't do that in this case. But
actually,
it's going to
that
happen.
Makes your point. I think your point about the Hornets have been in there. They missed the playoffs like 8 straight years. This will be 9 straight years. And their draft history, now they've never picked 1, but they've picked 2, they picked 3, they picked 6. They've had high picks. Now, I guess I could go back and look and see how lucky did they get, but, you're drafting Brandon Miller, you're getting pretty fortunate. You had the second pick.
Yeah.
That takes the lottery had been restructured. Anybody who gets to number 2 at this point had luck break their way.
Right. Yeah, and the Wizards, who they got at the top now? Right now, who's their best player?
Poole, I guess.
No.
Who?
No.
Who?
Not
I
at
don't know.
all.
I'm not watching the Wizards.
Well, you saw them play the Jazz
Who is it?
the other day, right? When did they play the Jazz?
It was like last week, I think.
Is that right? I'm talking about right now, and the guy they got in the draft, right? You know who I'm talking about?
Oh, getting Alex Sarr with the number 2 pick.
Right. It's not going to happen again.
They just got lucky with number 2.
The forces don't work that way, and he's been looking better. Looking like they got something there. Good for them. He's just a young kid. He's still a teenager. I think he's still 19 years old. Right? And it's looking like, okay, I see what they thought they saw in this youngster. He's long and lean, He's got to grow up physically, but he's a 19-year-old. Who doesn't? Even LeBron didn't. Well, okay, great. You got me there. But 9 times out of 10, that's what they have to do. So I just think that I can't quantify it and say, oh, the odds are in their favor. Because you'll go, oh, they got a 14% chance. And I can't argue with that. But I think
that doesn't
the
mean
forces
that it won't
are
come
with
home.
there. The forces are going to. You know who just celebrated his 66th birthday 2 days ago? I was out of town. I hope you guys went nuts. It's Danny Ray.
Danny Ainge. Sorry, Danny, I let your birthday pass unnoticed.
66, Danny Ray, and he rolls snake eyes. It's all there, guys. He's 66 years old. You roll sixes with the dice, you're going to win. Can you see it all coming together?
There was, I can't even remember what it's called. There was some dice game that we played with my grandparents when I was a kid. What was that thing called? Anyway, whenever you roll
Parcheesi.
No, it wasn't Parcheesi. I did play Parcheesi. I know what you're talking about, but it wasn't that. It was some game. But anyway, whenever you roll a pair of sixes, Grandpa would always go, box cars! And then he'd line them up like they were train cars. Yeah.
And Danny
box
Ray is
cars.
66 years old.
Danny Ainge rolled box cars.
It's going to happen. And you got DeMarcus Cousins. Don't go to Washington. They don't care. Don't go to New Orleans. They don't care. Go to Utah and you will be a hero. DeMarcus Cousins was exactly right. He's been here. He knows.
Yeah.
This is all set up. They are going to capture the flag.
There it is. Mark it down.
I mean, come
Fast
on,
forward.
people. And mark it in sit down.
Well, they're going to play him.
Well, no,
I think
but
the least.
not in
the least
crunch
he plays is
time.
19.
We're going to have.
No, he's not.
We're going to see
No.
Kessler throwing up sky hooks from 3.
When it gets to be what Magic Johnson used to refer to as winning time, what it's going to be for Lowry Markin is sitting time.
Yeah.
Sitting time. Winning time is sitting time.
And he's not even their best player this year. Collins is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much he plays in the fourth quarter tonight. Have you been tracking the Wizards? I mean, they've suddenly turned into a half-decent team here.
Well, yes, I have.
They are 9-11 in the last 20 games.
Well,
we
I
them
have.
ticketed for the worst team in the NBA.
Right.
And they won a couple with Kuzma, and they traded him, so they're 7-11 since they traded him.
Well, how else would I know that Sarr has taken off if I haven't been following him? I'm not watching them because they're not on television and I don't have the package. But I am most definitely following them because they're direct competition for our team that we have to follow. So absolutely, I don't go at the top anymore. I go the bottom.
I go to the bottom. I know. I look every night. I looked last night. Okay, what did the Hornets do? The Hornets, what am I doing?
And I open up their box score.
I did notice that Sarr had 30. Actually, he had more than that. He had 34 against Denver when they beat Denver on Sunday.
He's been playing well. You go into Denver and win, and you have that, and you're 19 years old. If I'm the folks at Washington, I'm excited. It looks like they've got something. Good for them. And the Jazz, they're going to get something this year. I will go in to a month-long period of mourning if this doesn't work out.
If they slide to 5th.
If this doesn't work out, I'm going to be offended by the basketball gods. I just really believe they're doing what they need to do. It sucks that they need to do this, but this is the situation. And you can't blame the Jazz. Blame the league. The Jazz didn't create the rules. They're just simply playing by them. And if the league doesn't want it, all they got to do is one simple thing. Boom. Everybody gets the same odds.
Flatten the lottery odds for all 14 teams that miss the playoffs. And
No, every team.
No.
You know how dramatic that. Basketball is nothing more than a TV show. It's there to make money for the actors or the players.
There is no doubt. If
and
the TV show,
the networks.
If the TV show is good, yeah. If the TV show is good, everybody makes a lot of money. If the TV show is good. Now you can argue whether it is or whether, but if anything else can be true or false, but this stands alone. If the TV show is good, everyone is awash with money.
I'm driving in this morning, right? And I'm flicking around. I'm on a plane overnight. I got to catch up as much as possible. Turn on the NBA channel on my Sirius satellite radio. And they're saying, of course North Carolina was going to get in over West Virginia and Indiana. Do you look across their jerseys? It says North Carolina. The NCAA tournament is a television show. That's exactly what I've been saying forever. Sports is a television show. People want to see North Carolina. They don't want to see West Virginia. That's a fact. If you compare the two, West Virginia wants to see West Virginia. But who does the world want to see? North Carolina.
I heard that. I missed it when it happened, but subsequently, this debate about Carolina led to a conversation with ESPN. Got blowback because there was some good game. I guess they put it on ESPN2 or whatever, and they put North Carolina Duke on ESPN. And apparently there was a lot of complaining. We missed it all. They aren't teams that we, cover and carry about. So apparently it's a big deal. And the guy's like, and then 3.5 million people watch North Carolina and Duke. It's like one of the top 4 basketball games of the season. And one of them was because of following the NFL game on Thanksgiving Day. And 2 of them were North Carolina Duke. People want to watch North Carolina Duke.
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to put on TV?
So the NBA, you want to do a television show, open up the lottery. Everybody has an equal chance.
Yeah. Then you'd only, if you did it with just the teams that missed the playoffs, there'd only be 14 cities.
No, forget that. No, you're just moving the bag back a foot there, or maybe you're moving it 2 feet back. No, no.
If you open up to the league, then all 30 cities have buy-in, and the ratings go up. Like, why should somebody in San Francisco watch because the Warriors are a playoff team? They're not going to be in the lottery, so it doesn't matter. Like, hey, Steph could capture the flag, and the Warriors could win it all next year. This is what will rejuvenate the franchise.
And, well, they're already decent anyway, but I get your point. It would make them better, and the league would make more money that way. And then you can marketing can play. Kessler can play. Collins, the fans can go ahead and root because it doesn't matter if you lose, if you win. And so you can play games in March and April where I pay good money to go watch that. The league is broken at the bottom. Don't give me some stupid play-in game where I have teams under 500 being in it. That didn't work. You tried it. I'm glad you tried it. It's okay sometime, but it is not a permanent solution. And I'm not paid by the league, so I can say that. The guys in the media who are paid by the league, they're not going to say that because follow the money. And if I was paid by the league, I wouldn't say it either. Why? Because follow the money. Always follow the money. It'll lead you on the path of the agenda. Every time. Every single time. Go ahead and make this thing, open it up. If they're serious about not having tanking, they can fix it.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show. Next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Latest crash is I-15 northbound at the point of the mountain on the Utah County side. The 2 left lanes were blocked for a few minutes while they removed debris, but now all vehicles are on the left shoulder there. Delays remain eastbound I-80 trying to exit at both Kimball and Silver Creek junctions up in the Park City area. Backups are all the way over the summit of Parley's Canyon, so slow going up in the canyon there. 7 Days brought to you by the Murdoch Auto Team. Their 100th spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Hyundai can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 2.99% for 6 years on the Tucson, Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Oh, fire, score!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites, the raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Scott Gerard, Hans Olsen, and Hans, spring is coming, and it's time to protect your home for the upcoming spring rain. IWC Roofing is going to make sure that your home is ready for the rainy season.
And with the spring season, you're going to get amazing spring discount, $1,500 off a replacement roof. All you got to do is call or go to their website, get it scheduled, $1,500 off. And remember, IWC, built here in the state of Utah in 1997, the highest rated roofing contractor in Utah.
They've been in business since 1997. The best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning. Call right now for that free estimate and a roof inspection. 801-232-5690.
IWC, fully staffed and ready to put a new roof on your house in just a single day. They can get an entire roof done in a day.
801-232-5690 or check them out online at iwcroofing.com.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio.
If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz and the Wizards play tonight at the Delta Center in the Battle of Cellar Dwellers. They have the 2 worst records in the NBA. For the Jazz players, it's individual improvement, one game at a time. Cody Williams on what he's looking to improve.
I think for me, just being more disruptive off the ball. I feel like right now I'm pretty good on the ball. Obviously, I can be a whole lot better, but on the ball, I feel like that's one of my strengths. So just figuring out, like, especially when I'm not, guarding someone in a pick and roll, how I can be effective on the weak side and kind of just, making my presence felt.
Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you only once would let me.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Plenty of stories to talk about. The NCAA tournament, obviously, Utah State and BYU play tomorrow. Last night it kicked off. North Carolina blitzed San Diego State 95-68. One of your preeminent theories was on full display, PK. Find a player or a group of players with a chip on their shoulder and figure they've got an extra edge. People told North Carolina they sucked for 48 hours. They didn't believe in the tournament, and they went out and took it out on San Diego State and played one of their better games.
Yes, they did, and they get an opportunity to advance.
And we have seen teams come out of the plane and go to the Final Four before. Will it happen again? BYU's playing a team that did that in VCU. They were in the first 4 and made it all the way to the Final Four. Your hot take, Cougars matchup. Why Cougar fans should be energized and excited rather than suffering PTSD from being a 6 seed and losing to an 18 team last year and then finding out you're a 6 seed again and you're playing an 8-10 team again.
Well, they're not better than Houston. That's obvious. Houston is at a tier that is much higher. But other than that, they have played great competition, and they've been able to beat them here consistently. And so they should have a lot of confidence. And there's enough, everything is new, so there shouldn't be any, hangover from last year. If anything, the guys that were there last year, Foose, Nell, Saunders, Hall, that should fire them up to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And then the new guys, well, they don't really know about it. And the new guys include players on the floor and virtually the entire coaching staff. So with that in mind, that I'm not worried about what happened last year. I think it's an incentive and a positive. And they can beat you in a number of different ways. They aren't dependent on 1 or 2 guys. Now, you can argue, you look at the stats, not like I've seen VCU play, but they've got 4 guys in double figures. But BYU should be able to handle them because I believe in their depth and I believe in their talent is being a little bit better. But it's a one-game deal, man. That's what makes this tournament so crazy. And a 6-11, or if that's a situation where the 11 wins, nobody is really shocked. It's not like it's a massive upset.
when they were revealing the brackets on one of the shows I was watching, they were going through how often it happens, and I don't remember what the numbers were, but it's like 6 times in the last 7 years because they had them for 7-10, they had them for 6-11, they had them for 5-12. And the point was it happens in all those games. Just make sure it doesn't happen to you. It doesn't happen most of the time. Most of the time, the 5, the 6, and the 7 win. But there are plenty of times the 10, 11, and 12 pull off the upset.
Yeah, and when it happens, everybody goes, huh, good for them. Yeah. You know, if it's a 1 and a 2 or maybe even a 3, that's a big, big deal. But other than that, it really isn't.
The Indiana Hoosiers hired West Virginia coach Darian DeVries as their new head coach. That's not a big deal here from the Indiana Hoosier perspective. But the fact West Virginia has an opening, Jared Calhoun was an assistant at West Virginia. He coached at a D2 program in the state and went to the NCAA Division II title game and had a nice run there. And obviously he built Youngstown State up nothing to back-to-back 20-win seasons, comes out to Utah State and goes to the NCAA tournament. He's got to be on their short list of people to talk to here. We'll see how quickly they move. But there's a possibility Utah State will have yet another coach poached. We'll see how it plays out, but he's got to be a good candidate for this thing.
Yeah, and I listened to, during the break, the West Virginia guy who took the job last year saying, I can see my family and I being here for a very long time. Well, 12 months was a very long time, apparently. That's why I don't want to hear about, though, the system is broken with the players transferring, because the transfer portal for the coaching, it's been open, it's always been open, and it will continue to stay open. So forget that, man. And that's one big thing. If the coaches can do it, then the players ought to be able to do it, and they can. It's not necessarily the right thing to do all the time, but that's the reality of the situation. I do think, Calhoun is a fine coach. I don't think there's any question about that. But I do think he wouldn't necessarily get full credit for Utah State's success because there's been 3 or 4 other guys who've done the same thing.
At some point, maybe that will make it harder to get a job out of there, right? At some point, if those coaches aren't going on to win in new places, it's like, well, maybe they got some built-in advantages and you should win there. You can see AD's thinking that.
Yeah, I think they do have some great advantages. You want to go to a college town, you want to go where they're freaks about the game and blah, blah, blah. This is the place to be. And then, they're moving into the Pac-12. Even if it's only, in theory, it's a better conference, it's still perceived as better. And it certainly will be better than the leftover Mountain West. I don't think there's any question about that. And, Gonzaga's coming in. You got all those things going on there.
Right. It might be similar to the current Mountain West.
I think it'll be better.
It's got to be better. Given who they're adding, who they're subtracting,
right.
You're going to lose the gimme games. San Jose State came in and they had no chance. Right? Air Force, 2 gimme wins. That was a terrible team.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose that kind of stuff.
Right. I mean, gosh, look at the Air Force game for the senior day for Utah State. Of course they were going to do senior day after the game because they were playing Air Force and they knew they were going to kick the crap out of them, and they kicked the crap out of them right from the start. And so do you have that in the as they go forward? The great thing about Utah State basketball, it's never been in as good a position as it is right now. So if this man leaves, good luck to you, but there'll be a line out the door to get qualified candidates in there. And it'll be the same person who hired this person will hire them, and the same person who hired Bronco Mendenhall. I think Bronco Mendenhall is going to do a phenomenal job there. So, there's been a lot of stuff going on with that administration and all that stuff. But let's look at the hires here, because ultimately that's what you're going to be judged by, right? And how much money you can raise. So it was a good basketball hire. Football hasn't played a game yet. But I think Bronco Mendenhall obviously has a tradition and a history of being able to rebuild programs, and I think they'll be good too. Maybe not as much this year, but give him a little bit of time, and he'll be fine.
Major League Baseball, the Dodgers. Put them anywhere on the globe, PK. They're a good team. They're 2-0. They swept the 2-game series in Tokyo from the Cubs. They win 6-3. Shohei Ohtani homered. He doubled in the opener. He homers in this one. Man, they are just loaded, and nothing distracts them. I mean, it's the circus has come to town, and it's crazy, and they've got, 3 high-profile players from Japan. But that roster is stacked, and they're good no matter where they play.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mookie Betts didn't even play. He lost 15 pounds, they said, and he's out.
Can you believe that? I mean, there are plenty of baseball players who could lose 15 pounds. Mookie Betts is not on that list. That guy was wiry to begin with.
Yeah, well, he got sick. It happens. And so he'll have an opportunity to get his strength back, but they're 2-0 without him. And he missed a chunk of last season, too. And Freddie Freeman, they've been spotting him. And the pitch, what's his face? Sasaki, his first 3 pitches earlier this morning, registered on the gun, 100, 100, and 100. He needs to deal with him is throwing strikes. I watched him in the preseason, and he had a hard time with the strikes, and he did walk 5 guys today. That's way too many.
Full Major League season opens 1 week from tomorrow. We will have Major League Baseball openers on the same day we have Sweet 16 games. Sweet 16 will kick off the same day.
Oh, God is great.
Because there's always more money in sports. The Giants have sold a reported 10% stake in the team to the private equity firm from 6th Street. The investment will go towards upgrades to Oracle Park and the Giants' training facilities in Scottsdale, as well as Mission Rock, the team's real estate development project located across McCovey Cove. It's raining money. They own the neighborhood now, PK. Bring in the private equity, and everybody will make more money. And away we go.
Yeah, we'll see how good they can be. I mean, they're chasing their recent past, too.
Yeah, they're 3 World Series titles, and now how do they get past the Dodgers, right? And I watched the opener of the Golf League. I've watched very little of it since, but last night I had the same kind of deal you were talking about. You're eating a place that's got TV screens around you, and literally I could spin in my chair and see like 10 screens on the Golf League. And right now, for $1 million, I couldn't go through the Golf League and tell you which player's on which team, but they play pretty fast. They've got the 3-man team, so they got a half dozen different personalities reacting to whatever shot. And visually, the tempo's good. I mean, they just go from shot to shot to shot, right? You don't have to walk up 300 yards to wherever you hit the ball. And all those holes are designed. They're constantly playing onto cliffs and off of cliffs and over waterfalls and over the ocean, and it's very visual. It's like, even if you're not way into it, it's borderline hypnotic watching the thing.
I think that the question remains, and it's a different form of golf, obviously, but how much is the concept of team golf going to work in anything outside of the couple of tournaments that they play in September? Or
the Ryder Cup with
October.
the nationalism.
And you got the president's thing going on.
Yeah.
So that's something that golf has to figure out. I mean, Liv has tried it, but I don't think there's any traction there.
No, I don't think so either. I just think it's fun here. I don't care about the teams, but I see the different personalities reacting to the different shots.
Well, yeah.
And I always enjoy that about golf.
Right, and you can have hooting and hollering, and they smile a
right.
lot more.
Yeah, and they had Rory McIlroy sitting there watching, and they were cutting to him, and putts were lipping out. Oh, wow,
And these guys have a vested interest in seeing this thing work. That's what's cool about it, too.
Yep. All right, DJ and PK, a final word coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
It's the time of year when all of us turn to sports, and especially during the month of March, basketball. If you're looking for a slam dunk for the very best meal that you have ever had, it's waiting for you right now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. That steak will be prepared perfectly. The poultry dishes, the seafood, it's all beyond compare. And there are 2 locations, Hotel Park City and, of course, in downtown Salt Lake City. And speaking of turning to sports, still some great skiing. So a day skiing in Park City? Well, drop by Hotel Park City and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in downtown Salt Lake City. Think of all of the events, all of the fun things that are unfolding at this time of year. Make sure that Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is included. Take the family, take loved ones, take your business associates, and take your fellow sports fans to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And don't forget to save room for dessert. Downtown Salt Lake City, Hotel Park City.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Daughtry. The multi-platinum, multi-award winner returns live in Salt Lake City at the Complex, May 1st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com and thecomplexslc.com. This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club suffered their worst loss of the season, getting blown out 7-1 by the Edmonton Oilers last night. Sean Dursey tallied the lone goal for Utah in the rout. Head coach Andre Turney talked about how it was clearly a bad night to be a goaltender if you were part of the Utah Hockey Club.
I think he was all right, even by himself out there. Yeah, he was peppered. We take a lot of pride in how we play defensively. We've been pretty stingy, obviously, tonight. Not one of those nights, so it's not on our goalie at all.
Utah now returns home, looking to rebound against the Buffalo Sabres tomorrow night. Puck drop at Delta Center, scheduled for 7 p.m. This Utah Hockey Club at 50 update brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What do you think, people? Does BYU need to win to validate their successful season? Yes or no, Yak? I'll let you, as Mr. BYU, respond.
Okay, are we talking just winning one game? What are we... Okay.
Need a tournament win.
Yes, absolutely. Since 1993, they are 0-9 in first-round games outside of the Jimmer Fredette era. That's a pretty bad track record there, going back over 20 years. 30 years.
Should they name it the Jimmer Fredette Court?
At some point, sure, why not? Jimmer Fredette Court at the Marriott Center.
Put that question up on Facebook. Gary, BYU needs to win tournament games for national respect. However, to have the regular season success in our first-year coach and adding 6 new players to the roster is already validation for me. And like PK, my approval is all that matters.
Okay, Gary.
But Mark says in a word, yes. Yes, Tony says. You play the regular season to get to the tournament to get a good seed and to win a game or two. Respect is gained by winning tournament games. BYU needs this in the worst way.
Legacy is on the line, there's no doubt.
Yeah. You know, you can develop NBA guys, but if you don't have tournament wins to back it up, who cares?
And those guys won't be as keen to come to a program where they don't feel like they can succeed in the postseason.
Yeah, if they're getting the cash.
Sure, money talks. I agree, but if it's all relative, PK, wouldn't you want to go to a program you know you can do something in the postseason with versus one that has a history of
Why not?
out?
Winning is fun. From the very first time you step on a court or a field or a course, winning makes everything sweeter. And it doesn't matter what it is, right? Jake Scott's daughter is like 2 years old, plays soccer. He gets all upset if they lose. Man.
Jake's one of those parents.
Yeah.
We all know it.
Oh, yeah, it's winning, man. And I've got nothing wrong with those parents. Teach them. You want to be a winner or you want to be a loser in life. It's up to you. The world is full of complacent people, and they're known as losers. Teach them when they're young. Winning matters. And wait till like they're 7 or 8 before it becomes winning at all costs matters. You know, I'm not saying it the first entry to soccer, but once you start weeding out the kids who can't play versus the kids who can, at that point, it's on. And Jake Scott's going through that. And Jake Hatch is already there. Oh, Jake Hatch has had some legendary battles with his wife about going too easy on the boy because he stunk that night. No way!
Well, when your wife's a former Division I athlete, it changes the conversation.
You're here to win. You're hurt, rub some dirt on it. Get up. Let's go. All right, we got to go. We'll be back tomorrow. Jake and Ben are up next. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Dang it, show's over.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up and let him finish. Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA. Helping to grow the things you love.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
To be invested with Betterment is to believe in better, whether it's saving for today or building wealth for tomorrow. We help people and small businesses put their money to work. We automate to make saving simpler. We optimize to make investing smarter. We build innovative technology backed by financial experts for anyone who's ever said, I think I can do better. So be invested in better with Betterment. Get started at betterment.com. Investing involves risk, performance not guaranteed.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Is your mom or dad struggling to get in and out of their chair? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. We've seen it happen for years. As customers come into our store and they've had a recent fall, they're finally ready to ask for some help. Don't wait until you're injured. We have everything you need to avoid the fall before it happens. Now until the end of February, we're running a deal that we think you're going to love. When you purchase a lift chair, you can unlock 10% off your entire purchase. Get side tables, canes, shower chairs, walkers, and even ramps. We're open Monday through Friday. We've got stores from Idaho Falls to St. George and now in Tooele. Come into any one of our 11 locations and let us help you. Find us online at alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. At Tractor Supply, we know that a winning season out here takes practice, teamwork, and a can-do attitude. When it comes to teamwork, it's great to have a neighbor like Tractor Supply. No matter the season, our team members are here to help. The Fox Sports Radio Bracket Challenge is now live. So visit foxsportsradio.com for rules and details until Thursday morning, March 20th, and fill out your college basketball bracket. Sponsored by Tractor Supply. For life out here, visit foxsportsradio.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files.
Season 2, Justice for Joyce, and Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at kslpodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard. Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Also streaming online. We're on YouTube.
Let the people know.
Yeah, whatever. Christian tweeted out a picture of me looking fat next to you.
The good news is the sign you're holding up blocks most of your face.
That is true. You can check it out on the KSL Sports app, KSL Plus app, and YouTube live stream, not to mention the old-fashioned way over the air on 1280 AM and 97.5 FM.
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to KSLSports.com to live stream it anyways, you can just do the video version now if you prefer.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Whatever, yeah.
You know, why not? We'll come up with
and
some...
it's on the app as well?
Yes.
Oh, man, I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, right. And
I believe there's a little button that just says watch or something
and
like
I
that.
do want people to send you food. That is true.
I also want people to send me food.
We need to fatten Ben up. Like real, hearty food.
What if I don't put on weight in my face? What if it's only other places?
Straight to the thighs.
Yeah, straight to the thighs.
Well, we'll keep trying. Whatever. I don't know. Well, we gotta fatten Ben up a little bit. Just a bit. Just a touch.
Okay.
We've got What You Got Wednesday coming up at 11:30. What should we do today?
I don't know. We need to talk about it. We've got a couple ideas.
I've got a couple. NCAA tournament probably related. By the way, I have to, I don't know, have you done your bracket basketball mayhem
I did.
thing?
I filled it out last night.
KSLSports.com. Florida winning, yeah?
Great looks.
What?
Looks great.
Yeah, what? Oh, you're...
Just works quickly.
Yeah, it's a good product. What did you expect anything else?
I've worked a lot of places that don't do things right. And I don't mean radio exclusively. I mean everywhere in my life.
That just don't do things correctly?
Just don't work.
I was trying to explain that concept to my 7-year-old who is devastated that Joanne Fabric is going, or Joanne is going out of business.
Yeah.
She's a real crafty kid. She's like legit upset about it. And it's like, well, honey, sometimes they don't make enough money to stay open. You know, it's a business. And she's like, well, people shop there all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, there's other reasons that companies don't necessarily make money.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know the inner workings of Joanne's, but you're going to have to get past it.
Venture capital.
And then I got to, explain to her that, somebody will step in and fill the void. We will still find a
there
place
will be fabric
for you to get fabric and crafty things. But yeah, not everybody does it right all the time. And so it's good. It's cool. I still hate it, but whatever. It's out there. My wife was looking for it this morning. So there you go. All right, Ben, are you thrilled about tonight's Tank Fest, or do you want to dive into the NCAA tourney?
Well, I think we're going to do a lot of tournament tomorrow and the next day and then the rest of the month. So we can talk some Jazz basketball.
I just got have we seen the updated thing? Oh, I just got a text message from our guy, Jamil.
I have not seen an updated injury
Shout
report.
out to Jamil. All right. Let's see here. For the Jazz, out tonight, Lowry Markkanen. Personal reasons.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that yet.
Available, Walker Kessler. Out, John Collins, left ankle sprain. And out, KJ Martin. Svi's out. Jaden Springer's out. So, Colin playing, Clarkson playing, Keontae George playing, but Lowry not.
Okay.
I hope personal reasons is he's got a massage or something.
Because the injury report I got last night was John Collins out, Hendricks out, Walker out for rest, KJ Martin out, Svi Mikhailiuk out, Jaden Springer out. So you've got an updated number or updated names.
Well, Jamil's pretty dialed in.
Okay. Well, no, Lowry's the big one then. And you still have Walker out.
No, Walker available.
So they flipped that?
That's what Jamil's saying.
Well, I believe it if that's what Jamil's saying.
Let's see here.
I have a hard time believing. It's just strange that the Jazz would list Walker out yesterday for rest and then pull that out. But they can do whatever they want.
Let's see here. For the Wizards, Jordan Poole, questionable.
Yeah.
Marcus Smart, questionable. Out, let's see, Sadiq Bey's been out for a long time. But Malcolm Brogdon, out. Coulibaly, out. Corey Kispert, out, but he's been out forever. Chris Middleton, out. And, yeah.
Okay.
So there you go. Yeah, so Lloyd just passed along the same thing.
Okay.
So I don't know why you're out of the loop, Ben.
Well, just got handed down. So Walker is available for rest.
Walker is available.
Now we'll see if he plays. That doesn't mean he has to play. He got a DNP CD as a fully healthy player last Friday.
Or even play a lot.
And maybe we'll see that.
Maybe he'll play 8 minutes.
Again.
Just enough time to jack up 6 threes.
Get 6 threes in. So, yeah, that's interesting. And you know what? Maybe they planned to rest Walker, and then Lowry had whatever's going on with Lowry for personal reasons that he's going to be out of the game. And they've decided to put Walker out there.
See, I think they can play Walker going forward because they figured out a way to negate his value.
That is part of it. Honestly, him going 3 of 11 from the floor because he shoots 5 threes is different than, the expected 1.5 points per possession because he shoots 70% from the floor. So every time he shoots, you can expect 1.4 points because he goes in 70% of the time. If that drops to 30% of the time.
Yeah, and let's not also ignore the fact that if Walker is standing at the 3-point line, his guy is still standing in the paint, willing to defend anybody that dares drive to the basket.
Yeah.
Without threat of Walker backdooring him.
What's his other real skill? He's an offensive rebounder. How do you get him away from the offensive glass?
You put him out at the 3-point line.
The 3-point line.
Then he's not under the basket.
So it really
digging out rebounds.
It really serves itself pretty well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, this is the most important loss of the season for the Jazz the rest of the way.
Well,
now,
yeah, I mean,
that could be updated by the time you get to Charlotte, or maybe by the time you're playing Toronto, or Portland late in the season, or the last game of the year against Minnesota if the Jazz are tied, or a half game back of the Wizards, though everybody plays at the same time on that final Sunday of the year. Right now, this feels like the most important game the Jazz have the rest of the year. You lose this one, you put a full gap between yourself and Washington a full game, and Washington's schedule is just so much easier than the Jazz's that it would be hard for them to overtake them fully.
By the way, real quick, how many offensive rebounds do you think Walker had in 31 minutes against the Bulls?
6. 2. Yeah. Because he was at the 3-point line all game. Yeah.
That's how you do it, buddy. That's how you lose games.
Because
that's what smart managers do to lose ball games.
You know, when he was playing against Toronto, which is why he rested against Toronto last Friday, the Toronto game in Toronto on the road, he had 25 rebounds. He had 18 in the first half, and I think 12 of them were on the offensive glass. Well, when you're the tallest guy on the floor, you're going to get a lot of rebounds, and on top of it, he's just a good rebounder.
No, I thought you made a terrific point about the offensive rebounds that I hadn't considered. So I thought, let's see how that went against Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not under the basket, not digging out offensive rebounds. What a strange thing. I don't know about the most important game of the year stuff, whatever. I mean, I get the math of it where you can do a full game instead of a half game and blah, blah, blah. The Jazz are going to finish in the bottom 3.
Yeah, and probably bottom 2.
And honestly, you're the one who's been tweeting out every time one of these bottom feeders wins, and it happens more than you'd think.
Of course.
Which is the point of you doing those tweets. So, I don't know, most important, not important. Didn't Washington beat Denver the other night?
They did.
So who knows what to predict what? I'm not going to get if fans get bent out of shape if the Jazz accidentally win tonight, just save it. I'm not buying into that. This is the most important game to lose in franchise history. How will they go on if they don't lose tonight?
And
whatever.
Again, the dire scenario, the reason there is a difference between the top pick and the second worst pick, I should say. Yeah, I should say odds or record. The worst record can fall as far as 5 in the draft. The second worst record can fall as far as 6. The problem is it's not like we actually know who's going 5 or 6 in this draft. It could be anybody. That's going to come down to personal preference per team. You know, at that point, I doubt there's a very clear number 5 overall player. It feels like we know who the top 4 are going to be. We certainly know who the number 1 player is going to be. We have a sense of who the number 2 draft pick is going to be. After that, it gets a little bit dicey at 3 and 4, but I think at 5, we have no idea. So if you have the worst record and worst case scenario happens and you fall 4 spots to number 5, or you finish with the second worst record and worst case scenario happens and you fall to pick 6, I don't think it actually makes that big of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not. Well, let me put it this way. Here's kind of how I feel about all this stuff, at least coming back to this is a must-lose game or whatever. Have you ever encountered that person? My 7-year-old's a little bit this way. My wife definitely is. Where, okay, if I don't do X, then Y is going to happen, and then Z, and then back to A. Yeah. And by the time she's like 30 years out from her current scenario. Yeah. Like she had a test that she didn't think like she did well in law school. And she's like, I failed it. And then she's like, you know what? I'm going to get drummed out of law school. And then I'm going to have all this debt. And then I'm going to do this.
Looking for apartments in Salt Lake.
And she's like 9 steps down the road. And it's like, well, why don't you get your score first? And then we'll worry about getting drummed out of law school.
Yeah.
And then we'll worry about how to handle the debt. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
and she passed.
She got the top score in the class.
Right.
The top score in the class.
Right. Again,
and it's like you could have spared yourself all this heartache. Like if the Jazz don't lose tonight, then they're obviously going to have the 7th pick, and then there's not going to be a player there, and then they're going to tank again, and then they're going to tank for 6 more years after that, and then I'm going to be 75, and I'll never have seen the Jazz make the playoffs. They're like, no, I'm spare yourself the angst and the heartache,
correct?
Because who knows. And I always say this. What happens when the Jazz got screwed in the lottery the year they got Darren Williams?
Right. They traded up.
Yeah. They traded up,
and
they traded very little up.
And the Jazz have all this ammo now. And, yeah, maybe you pay a price that is a little more than you wanted to if you had to move from, 6 to 4 or whatever, 5 to 3, if that was what you thought you were able to do, and you give up the future Phoenix Suns pick. It's like, it's okay. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah. And you know what? I'll also add this. What happened the last time Danny Ainge actually got the number 1 pick?
Right. He traded it.
He traded back.
He did the unthinkable and traded back, which nobody ever trades the number 1 pick. Right.
So, don't get bent out of shape about a game against Washington.
And remember last season, the Jazz tanked quite well at the end of the season. They were at like 12. They ended up with the 8th best odds to win the lottery. And what happened? They got jumped by 2 teams behind them. The 9th and 10th teams that they out-tanked late in the season jumped the Jazz. Yeah. To the point of you can only worry about so much. You can only worry about what's immediately in front of you. And worrying about what's going to happen on, I think it's May 13th, I think is the lottery date. 12th. It's far enough out there. You can't plan for it, certainly. Hence, what's the plan, Phil? Yeah, there's no plan. In fact, it's pretty stupid to have a plan.
What's the plan, Phil?
Yeah, it is pretty stupid to have a plan. Yeah. It's like me playing chess. I always get so married to what I'm doing and my strategy. Next thing I know, my opponent's like, checkmate, dude, you left this, right?
Right.
I was like, oh, I'm so focused on getting your stupid bishop, I lost.
Yeah, right.
I was so focused on this 5-year plan that I hammered out that I missed out on this or I missed out on that. And, let's not pretend like, I know everybody loves Cooper Flagg, but let's not pretend like that's an automatic either. I've seen plenty of number 1 picks.
Sure. Or that he's necessarily obviously going to be the best player from the draft,
Zion was supposed to change the world.
Jaw's been better.
I mean, there's a high probability that Zion gets traded this offseason, right? It's probably the best thing for him, honestly.
Yeah.
But he was, I would argue, a way bigger phenom, quote unquote, than Cooper Flagg is.
Yeah. He's right in that conversation, sure.
Oh, come on.
The hype around
what he
Zion,
did for
you're
college
right,
basketball.
The hype around Zion was different than what Cooper Flagg has
We haven't
done.
seen anything like that.
Yes, yes, you're right.
We certainly haven't seen anything since.
Not for college basketball, no.
And he's turned out to be a controversial player on a crappy team.
Yeah. Good when he's on the court. He's not on the court very often.
And really hasn't advanced his game. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's still in the Dwight Howard category where, like, Dwight Howard never got better, ever. He was the same player day one as he was, 5 years into his career.
So, yeah, you can't plan too far down the road. You just can't, even if you get Cooper Flagg, then what?
Right.
Yeah.
There's so much. It's the reason I find team building so interesting and the behind-the-scenes stuff so interesting is there's all sorts of ways to do it. There's all sorts of mistakes that can be fatal and made, not fatal, that's a little extreme, but that can be made along the way that can really be setbacks, even small things that can become big things. It's all really interesting. So to get wrapped up in one game against Washington, the other team that you're trying to have a worse record than, which still feels so stupid, but it's not worth it. I assure you, it is not. But you'll see some person on the Snap Talk with a following that will be outraged at some point during the game because they're playing too well or they win or something like that.
Right.
And that will be like, how is this franchise even going to go on? And It's like, okay, why don't you settle down?
The even best case scenario, Jazz get the worst record. They get the number 1 overall pick. They get Cooper Flagg. He is a huge piece of the puzzle. Whatever pick they get is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle. And still, it's only one piece. It's only one piece of this enormous puzzle the Jazz are trying to put together. And some of the pieces are already there, and some of the guys that are there right now are going to be moved for different pieces. But I do think that's probably a hard thing to convey to people when you dedicate an entire season to getting a top draft pick, that still, best case scenario, these guys are only one piece of this enormous puzzle you're trying to put together.
Who's the best player on the Rockets?
Probably, honestly, today it's still probably Şengün.
I think it's Şengün too. But Jalen Green's the other one in the argument, right?
Yeah, Amen Thompson might be there as well.
All right, but where was Green picked in the draft?
Second.
Where was Şengün picked in the draft?
Well, he's in Oklahoma City is where he was picked.
Yeah, traded from Oklahoma City.
At like 12 or
who's
something.
The current genius franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
made a really savvy move to grab a player who's turning out to, I think, be a future All-Star and cornerstone of their franchise.
He was an All-Star this year.
Was he?
I think
yes, he was
this year.
Yes, he was this year. And all they had to do was be like, oh, we'll keep our options open.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll make a savvy move. We've got the assets to do it, and we'll go get that guy. So you have to don't get wrapped up in the tank. It's not the whole thing.
There's no all or nothing.
The Rockets
simply no all or nothing.
are a playoff team this year because they made a savvy trade in the draft, not because they tanked and got Jalen Green, who I think is actually interchangeable on that roster, even though they do need scoring, and that's what he does. I think you could find a dozen scorers across the league that could fill that role easily.
Agreed.
Maybe more.
Agreed.
And he was their tank pick, not Şengün.
Right.
So, I don't know. Everybody's in love with Flag. I get it, but prepare yourself that he's not going to be on this. The chances that he's going to be on the Jazz are extraordinarily low. And if he doesn't make it on the Jazz and somebody goes, well, they should have lost their game against Washington, I'm going to alert the IRS to have them audited immediately.
Yeah, I do think people should recognize, Jazz fans specifically, I think a lot of people do recognize this, but if you don't, the question on lottery night is going to be how far do the Jazz fall? That's really going to be the right frame of mind to bring to it. And that's not pessimism. That's exactly what the odds say. The odds say even if the Jazz end up with the second worst record in the NBA, again, they're still far more likely to pick 3, 4, 5, 6 than they are 1 or 2.
But it's literally like a 50-50 chance whether it's top 4 or not.
If the Jazz have the worst record, they have a 52% chance of drafting top 4 and a 48% chance of drafting 5th. So if you have the worst record, you only have a 14% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. The odds are, the question is, how far do you fall? Do you fall to 2? Do you fall to 3? Do you fall to 4? Do you fall to 5? It's not how likely are you to win number 1. It's very, very slim. 14% is not anything you would feel comfortable anywhere else in your life either. So I wouldn't frame it that way.
And the Atlanta Quinn Snyders had what percentage chance to get the number 1 pick last year?
3.
And they got it.
Yeah.
So, I always go back to the draft where Orlando got the number 1 pick that they took Chris Webber and traded for Penny Hardaway. Mm-hmm. They were the last team eliminated from the playoffs.
Right.
They had the worst lottery odds, and they got the number 1 pick. And they eventually flipped it for the number 2 pick because they didn't need Chris Webber,
right?
Which was true. So, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean, Ben? Don't get caught up in the law school exam that you just had a bad feeling after you walked out of.
Tonight matters. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but by all means, the sun will come up in the morning and things will be just fine, regardless of the outcome.
Their last win 10 games ago, Ben. Why did they win?
Minnesota was missing everybody on the roster?
Including a fluke suspension the night before.
Right.
So, I guarantee they get another one of those. Somebody on the end of a road trip or somebody arresting anybody or somebody whatever. Guarantee they get at least one more of those.
The Jazz will get one and the Wizards will get one.
And the Wizards will get one.
Yeah.
More than one.
Yeah, the question might be who gets the most of those late in the season.
Right. All right, stay tuned, which is something you can't control.
Right.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate.
Bills stacking up at your HVAC system's gone. Gillette Services has the perfect solution. Install a new high-efficiency system and get a $1,000 rebate the very same day. That's right, $1,000 in your pocket just for upgrading. And the best bet, you don't have to make a single payment until 2027. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 385-GET-HEAT for your free estimate. Gillette Services. Comfort now, pay later.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors to tell you about our 10-year everything guarantee. Most contractors spout off having great warranties that last forever. But those warranties are always, and I do mean always, riddled with loopholes, exception, fine print, and nonsense. At RGS Exteriors, we cover everything. Parts, labor, material, everything and anything for 10 full years. There's no cost to you whatsoever. No hoops to jump through, no exceptions. Yes, the products we sell, like James Hardy siding, our windows, gutter covers, come with a 25 to 50-year manufacturer's warranty, just like everybody else. But the truth is, the products almost never fail. It's always the labor and material which is never covered, so you're stuck paying for service calls. For peace of mind, call RGS Exteriors. You'll sleep easy for 10 full years. 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online rgsutah.com. Gutters, siding, windows, and all exteriors with the 10-year everything guarantee.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Kyle Filipowski talking about his offensive versatility.
Some games call for shooting more threes, then so be it. If some games call for taking more twos at the rim, then I'm cool with that too. It's kind of just, depending on the game. And like I said, if they're taking away that three ball, looking to adapt and play inside. And I think that's what's pretty special about my game style and how versatile I am with being able to do that.
This update brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join us this Thursday live from JCW's. It's the watch party in Harriman, 10 to 6. Stop by and get a juicy burger, a thick shake, and watch some games. Mention the zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. That's JCW's tomorrow, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard in Harriman. This is one of my very favorite days to do a remote. We've done these types of watch parties for a long, long time. JCW's is absolutely the ideal partner because there's plenty of places to sit, and they've got TVs that are accessible, and the food
the
is
food's awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
so
that's the sale.
And it's always so cool. We get a good response. We get a bunch of listeners, especially around lunchtime and that sort of thing. So make your plan now. Duck out of the office early.
Personal reasons.
Yeah, like Lowry.
Personal reasons.
Yeah, personal reasons.
By the way, I got a text saying it's just a text saying it's a very legitimate reason for Lowry. I know they can look suspicious at this point of the year, but I was told it's
that's
very legitimate.
Kind of the reason I made the joke about massage, because I hope it's not something.
Yes, more important.
More important.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Lowry out tonight. Join us Thursday. JCW's in Harriman. Super fired up about that. All right, time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore our expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, historic loss for the Utah Hockey Club last night. Worst loss in franchise history. They lose 7-1 to the Edmonton Oilers.
3-0 early. Veg got pulled, and it was just all downhill from there. I'm a little surprised they haven't had more of these this year. I expected some more of these. But, you look around the NHL scoreboard, if you follow them at all. Seems like maybe every week or two you see a game like this. Maybe it's a little surprising the hockey club hadn't been on the wrong side of it to this point. But that was just, borderline worst case scenario, because Calgary also won last night. Vancouver also won last night. So they didn't gain any points. They watched other teams they're going up against gain 2 points. So now they're, 6 back of a couple of the, or maybe it's still 4 back of most of them. But, that was worst case scenario.
I often don't know where cliches come from, but they usually come from somewhere.
Yeah.
I heard the cliche my whole life that playoff success or success in the NHL overall or whatever depends on a hot goalie. If you can get a hot goalie, then, the sky's the limit. And we can think back to all the hot goalies from our youth, of course. You were a big Patrick Roy fan.
I just called him Roy like everyone, because that's how you're supposed to say it. But yeah.
I've got a really good buddy whose last name was Roy. So we'd always call him Roy during that era, which we found funny. But I don't know, Ben. You were a world-class athlete. You were a skateboarder.
Mm-hmm.
How many days? And I'm sure you experienced it, because I certainly did in my limited athletic career, where you just didn't have it.
Most.
I mean, like there were some days you really had it. You were probably landing all the kicky flips and nose things or whatever.
Yeah.
You really had it that day.
Yeah.
And then there was some days where some days you ride the rail, some days the rail rides you.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, I definitely experienced it pitching.
Right.
Like, there were some days where you were just throwing, what am I looking for? Like beach balls up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just where you got your neck hurt because you got so used to turning to look at the ball sailing out of out of sight, and you just didn't have it. This is absolutely a thing I'm discovering in hockey. Is if your goalie does not have it,
Yeah.
if you do not have the hot goalie, which I know you love, Ben,
A hot goalie.
then you lose 7-1.
And I will see how Veg bounces back. That's what I am curious about. And remember, Connor Ingram is out. He's away from the team, still grieving the death of his mother, and decided he needed help with the NHL Players Association and some of the offerings that they have, which good for him. Take care of yourself. You've got to take care of yourself. But I think you look at Stauber behind him. Probably just has not been in enough games like that where you need Veg to go back out there. So when he gives up 3 goals in the first period, you hope he just washes it from his mind and he can move forward. And they're going to have to do that as a team entirely.
It's got to get hot.
Yep. They are 4 points back of the wild card. By the way.
All right. What's next?
Number 2, a couple of tournament play-in games last night, and you know what? Maybe, just maybe, North Carolina deserves to be there.
No, because they beat the Suck Dogs? Come on.
Did you see the score?
Yeah, they blew them out. This is why everyone always says don't bet on the Mountain West Conference in the opening round of the tournament. Historically, the Mountain West Conference underachieves.
I fall for it every time. I'm currently filling out my bracket. I think I've got New Mexico going to like the Final Four or something. Yeah, well, I don't think San Diego State was that great to begin with, honestly. Boise State, in my opinion, was a better team than San Diego State.
It's why these teams were on the bubble.
But San Diego State got in because San Diego State's been really good over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
You know, Carolina, everybody got bent out of shape because Carolina got the nod because they're Carolina. Well, San Diego State actually got the nod because they're San Diego State in a weird way.
Sure.
So, no, I don't think Carolina deserved to be there. No, I do think their AD basically stole $100,000.
Which, yeah, I would do the same thing if I had his job. Now, UNC plays Ole Miss. And we'll see how good the SEC actually was this year.
Right. I'm picking against them.
Yeah, I think that's probably a safe bet. Now, they got a little bit hot speaking of hot goalies, they got a little bit hot in the NCAA tournament, and now they're playing well, or I should say in the ACC tournament, and now they played well last night. But, yes, I'm not sure if beating up on San Diego State is an indicator that great success lies ahead.
No, I would agree with that. And then I know you're a big Alabama State guy. They took out St. Francis in a thriller.
Actually, a great game.
70-68.
Yeah. I took a nap between like the 9-minute mark of the first half, and I woke up with 6 minutes to play. It was a long nap, but I caught a great 6 minutes of basketball, which is traditionally actually the case with the NCAA tournament. Last 4 minutes, fine. Everything else before that, whatever.
I talked to Coach Lacombe about this because, of course, he was on the staff for a couple of BYU teams that played in Dayton. But have you ever been to Dayton, Ohio?
I have not. I don't think so. I've driven through Ohio, but...
My buddy John got married in Dayton, and we all drove out there. It was this epic trip. It was super fun. Dayton we had a great time, but Dayton might be the most like nondescript city I've ever been to. Like
okay.
not good, not bad, just
a town.
Just it exists.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing really, you think about San Antonio isn't the most lively city in Texas, but they've got the like Riverwalk, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Dayton doesn't have like any of that. It's just is. Why do they get to host these games every year? At least give them like what's the other than you're pumping some dough into the Ohio economy, which it's nice for them. But why Dayton? Why not Vegas or why not? I mean, we always say Vegas here, but you could pick even smaller Midwestern markets that actually have some personality. Sure. And by the way, Dayton, hard to get to.
That's what I was going to wonder. Are they a hub of some kind? I mean, they are somewhat centrally located with an area of great basketball in the country. That kind of northwestern, midwestern area, or northeastern, midwestern area has good basketball. But, yeah, there's just some it's got to be tradition at this point, right?
Somebody's bribing somebody.
Yeah. By the way, tonight, 2 more games of the first 4 in or last four in, however you want to call it. Mount St. Mary's taking on American, and then a bigger game, Xavier taking on Texas. If you are a fan of watching draft picks, as we were just talking about the Jazz not knowing who they're going to pick, depending on if they fall to 5 or 6 or however it looks, Trey Johnson in Texas is playing tonight and would very firmly be in the conversation at 5. So if you are looking for something to watch tonight, watch that with Texas.
Make sure and fill out your bracket for KSL Sports Bracket Mayhem at kslsports.com. I'm currly doing that, and I hate
great?
I hate picking brackets. I
Feel
hate,
good about this one?
I hate looking dumb. No, because I everybody and their dog is picking Florida, and then everybody else is picking Duke. So I automatically am not going to pick either of those teams, and then you have to put up with the fact that anybody who does pick those teams and they actually win will walk around acting like they're the smartest person ever.
Yeah, like me.
You know what the vibe is that I hear? I've heard it a million times from people like, looking pretty chalk this year, isn't it?
Yeah.
You say that every year.
Yeah, every year looks chalk. Right.
Next.
Number 3, Jazz taking on the Wizards tonight. Is this the most important game of the Jazz season?
No.
Yes, but what does that mean? Yes, I think it probably is technically. I don't think that's all that necessarily
Didn't you say that about the Wizards the first time?
And they lost, and that's why they now have the worst record in the NBA. They needed that loss, and they fell back, and I didn't think it would be possible to be where they are today going into this game. But you lose this one, and you truly control your own destiny.
But you see, by that logic, the next game is always the most important game.
Yeah, that's the magic of it. That's the magic of it all. The nice thing here is you have the ability essentially to hand the Wizards a victory, which you will not have the rest of the year, as the two teams with the fewest wins in the NBA, both sitting at 15. Lauri Markkanen out. That was updated from yesterday for personal reasons. As I told you, it sounds like that's a very legitimate reason. Walker Kessler now available. He was ruled out yesterday due to rest, but we will see if he actually plays. John Collins out, Taylor Hendricks out, KJ Martin out, Svi Mikhailiuk out, Jaden Springer out. But that means Colin Sexton, Keontae George, some of these other guys who have been in and out of the lineup are technically available. Who plays, I don't know.
You can mark this. Every single game day, I'm coming in here and I'm saying this is the most important game of the season. That is going to be my take from here on out.
Yeah.
I'm just preparing you.
Yep.
It's going to bother you, and probably most of our listeners.
It's funny because it's actually kind of true, but
I get the logic. I do. But it's not groundbreaking to come in and say this is the most important game. This is the most important loss of the season. I honestly don't think. I bet the franchise moves in 5 years if they don't lose tonight.
You think so?
Yeah.
That's how far you're going.
I think they're going to pick up and move to Vegas in 5 years if they do not lose.
That would be
they're
tough.
moving to Draper.
All the way down to Draper. I bet, well, yeah. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Hold, fire,
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, we got a lot of snow yesterday. I don't know how much you get at your house. You get like
6 inches?
Yeah, like a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of snow. Don't know if you noticed this, but this valley is gorgeous when it is covered in snow. The views are incredible, and frankly, when it gets cold outside, your furnace runs a lot. So there's a couple of, you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Ben. You replace your doors and windows, you can make your furnace not work so hard, and you can maximize the beautiful place that we live.
Yeah, if you're feeling a draft, if you're hearing a whistle every time the wind blows, you probably need to replace your doors and windows. And the nice thing about Peach is you can bring your wish list to them. Customize your home. Get the views you want. Get the design, the shape, the size you want, the type of window or door that you're looking for. Anywhere else you go, they're going to have the same vinyl window. They're going to say, this is what we offer. It better fit exactly what you have. Otherwise, you need to find somebody else. That somebody else you need to find is Peach.
And they are very easy to find. That is the good news. You can check them out on Google, like Ben just suggested. You can also go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. They've got a great website. You can call, do a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, or you can go to 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Tim Hughes back once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg and Mike are here. Greg, we talk about Replenish, but don't always take the time, I think, to tell people exactly why this stuff is different than anything else out there.
Replenish was developed by Connie Cannon and Peter Lassick years ago. They came up with a formula that was very low in salts, very high in nutrients. It's a material that works well as a soil amendment. It also has a dark, rich color, which many people use as a top dressing. It helps to hold moisture in and keep the weeds down, as well as feeding your plants like you won't believe. People who use it in their gardens and yards, it gives them this great professional look that they love, as well as producing wonderful plants, and they will come back year after year after year.
You'll find out why people say Replenish is good stuff. Visit them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. See them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish, it's good stuff.
Any Hour Services can unclog any drain in your house, whether you have a backup, a clog, or a slow drain you want flowing again. Call Any Hour Services and we'll snake any line for just $29. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update. Here is Sean Dursey talking about they can't dwell on the bad loss versus the Oilers.
We got to find a way to turn the corner, turn the page. We dwell on this. We got guys who are sulking for the rest of the year. You can't afford it. It's got to be next game mentality. Guys, no, there wasn't a happy face in here. There's not a happy guy in here. There's nobody who thinks that we were okay. There's nobody who thinks that they did enough to obviously, move past it, but you got to find a way to be better. No excuse this time of year, and I know we will be better.
This update is brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Wednesday, Ben. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That means it's a win ticket Wednesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. I'm going to hook you up a couple of tickets to go see Cody Johnson on his Leather Deluxe Tour, June 28th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. So you can have a chance to go see Cody Johnson, 801-575-ZONE. You a fan?
Of leather?
Cody Johnson.
Leather Deluxe? I'm a fan of the Leather Deluxe Tour.
I don't even
Is that
know.
a leather jacket you brought in?
I don't know what that means.
No, it's not.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
No.
It's just brown.
No, it's canvas.
Oh, okay.
Or whatever. Potato sack.
Calf skin.
Probably polyester.
The muscle or the
Probably
animal?
plastic.
Ben only wears materials that come from young animals.
Okay.
Like if he's wearing something that's
I use all of
like,
the veal.
Right. If he's wearing something that is wool, that came from like a
baby.
A baby lamb.
It's the softest.
That's all Ben wears. The last time Ben bought a football, he made sure it was made from a piglet.
Yeah.
This is a piglet ball, right?
Better grip. Really chuck those things. What's the youngest leather you got here?
Do you know how old the animal was that went into making this jacket? Because I only do calf leather.
To be a real ghoul. To be a real ghoul.
Well, somebody's got to
that.
like balance out the PETA madness, right?
Do you? I don't know.
Yeah, because they're way over onto one side. I feel like
So
somebody
you feel
needs
you
to
need
be
to
like
fight it.
way over on the other.
If that's the hill you want to die on, I'm glad it's you and not me.
I tell you what, I'm gonna go shopping today. I'm going to Nordstrom or something, and I'm gonna ask them how old the animal was that went into something leather.
Okay.
And I'll see what I'd like to see what they say.
There is some brand of sicko somewhere that's the thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at this leather jacket. Do you have any idea if it was a calf or a cow that went into this jacket? Because I'm only buying calf leather.
Sure.
That's it. I actually don't own a lot of leather. Do you?
I have a leather jacket.
I always wanted leather pants, but I never got around to it.
No, don't have any leather pants. A couple belts that might not be leather. They might be pleather. I don't know.
But you do have a leather.
I do have a leather jacket.
Is it like a the Fonz leather jacket?
No. It's like a nicer leather jacket, but it's not like there's no straps or anything on it. It doesn't have like big silver zipper or anything like that. So no, it's not like punk rock or the
Not
Fonz
like
leather.
not like John Travolta in Grease.
No.
Not like that.
No. I had one of those in high school.
Did you?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Were you wallet chain guy?
No. It was more like trying to look like what the Ramones looked like. If you know what the Ramones look like, which I'm sure you do. Yeah.
Man, I was hoping you were. Christian, were you wallet chain guy?
I was shorts and winter guy.
Adam Sandler. Nice.
And your parents were fine with that? I always wondered about that, like, because I knew shorts and winter guy. And I always wondered, like, my mother wouldn't let me out of the door with shorts when it's snowing. Your mom was cool with it?
Yeah, they were like, oh, you can do whatever you want. If you're cold, you'll be cold. That's your fault.
Which is probably the right way to go. I mean, as far as like life lesson teaching goes,
Yeah.
like you're going to be cold. But then you get stubborn people like Christian who'd be like, I'm not cold, even though he's obviously cold.
I wasn't cold.
See?
Don't tell my mom I was cold.
See? It's 15 degrees outside and you're in shorts. I'm not cold. Yeah, you are. But not wallet chain guy. You know who? I guaranteed Lloyd had a wallet chain.
He still does.
I bet you $1 million Lloyd had a wallet chain in high school.
I feel like they may have banned him for a while because kids were whipping him around.
That was Lloyd.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely was Lloyd.
It
wasn't
where
that
Lloyd grew up, you had to have it to survive.
Isn't that like 50% of the reason to have a wallet chain? They tell you that it's to keep people from stealing your wallet, but really it's a weapon, right?
All it tells you is where your wallet is.
I just assumed
which pocket your wallet's in.
I just assumed these degenerates were whipping people with it.
Yeah. Spin it around.
All right, stay tuned. Nick Olczyk, we're excited about this. He's going to join us coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Oh, hey, guys. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, does your retirement plan depend on winning your NCAA tournament bracket pool? That's probably not the right strategy going forward. That sounds like something I would do in my early 20s when I was very foolish. And of course, I'm kidding. But you would never leave something so important up to yourself when you might not know exactly what you're doing. And that certainly is true for me. Or maybe you have sought some help in the past and gotten bad advice, because there's a lot of that out there. Well, listen. Trajan wants to show you what they can do for you. You can give them a call, 801-899-7600. Schedule an appointment. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They're local. They're right here. You can sit down with them. They can help you establish your goals. They can show you exactly what you've got to do to get there. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out, because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know how they always used to ask you in grade school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I bet I'm the only kid who ever stood proud and said, I want to be a rain gutter or siding installer. Jim Jr. here with RGS Exteriors, and man, I can still remember all those wannabe astronauts and quarterbacks looking at me like I was an idiot. Who would want to install rain gutters or siding? Somebody who was a fourth generation in business. That's who. My great-grandfather, T.R. Brown, started the company in the 50s. Then my grandfather took over from him, then my dad, Tim Sr., and now I've been at the helm since 2005. Every day I wake up and think, man, I'm living the dream. And now my own kids are starting to work in the business too. 5 generations. If you want gutters, siding, windows, or any exteriors on your home, and a company that really cares deep down to our souls, give RGS a call. 801-280-3110 or find us online, rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. 801-280-3110, rgsutah.com.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Come get your burger fix at JCW's. The Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick rich shakes. Plus, stop at a JCW's Thursday in Harriman and join the KSL Sports Zone broadcasting live for the watch party from 10 to 6. Mention the zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. JCW's in Harriman, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard.
Daughtry. The multi-platinum, multi-award winner returns live in Salt Lake City at the Complex, May 1st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com and thecomplexslc.com. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to nominate the U Sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Speaking of heroes, he is our hero. He, of course, is an analyst for the Utah Hockey Club. He's kind enough to join us each and every week. He's our buddy Nick Olchek. What's going on, Nick?
Boys, what's going on? The good news is for all of the great Utah Hockey Club fans out there is the sun came up today, and it's a blue sky and a sunny day here in Salt Lake, and hopefully the boys can find a way to get back on track with a big-time game against the Buffalo Sabres tomorrow, but I'm sure we still got some things to unpack about the game last night in Edmonton.
Nick, more surprised that we saw a 7-1 loss from this team at this point in the season, or more surprised it hasn't happened earlier this year, because 7-1 isn't – it doesn't happen every night in the NHL, but it's not like it's totally unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's I think it was kind of a perfect storm of, just – the team overall not being as up to the game as they needed to be. And when you're not, and you're playing against a team that can score at will, a team that can score a lot of different ways, that's going to be the outcome. And I think especially when you look at the special teams last game, both teams went 0 for 3 on the power play. But you look at Edmonton's their second goal from Zach Hyman. It was just after the power play had expired, so Utah did a nice job killing it off. But they found a way to get it right after, which you probably put in the power play goal bucket, even though technically it doesn't count. You give up a shorthanded goal for the first goal in the game, so all of a sudden. Games like that's where special teams are crucial. They're the difference. And especially when Utah had a couple of power plays. And, we've seen it this year where and it wasn't all that long ago, where they had a great run where it seemed like every game the power play was able to either tie the game or give them the lead. And I just think last night, that was a game where you needed the power play to come through. You end up getting scored on the shorthanded goal, and then the game went the way that it did. But when there are the top teams in the league, and the Oilers are second in their division, when you chase the game, when you don't have your game, when you have a hard time defending speed through the middle of the ice, and you give up a lot of odd man rushes, these are the types of score lines that can pile up. So, look, I think with that being said, the good news is I think the corrections are correctable. The mistakes that happened are very fixable. And the mindset going forward has to be the focus on the next game. There can't be any pouting. There can't be any feeling sorry for yourself, and that's not this team. So I'm not worried about that at all. They have never been that way. They are the complete opposite of that. But with that being said, you do take, okay, we need to be a lot better. And then you look at two of the last three games. You go back to that Seattle game. That was a game where you wanted to burn the tape after. And then you have a huge, emotional, biggest game of the season win in Vancouver, the team you're chasing. And then you come out and just were lackluster against the Edmonton Oilers. So was it riding an emotional win? Yeah, maybe. I think that could have been it. But it just goes to show when you chase games against the league's best, more times than not, you are not on the right side of the score sheet.
This is probably a dumb question because, nuance is a thing. But how much in one particular game does success depend on whether your goalie has it or not?
Oh, look, I think pulling Karel Vejmelka was not at all based on his performance. Look, would you like him to make the save on the backhand shot, a shorthanded goal? Okay. But for the chances that he had to face, and the looks that Edmonton got, I mean, I thought he did his role in giving the team a chance, and at least giving the team a chance to stay in the game, even if it was 2-0 or 3-0. And then Jackson Stauber comes out to start the second period. And the other thing we have to keep in mind is Karel Vejmelka had started his 11th consecutive game. And it's a lot of work. That's a lot of work for a goaltender, and he's been unbelievable this season. He's earned the contract extension for 5 years that he received. And again, when the team in front of you isn't up to where they need to be, you're going to let chances in behind, and no matter what your skill level as a goalie is, there's only so much you can do. So I really do. I look at the workload for him, and it's been a lot. So I did like that decision from head coach Andre Tourigny to get him out of there, allow Jackson Stauber to see some rubber, to both get some rest for Karel Vejmelka and get him out of that situation.
Looking at the goaltending room and situation next year after re-signing Vejmelka, are they in a really good spot are they in a good spot with Connor Ingram, assuming he comes back next year? I know he's still under contract. Is that still a healthy spot for the team to be in? Do you think that's a good place for them?
I do. I like the tandem. I really do. And, I think, first off, want to continue to send my very best to Connor, who is in the NHLPA, the Players Association Assistance Program right now. It's been a battle for him. And, all we can do is try to show our support as much as we can and let him know once he's better and once he's back, everyone's going to be here to support him. And, that has been the word around the locker room. And of course the fan base, guys, I don't know if you saw, but a couple of fans had gotten together and at Delta Center at the last home game and wrote some cards and made some posters for him. And I think that really, really wowed me. And I knew we had great fans, but I think that really does take it to another level. So I did think it was important to give our great fans a shout out for what they're doing to try and be there for the players. But looking ahead to next season, I like the tandem because I think that there's a healthy competition between those two. When they're firing on all cylinders, when they're healthy, both those guys, Karel Vejmelka and Connor Ingram, are hard goaltenders to beat, and you need two. And sometimes you need three, like we saw this year, right? Don't forget, Jackson Stauber had the first ever shutout in Utah Hockey Club history in Vegas. And that was the worst loss on home ice that Vegas has ever had in their history as a team, 6-0 earlier in the year, and you needed Jackson Stauber to come in and play that game. And I believe that was also a situation where Connor Ingram, I believe he might have been out hurt at that time, and they gave Stauber the start. Vejmelka rested that night, and he came out and played. So, it's hockey is a sport where if you run guys into the ground too early into the season and you have your goaltender play every game, he's going to be absolutely out of gas and exhausted come the end of the year, the most important time of the season. So I don't think that's the case for Karel. I mean, I like the fact that he has been the guy to take the reins because I think he's earned it. And most importantly, he's played well enough to take on that role here recently, which is why he did play 11 games or start 11 games in a row. But there are going to be stretches throughout the course of a season where a goalie gets hurt or a goalie gets into a rut and he's in a tough run of form, and you need someone else to come in and take the reins and see if they can do the job in the blue paint. So I really do like that tandem because you've got two goaltenders who the team believes in. And from a player's perspective, when you believe in your goaltender, it allows you to play aggressive. It allows you to play on the front foot, kind of have your nose over your toes and always in that go motion. When you don't have as much confidence in your goaltender, because usually you've got a starter and then you've got a backup. And when your starter's in, you got the belief in him. You're gonna go. And then when your backup plays, maybe you're a little hesitant. Maybe you're not nose over toes. Maybe it's kind of almost back your head over your heels, and you're a little bit hesitant to pinch as a defenseman or to step up because if the other team gets a chance in behind, I'm not as confident in them. I don't sense that for this group of players in either of these goaltenders, and I would include Jackson Stauber in that. All three of these guys have come in and then they've done the job when you look at the totality of their work this season. So long-winded answer to the heart of your question. I do like the tandem, and I think if that's the tandem that's going to be, tending the goal for Utah moving forward, I think that's a real positive thing.
How are we currently feeling about their playoff chances?
Well, look, I've seen graphics that have them at a 9% chance. I've seen numbers that have them at double-digit chance, 10%, 11%, 12%. Honestly, I don't like that stuff. I don't look at that stuff because hockey is such a wild game to where teams could get hot, other teams could get cold. I mean, the Calgary Flames lost 6 of their prior 8 games, and then they go in and they beat the New York Rangers in regulation last night. So, I mean, look, last night was kind of the perfect storm, okay? The game went the way that it did. But all of the teams that Utah are battling for that second wild card spot with, they all won in regulation. So now the mountain gets a little bit tougher. But here's the fact of the matter is that the team that holds that second wild card spot right now, Vancouver Canucks, they're just 4 points up. That's 2 wins. Now, you not only have to win the games on your schedule, but you need some help. So you're not exactly in control of your own destiny, but you play Calgary one more time, you play St. Louis the last game of the season. Those are games where you have to win, and the only thing that is being preached in that locker room right now is worrying about the Buffalo Sabres.
Nick, how much do you look? Jake and I talk about it a lot because as we cover basketball, we really like the big picture of team building, roster movement, how all this strategy is approached, how teams deal with it. How much do you focus on that stuff and looking at the Utah Hockey Club going forward?
I do. I think it's a fascinating thing to, how do you build a team, right? How do you put a team on the ice that can compete consistently? And that's the hardest thing to figure out as a GM. And I think Bill Armstrong has done a heck of a job. And look, for those who may think, oh, you're just saying that because you're employed by the team and what? No. The stats and the results exhibit that opinion that I feel and that I have. And I think he's done a great job. And I think from where this organization has come, now it's no longer, hey, we're going to take on the dead contracts. They had the deadline. They had traded away Shea Weber's contract, which was essentially a way for the prior organization to get to the floor of the salary cap. Okay, now we're turning a page here, and now we're trying to win. And the results and where they sit in the standings right now, though they're out of a playoff spot, they're right there. I think that speaks volumes. But when I look at this roster and I go line by line, I see players that currently make an impact, and I see players that can get even better and find their next level. Keller, Cooley, Schmaltz. That's a line that is going to be very important for this team, not just this season, but moving forward. Clayton Keller has had, and I think by the end of the season, will have a career best season in terms of goals, assists, and points. I can't say enough about Logan Cooley, how far he's come, how much he's matured this season. And then you look at the other great players on this team. Dylan Gunther, he will be a perennial 30-goal scorer every season. And those are the types of guys that don't grow on trees. Those are the types of guys that you pay big money to. And when Bill Armstrong signed him to an 8-year deal for $57 million total dollars this summer, I think that is going to end up being a heck of a deal considering the amount of goals I think that he has the ability to put up. But I really do think the strength of this team when they're playing at their best comes from the back end. And you've got a steady, stable first pairing in Sergachev and Marino. You have veteran leadership from a guy like Ian Cole. Sean Dursey, who continues to get better and better. He came back from an injury, and hopefully he can get back up to full speed like he has been and keep that going. You sign Oli Mata there just before the trade deadline to 3 more years. So I think when you look at the build of the roster, is that you have the youth in Gunther, in Cooley, and then you've got some of those guys who have been in the league and have been impact players for a good chunk of their career, for most of their career, that being a guy like Clayton Keller. Nick Schmaltz has had a real nice career and always seems to get you 50 to 60 points. But then you need veterans, okay? There's only so much a coach can do. And I give Andre Tourigny a lot of credit for how he's coached this team, constantly teaching, trying to get these guys better. There's never a moment that you can't learn from. He's as good of a psychologist, to be honest, as he is a hockey coach, and that's really saying something. But you need veterans. And that's why I was thrilled when Alexander Kerfoot got re-signed and Ian Cole got re-signed for a year, because these are the guys that are with those young guys every day. And we can't underestimate the impact. I think another guy that maybe at times gets lost in the shuffle, Robert Bortuzzo. He hasn't played a lot, but he's around this team every morning skate, every practice. And, these are the guys that help those young guys along when they have questions, when they're struggling, to just say, just stick with it, because these are the guys that have lived it. These are the guys that know what it takes to be in the National Hockey League for 15 or more years. What it takes, not just on the ice, not just in practice, but off the ice. How do you prepare your body? How do you recover? So how do you eat? How do you drink? Like, these are the important things that you need veteran leadership in your room. And there are other teams, last point here, around the league that have great young players, but they don't have the veteran leadership of guys that have been around a long time and know what it takes to stick around and to hang around and to be impactful players on their teams. So I think the upside of this group is immense from the goalie on out, with the young players that are great fans or wearing their jerseys. But I just love how the roster has been supplemented with veteran leadership, because I believe is that you need those guys for the peaks and the valleys of an 82-game NHL grind.
Nick, you're the best. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
Great stuff, Nick.
Jake and Ben, see you guys. Keep up the great work.
You too, Nick. That's our buddy Nick Olczyk does a great job on like all platforms over there for the Utah Hockey Club.
Still not met Nick.
Oh, I haven't either in person.
Even though you guys you're at a lot of the games that the hockey team is still at.
And
he's down on the ice.
He's down on the ice, but he comes up to the radio studio too. I just haven't, people don't care about this, but the way that studio is laid out, like we get lost because we're in the back part of the hall.
Yeah.
So anyway, I should bounce over there myself.
Absolutely.
And, say hello. No, what a good dude. Big thanks to him for jumping on. All right, we've got What You Got Wednesday coming up next. I think today is going to be hard.
Okay.
I think this is going to be challenging.
Okay.
I
like the layout. We're trying something a little bit different.
We'll get to it coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with a top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We value your time, and we're committed to replacing most roofs in just one day with a peace of mind 50-year shingle warranty. Call us today at 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. Ask us for the $1,500 off any full roof replacement. Financing available, 801-232-5690.
Utah homeowners, look no further than IWC Roofing for a roof that stands the test of time. With 25 years of excellence, IWC is your trusted family-owned roofing expert. At IWC, we offer one-day roof replacements with top-tier quality materials, all with a 50-year shingle warranty. To keep a leaky roof from dampening your day, we're offering $1,500 off a full roof replacement. Get a free estimate. Call 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. 801-232-5690.
Spring is here and adventure is calling. Get on the road and make exciting memories in your own home on wheels. An RV from a Motorsportsland RV Center. With trailers starting at just $6 a day, Motorsportsland makes it affordable to explore. No hidden fees, just upfront pricing and expert service. Start your adventure today at a Motorsportsland RV Center.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Cody Williams on how he can continue to improve defensively.
Me just being more disruptive off the ball. I feel like right now I'm pretty good on the ball. Obviously I can be a whole lot better, but on the ball I feel like that's one of my strengths. So just figuring out, like, especially when I'm not, guarding someone in a pick and roll, how I can be effective on the weak side and kind of just, making my presence felt.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I want to remind you to join Hans and Scotty today at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. That's RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. All right.
Can I address something really quick before we get to what you got Wednesday?
Sure.
And it's regarding what Cody Williams just said about being a good defensive player. He is a good defensive player. Like, he's got to get a lot stronger. And I know a lot of people are looking, and look, he may not be a great NBA player. He may never get there. I don't know. The future, again, planning on that is a long ways out. The Jazz at some point are going to have to invest in guys who want to play defense and not guys who just want to shoot. And Cody wants to play defense. I just would be careful writing him off at this point.
Oh, I think I totally agree with that take.
Like, the Jazz's best young players might be Walker, Taylor Hendricks, and Cody Williams because they play defense.
You'll see Cody stand up one of the other team's better players like at least once a game. Yeah. Like, he's long and athletic.
I know a lot of people want to see the shot and want to see him like take the ball off the dribble. It's like, that will probably come. The fact that he plays defense already is a really good sign.
Yeah. His problem is getting run over, not moving his feet.
Yeah.
Most people that are bad at defense just don't want to move their feet. Watch Luka Doncic. I mean,
yeah. They just don't try.
They
have no idea what's going on around.
No, he's doing that. His problem is he's playing against, like, if he's going toe-to-toe with his brother just goes over him.
Yes. So that's got to get better.
Right.
Anyway, sorry, neither here nor there. I know there's a lot of panic around him.
All right. If you're new to the show, What You Got Wednesday, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday on 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out for a vote.
I brought props.
Ben has a prop because we're on camera now.
Can you see this? Oh, wait, how's my frame?
And so
okay.
Ben you can follow along on the video.
Spent hours last night working on this.
What happened last week?
Last week we did best Memphis Grizzlies of all time. Jake, you won 55-45.
Yeah, I did.
What?
Best music videos, Ben, you won that one 65-35.
You took Pau Gasol first. He wasn't even the best Gasol brother who played for the Grizzlies.
Okay. If you want to go back and have that draft again, we can.
Again, I can't believe you beat me on music videos, but whatever. I'm not hurt at all. Thanks to everyone who voted. All right, Christian, what is our sports draft today?
For sports today, let's talk some NCAA tournament. We're going to go best college players from BYU, VCU, Utah State, and UCLA. So our 2 local schools and the
opponents.
Teams that they play.
But there's a wrinkle.
There is a wrinkle.
Do you know what the wrinkle is?
The wrinkle is you have to have at least one player from each team. This way VCU gets included here.
Yes.
Right. But it totally changes.
Well, I mean, honestly, there's a chance that it would be all UCLA players.
Yeah, and this changes the strategy significantly.
Which I kind of like this ruling.
And it's also their college career in specific, right?
Yes,
or are
for
you
the
going
most
overall
part.
career?
For the most part. We're a little lenient on that.
It does correlate for the most part, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben,
so
you have
I'm
the first pick.
All right.
Is there a number one?
I think there's 2. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yes.
Went by Lou Alcindor at the time. I don't know how he likes that now, but
no, he's the pick.
Kareem.
Yeah, he's the pick. All right, for me,
so that's one of my UCLA picks, or at least that checks that box.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Bill Walton.
Big Red.
Yeah, I mean, enough said.
There is an argument that Walton might have been a better player than Kareem.
Yeah, but Kareem
In
gets all the credit for all those, the run of championships or whatever. Although Bill Walton did too, right? How many championships did either of them win? Walton won back-to-back, apparently.
Well, remember,
anyway.
you didn't play as an underclassman, right? At UCLA,
right. That's
notoriously.
Right.
So.
All right, so there you go. Those 2 off the board. We both checked the UCLA box.
Yeah, now how do I approach this? Okay, I am going to go with pure strategy here, and I'm going to go with Danny Ainge. My BYU pick.
Yeah, whatever. All right, Ben. I'm going to take Eric Maynor.
Okay. Former Jazz man.
Played on that Shaka team that...
beat Duke.
Yeah.
He hit the shot.
Yeah.
He was the guy who beat Duke.
He's also pretty much the only person you've ever heard of that went to VCU.
Yeah, he is. There was another player who was a better NBA player, but we'll see if I get to him later.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not getting to him.
All right, I'm going to go really heavy strategy here, and I'm going to take Jimmer third.
2 BYU players.
Because I want to leave you with no good BYU players.
That is you took the 2 players of the year.
The 2 obvious guys, yeah.
All right. Whatever you say, man. Let's see. Who do I want to go with? I'm going to go with Reginald Miller.
Okay. Reg.
Is his real name Reginald? It's got to be, right?
Maybe. It might not even be Reggie. It might not even be Reg something. That might be his middle name.
It is Reginald.
It is Reginald Miller?
Reginald Miller.
So I need a Utah State player and I need a VCU player.
You do.
Okay. I will go with Utah State. This is probably too cute. I'm going to go with Wayne Estes. Wayne would have been probably the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. He might be the best college basketball player in our state's history. He was, after his last college game, freak accident, ran into an electrical wire checking on a car wreck and it killed him. But was probably the best college basketball player we've ever had. Wayne Estes.
Let me think.
What do you need? You need a BYU player?
Yeah.
He needs BYU and Utah State.
Let me think. Ben, I'm going to go with Sam Merrill.
Yeah. I think that's the two players.
There's another one from Utah State I'm considering, but we can talk about that later.
Okay. And then I will wrap it up with Larry Sanders, who was actually a very good NBA player who decided he didn't like basketball, from VCU.
All right, my Coug that I'm going to take. Interesting strategy going with those two Cougs. Good for you. I'm going to go with my boy Sean.
Big Brad?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I missed your Sam Merrill pick.
Yeah, don't miss that.
There we go.
All right, review.
Ben, you had the number 1 pick. You started out with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, then Danny Ainge, Jimmer Fredette, Wayne Estes, and Larry Sanders. Jake, you went Bill Walton, Eric Maynor, Reginald Miller, Reggie, Sam Merrill, and Sean Bradley.
You got it.
Some obvious names we missed out on. Kevin Love was a really... I mean, the problem is they didn't play very long.
Yeah. Kevin Love. I mean, there Rusty Westbrook. You could go like Gail Goodrich. I mean, Baron Davis. The list at UCLA is pretty long. Yep. That's why we altered it. Ed O'Bannon, you know. What was that guy's name? Tyus Edney. Remember that? One of the more famous plays in NCAA tournament history. So, yeah, we could have drafted Bruins for days. So I like what we did there. That was good. All right, our not sports related topic.
For not sports today, it is Bruce Willis's 70th birthday.
70.
Happy birthday, Bruce.
Shut up, Bruce.
So we're going to go best Bruce Willis movies.
And I get the first pick. You know what? I don't want the first pick.
Because you don't want to take the obvious pick because you don't like this movie.
I'm going to go with Pulp Fiction.
Okay. It's awesome. Pulp Fiction's great. I'm going to go with the best Christmas movie of all time, regardless of what your little tiny sign there says. Give me Die Hard. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's Christmas music throughout.
Not a Christmas movie.
And definitely a Christmas movie, but Die Hard, yeah. And it's Bruce Willis's best.
There's nothing Christmassy about that movie?
What are you talking? It's exclusively Christmassy. There's nothing Christmassy about it?
No.
The whole thing is Christmassy.
It's not.
It's based on Christmas Eve. It's a Christmas party they're at. There's Christmas trees all over. There's Christmas music throughout the entire...
It could have been a St. Patrick's Day movie.
But it's not. You're right. It could have been. It's not.
It's not a movie that surrounds Christmas. All right,
anyway. It literally surrounds Christmas. It's the day before Christmas. And the music throughout is Christmas.
So dumb.
Die Hard. Bruce Willis's Christmas Spectacular. Die Hard.
No, and I'm glad I didn't get it. I'd rather lose. I'm going to take a movie.
I've got great news for you.
I'm going to take a movie that I really liked that might not have been super popular, but whatever, I don't care. I'm going with The Fifth Element.
I love The Fifth Element. Very funny.
It's super good.
Sci-fi. You can't read this at all. Fifth Element. All right, I will one-up your fifth, and I will go with sixth. I'll go with Sixth Sense.
Another movie I didn't like.
That movie's good. M. Night Shyamalan really had it. I don't know if he has it anymore, but for a minute there, including the movie Signs, that guy really had it. Sixth Sense, one of them.
Man, Bruce Willis did some stinkers.
He did. He did a lot of stinkers.
Just a lot of suck.
Because at his best, he's quite good.
I'm going to go with, no, you know what? I'm doing this. This is another from the heart pick. Sin City.
That's a good movie.
And he's good in it.
He is very good. He's good. Bruce is really good. He chooses to not make good movies sometimes. A lot of times. And obviously his health has deteriorated to a point where he's not able to really do movies anymore. But when he had it, he really could go for it. All right. This is the first movie I saw after my child was born, which was a bad idea. Because it's about a kid being in danger. The movie Looper. If you haven't seen Looper, it's one of the best sci-fi movies of the last 20 years. Looper rules.
How many do I have left, Christian?
Check the board, my man.
Yeah. 2. All right, I'm going to go with a movie probably nobody's ever seen, but it at least has something to do with sports.
Okay.
The Last Boy Scout. You ever seen it?
I haven't.
It's not particularly good, but
You're really selling it.
It does. What's his name? Is a. Let's see. Why am I forgetting? Damon Wayans is in it, and it's actually a serious movie. Well, serious. It's not a comedic role, and he plays a football player.
Okay.
The Last Boy Scout.
I'm gonna go with. You know, movie was really. I thought it was just a cute movie. Was The Kid? You ever see The Kid?
I did see The Kid. Yep.
I'm gonna go with that. I like that movie. I thought that was a nice movie.
I'm going with. So I'm going to do the movie that relaunched John Travolta's career.
Okay.
Look Who's Talking.
Kind of did. I mean, the movie that did it, you already drafted, was Pulp Fiction.
Uh-huh.
But Look Who's Talking is funny. Actually, Look Who Talking, the second one, Look Who's Talking Now, is actually very funny.
I'm going with the original.
Look Who's Talking Now is the third one. The second one is called Look Who's Talking 2.
Look Who's Talking Now has the dogs. Danny DeVito. That's the funny one. Also,
Look
a
Who's
Christmas
Talking,
movie.
Look Who's Talking 2 has Roseanne in it. The Roseanne voices the sister.
Okay. Great. Look Who's Talking Now has Charles Barkley in it, in a very funny cameo.
I don't think I saw Look Who's Talking Now.
Oh, let's sit down and watch it. I'll go with another M. Night Shyamalan movie, Unbreakable. It's basically a superhero movie if a superhero didn't know he was a superhero. Unbreakable. Recap.
Jake, you had the number one pick. You went Pulp Fiction, The Fifth Element, Sin City, The Last Boy Scout, and Look Who's Talking. Ben, you went Die Hard, The Sixth Sense, Looper, The Kid, and Unbreakable.
Good news, no one's ever seen Last Boy Scout, so 3 points for me. I think I'm a sweep. I think I'm going to win both of these. I think bringing in the board was a good idea.
Okay.
You're not a Bruce Willis guy.
No.
Because you're not a Die Hard guy.
No.
It's a mistake.
I don't think so. How many times they remake Die Hard, by the way?
There's like 10 of them.
Is that all the same movie? Just different settings?
And I will tell you honestly, I have only ever seen the first one. I've not seen Die Hard 2. I've not seen Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Well,
I've never seen Good Day to Die Hard.
You must have really loved it.
Well, I do love the first one. Why would I spoil it by seeing the rest of them?
Stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA. Helping to grow the things you love.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Unbelievable!
All right! Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Buffalo Sabres Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey at 50 update. Here's Coach Bear saying they can't allow so many open shots like they had last night.
I think he was all right, even by himself out there. Yeah, he was peppered. We take a lot of pride in how we play defensively. We've been really pretty stingy. Obviously tonight, not one of those nights, so it's not on our goalie at all.
Hockey at 50 brought to you by ReadyWise. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. We also want to remind you about our big watch party. It's coming up on Thursday. Is that tomorrow? Tomorrow.
Yes, that's tomorrow.
JCW's in Harriman. We're going to be there from the start of our show until the end of
our show.
No, well, you and I. What are you talking about, Ben?
Us?
Till the end.
How long are you going to hang out? I've got things to do.
The station
got places to be.
Is going to be there from the beginning of our show to the end of JJ and Alex.
Okay.
So we'll be out there until 6.
All day.
So come join us and watch all of the games. And at JCW's, if you mention the Zone at the register, you get 10% off your order during the event.
Oh,
That's
wow.
JCW's tomorrow, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard in Harriman.
Well, I'm excited to be out there. I'm hungry already.
Oh, I already know what I'm going to get.
What'd you get?
I always get the bacon ranch burger. It's my
I like the
favorite.
bacon jalapeno burger.
Yeah.
Or the blue cheese jalapeno burger. Sometimes I get bacon on it. Christian, sorry you're not. I'm going to bring you food. I'm just going to buy you food.
No, you're not.
Your work, not tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
No, I'm not going to do it tomorrow. I'm not coming back to the station. But one day I will buy you a piece of food.
I appreciate that.
I don't think I've ever bought you food before.
I've never been down to JCW's. I hear it's good, though.
Oh, man, it is. So good. So the only problem, I wish we had one in Salt Lake.
Well,
I'm gonna
Salt Lake.
Talk to the people.
There's 2 in the Salt Lake Valley.
Yeah. But I mean, like, downtown.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sure. The more JCWs, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm gonna pull some weight over at the Delta Center and see if we can get one put in there.
Speaking of weight, I encourage our listeners to join us at JCW's, but please buy Ben a dessert. Like, if we get...
I also agree with that.
If
You
we
should buy
get
me
like
dessert.
8 or 9 desserts down, Ben, maybe he'll start putting on some weight.
You think I'm looking gaunt?
Way too gaunt.
Okay.
Sickly.
Okay.
Sickly. Skinny and pale.
Yeah. My eyes have been bugging with the allergies. It's going to look bad on the cameras. So.
It's the allergies and the malnutrition, dude. You need some
Probably.
food. We got to feed you.
Oh, man. Allergy season is so bad when everybody's, like, constantly blowing their nose. It's going to be so funny on the cameras.
Yeah. I'm going to have to start taking sick days. Because I could hide it for a while. No, I'm not gonna risk it.
Every show in studio, Ben's sick. Very gaunt. What a great word. That's your middle name, Gaunt.
BGA. I'm excited for BYU tomorrow. I'm excited to see this game. I think this is gonna be a fun one. I mean, the tournament's usually fun, but I think this is actually an interesting matchup going up against VCU, and it's not on during our show. It's on the show after us, right?
Oh, hang on. I'll tell you. It's like 2:30 or something like that. Hang on.
2:05.
2:05.
So I'm excited. We'll be able to get back home and turn that thing on.
VCU guards, so I think that's going to make it difficult. I think BYU should be the better team, but VCU is going to make them uncomfortable and going to make their guards really work for it. So can they not turn the ball over? And don't get down early. Last year, they got down and it was just out.
Yeah, it was over. Yeah, quickly. And that is unfortunately what happened to them against Houston as well. So I think you want to avoid that start. Now, the nice thing is they have had bad starts against Iowa State in the past and bounced back. They've had good comebacks. So we'll see if they're able to counter that.
Well, because
hot start would be great.
Yeah, but they can score. So, they shouldn't be considered out of it. But last year, they were so reliant on the 3-ball last year that if they didn't hit it at a pretty high rate, they were going to lose.
Right.
I don't know if that's true for this year's team.
Right. I think having some veterans and some guys that actually were on the team last year that played in the tournament will be very helpful. Knowing what to expect, I think, is going to be a major plus for BYU. And I don't doubt Kevin Young's ability to prepare his team. BYU is one of the weirder teams, I think, in the tournament that really could be a first day exit, could be a Elite Eight team. We have seen both of those teams this year.
I don't know if BYU can be an Elite Eight team. I know that's kind of what Seth Davis said, something like that the other night. I know people have been, I don't know.
You look at how they played before losing to Houston, they were really cooking teams.
No, I hear you. I'm more thinking about their draw. I mean, I think BYU's good, but I do not see BYU beating Wisconsin.
Okay.
For the reason you've talked about, I think Wisconsin is so big and tough. I don't think BYU has an answer for that.
Yeah.
As much as I love Kepiketa,
I would go right at him, would be my thing. I wouldn't let him be a help side defender. That's where I think he's really dangerous.
And maybe to your point of an Elite Eight team, if they could get past Wisconsin, then you'd end up playing
Alabama. I don't think they're beating Alabama.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't pick that either, but could be a little more vulnerable. I'm not really loving the SEC per se.
But BYU's dangerous, and they can play. Their metrics don't say they're a great defensive team. If you watch them, you can see they can play really stellar defense. They really can have long stretches where they lock down, and it's hard to score on them.
Yep.
But that's not been the case, every game so far this season. So if they don't show up on that end, they could lose to VCU. They certainly can.
We're going to talk to Mitch Harper tomorrow, live from Denver. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But you know what? Montana could upset Wisconsin, and St. Mary's could beat Alabama, and BYU could moonwalk into the into the Elite Eight. We've seen that happen.
Yeah, that's how a lot of teams do make it.
That's basically how NC State made it last year, right?
The Jazz made their last conference finals. Sometimes you need the good team who you're going to be matched up with down the road to lose unexpectedly, and you avoid them, and that's fine. That's just the tournament. Tournament's full of luck. Tournaments, ideally you don't have to face the best teams to get to your next matchup, and that works for teams that win titles as well. And no one goes back and looks at who you beat on en route. Utah fans remember Utah's run to the championship game and remembers beating Arizona, remembers beating North Carolina. Do you know how many people remember that who aren't from the state of Utah? Only people in Arizona and North Carolina.
Yeah, right.
And they don't remember because North Carolina won a title before and after.
Yep.
And so did Arizona. So they don't really remember who they lost to. They remember the championships they won.
Right.
So you just got to win in advance, as they say, and survive in advance. I think that's
wasn't that a thing when Weber State beat North Carolina that all of a sudden the Duke fans were wearing Weber State stuff everywhere?
Yes.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. I love rivalries. Hold on. I'm not ready, Christian.
Hans and Scotty coming up next, Christian.
Hey,
Thanks.
they're going to be
write quickly.
They're going to be at RGS Exteriors coming up today in out there in West Jordan, and they'll be at JCW's with us coming up tomorrow.
It's a good piece if it is.
Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, we'll talk to you tomorrow on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA, helping to grow the things you love.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
To be invested with Betterment is to believe in better, whether it's saving for today or building wealth for tomorrow. We help people and small businesses put their money to work. We automate to make saving simpler. We optimize to make investing smarter. We build innovative technology backed by financial experts for anyone who's ever said, I think I can do better. So be invested in better with Betterment. Get started at Betterment.com. Investing involves risk, performance not guaranteed.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Are you on your feet a lot? When traveling, do you find yourself sitting for long periods of time? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical, and we have compression stockings that can help you. Our compression stockings are designed to improve circulation, reduce swelling, and provide unmatched comfort. Come check out all the different styles and fabrics. These aren't your great-grandparents' compression stockings. That's why we're excited to offer an amazing deal. Buy 3 pairs of compression stockings and get a free care kit. That's right, 3 pairs of compression stockings and get a free care kit. Come into any of our 11 locations and invest in your health this winter by embracing the benefits of compression. For more details, visit us at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness
the movies. Asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountain Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountain Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I bet you don't have your brackets filled out, do you? You better get your brackets filled out. We've got a great show put together for you today. Ken Pomeroy is going to join us. He's going to help you fill out your brackets. Tim Lacombe, the coach, he's going to join us. He's going to help you fill out the brackets. And we're going to get you an office bracket that you can win with. And I'm going to be honest with you, I really cared about my NCAA tournament bracket until the Man's Best Friend bracket was released at KSLSports.com. And if you haven't seen the Man's Best Friend bracket, it completely takes over all interest of the NCAA tournament bracket for me. This Man's Best Friend bracket, Lloyd, this is the best bracket we've put together.
I'm just going to say, if the boxer doesn't win, I know you said, the dog should win. No, that's not the case. The boxer should win.
Every one of
absolutely
these precious, incredible dogs should win.
How are you going to vote? Are you just going to not vote? You have to vote.
Well, the thing is, my Frenchie is the greatest dog that's ever existed. And I think I was doing a little bit of research on this, Lloyd. I think of all of the dogs that are in the man's best friend bracket, do you know there was only one dog out of all of these that was actually bred to be man's best friend? He wasn't bred to hunt rabbits. He wasn't bred to bring down lions. He wasn't bred to herd sheep. He was bred to be the best friend of an English king. And that's the French Bulldog. They were bred to be just companion dogs, lap dogs, to be buddies, compadres, road dogs, partners. And so for me, the vote is pretty clear, but it's tough because you throw in a couple of these breeds, like the Husky is loyal and fierce and powerful. Hell, we could do the dog bracket for 3 hours, Lloyd, you and I, because of how much we love these stupid animals.
I was when we came up with when this idea came about, I was like, this is very fitting because of how much we love dogs.
Oh my gosh, I love them. So the man's best friend bracket at KSLSports.com, and don't forget, jump out and fill out your basketball mayhem bracket. But IFA has sponsored the man's best friend bracket, and we do appreciate that. IFA is fantastic. If you haven't been in there, get your lawn going, get your farm going, get things planted, buy some chickens. Hell, get yourself a gate, a fence, a wheelbarrow, whatever you need.
That's where I just picked up some fertilizer.
Yeah,
by the way, got to get my fertilizing done. That's what I did there.
Is IFA the kind of place you just go in and you just walk around for an hour and a half? I can just wander IFA. Love that place.
So as you mentioned, Man's Best Friend bracket brought to you by IFA. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop. IFA, helping to grow the things you love.
Yeah, we love these guys, and I love these stinking dogs, man. I think that this Man's Best Friend bracket is one of the coolest things I've seen. So you can jump out and do that. But I do got to tell you, this basketball mayhem at KSLSports.com, this is the last day that you have to fill this in. And if you get a perfect bracket.
you have till 10 a.m. You got until tomorrow to get it filled up.
Yeah, this like I said,
where
this
you make.
is
I mean, you want to sign
day.
up. Don't wait till the last second because you never know how crazy that gets.
Yeah.
All of a sudden computers start getting bogged down because everybody's trying to get their picks in early or get the last second.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah, like I said, last day. So get yourself filled in at KSLSports.com, and you can win $1 million. If you got a perfect bracket, it's $1 million in your pocket. $1 million. There's a guaranteed $1,000 that goes to the bracket winner. So there's $1,000 out there. Might as well go have fun with it. And then there's a $500 prize if you beat Jeremiah Jensen, and his bracket. Then you get put into a pool. Everybody whose bracket beats Jeremiah Jensen, which could potentially be everybody. Jeremiah has not put together very good brackets in the past. I'm just kidding, Jeremiah. I know you got good brackets. But you've got a good chance to beat Jeremiah, and then you'll be put in this pool, and you're going to have a random $500 winner pulled from this pool. So get out to KSLSports.com, click on the Basketball Mayhem, and fill it out. The last I looked, there were only like 35 entries. So you could be one of 35 right now to win the $1,000. Lloyd, did you know I made Miss Amanda Olson fill out a bracket on KSLSports.com? Because
she's going to win.
I read the rules, and it's any perfect bracket. So if you got a perfect, if I got a perfect bracket, anybody that's got a perfect bracket, but if there's multiple perfect brackets, they only pay out one. But yeah, I did spend some time on the rules. So KSLSports.com. Get out there and fill that out. I'm just going through the stinking dogs, man. Golden Retriever is a 1 seed. Black Lab is a 1 seed, or is that a 2 seed? The Weimaraners. Love the Weimaraner. I've actually become a Chihuahua fan. The Chihuahua mixes are incredible. Can't beat a Bloodhound. Incredible working dog. German Shepherd, most faithful, most intelligent dog. There's a reason that they are your top priority in military. Love the Malamute. The Bulldog's going to get some love, but whoever seeded this Bulldog, French Bulldog, in the first round, I'm not real happy about that. French Bulldog's going to come out of it. French Bulldog's going to beat the Bulldog. French Bulldog's just a better dog. It's more of a lap dog. The Bulldog.
But you've had both.
Yeah.
This is going to be. But so you will choose the French Bulldog.
Oh yeah. I loved Gus and Buster. Loved them both. Absolutely loved those dogs. But my French Bulldog Buster was just a better dog. Got the Husky and the Cocker Spaniel. You saw your boxers going up and against an Akita.
Yeah, I'm not even sweating it.
You know what Akitas were bred for?
No, tell me.
The fighting. That's it. Akita was a full-bred fighting dog. That's it. It is one of your nastier fighting breeds that you can possibly put in a ring. So the Yorkie going up against the Pug, I don't like that matchup. I'm just a dog guy. I love dogs.
Why don't you like that one?
Because
I'm not going to lie. Like
both of those should be in the Final Four.
The Pug?
Yeah, the Yorkie.
Are they not
and
the most annoying dog?
No, I love pugs. I love them.
Like, come on.
All kinds of character. Rottweiler and Great Dane. That's going to be a tough one. Jay Stevens joining us. The NHL mind, the hockey legend, my good friend. Jay, are you a dog guy?
100%, yeah. I mean, I have 2 cats right now, but I've been a dog guy my entire life.
See, I'm a cat guy
claim to
too.
be a dog guy and then come on here and talk cats.
Yeah, but I'm a cat freak. I love cats, Jay.
I have a daughter that kind of rules, and she doesn't even live here anymore, but she makes all the rules here. So.
And you got stuck with the cats.
She said we were going to have cats, and we had cats. Yeah. Well, actually, so when she was in high school, she got us to get cats, and then she left for college right away. Her college wouldn't allow her to have a cat or a car or anything, so she left all that stuff here. And then we lost that cat last week or a couple months ago, and I realized how much I liked it, so I went and got 2.
Oh, my gosh. I love cats, man. I love all pets. I would be surrounded by 60 different animals if I could, just because they're so much better than humans. But we've got this Man's Best Friend bracket sponsored by IFA at KSLSports.com. Get on there and vote for that thing, Jay.
I'm going to. I'll tell you, for me, I've always gone for the same 2 dogs. My entire life, I've always had a Black Lab Border Collie mix and then a Bernese Mountain Dog. Those are my parents are big into boxers, but for me, it's always get that Black Lab Border Collie mix because they're super smart, super athletic, and then you got the Bernese Mountain Dog, and nobody will break into your house or touch your kids because of how scary they are. But if they only knew how nice they were, because those Bernese Mountain Dogs are just big teddy bears.
They are. They're sweethearts. And the Bernese Mountain Dog is up against the Cavalier King Charles, so that's probably going to be a first-round exit because the Cavalier's got everybody's heart because it's a cute little lap dog. But the Bernese is going to put some work in for you.
Yeah, you got to figure out what the criteria is. Are we going off what's a lap dog, what's lovable, what's a good work dog?
That's why it's the Men's Best Friend bracket. It's the best all-around dog that people love. And my guess is we're probably going to see a lab. I think it's probably going to be the lab that takes this thing. Maybe a retriever, but
yeah, should be.
I need you to help me out a little bit, Jay. That game last night, it's got me down, dude.
I know a lot of people are pretty depressed about last night. I was on the Utah Hockey Club fan, the Facebook fan instant message thing, and they were starting to turn a little nasty. And I said, hey, fandom's kind of weird because this is the team you guys all say you love, and here you are bad talking Veggie, which none of that was his fault. But I just keep going back to what Bill Armstrong told us in the beginning. And, man, that guy is just he's the future, and he's lived through a lot, so he knew what we were up against. And he just kept saying, hey, sometimes we're going to look like the best team in the NHL, and sometimes we're going to be hard to watch. And last night was hard to watch.
Last night was really tough to watch. Kind of walk us through that because, we're sitting there watching Veggie and we see him go up 3-0 and then Jackson Stauber takes the ice. Is that just a rotational thing, Jay? And how often does that happen?
So changing goalies is very, very rarely about the goaltender himself on what the goaltender's performance is. A lot of times, especially if it's a first period thing, look, if you go in the game and you give up 3 or 4 in the first period, you're probably going to get pulled. And that doesn't mean it's about what you did. Sometimes it's a call to arms for the team, like, hey, we've let our goalie down. We're going to put in another one. Here's your chance to not let this guy down. Or sometimes it is about your performance. That's why we have backup goalies. Last night, the first goal, to me, Veggie was a little off where he should have been. Knowing that Hopkins only had the backhand available. The defense had played him out, and it's terrible, like we're giving up shorthanded goals. But defense had played him pretty well, left him with only a backhand, and Veggie was just a little off mark. But the other 2 goals, I didn't see a problem with Veggie's positioning. And that's just me being super nitpicky. That's a hard position to play. It's a hard play to play. But I don't think any of that was against Veggie. So at times you just go down and you say, especially with what's been going on lately, his 11th straight start, just be like, you know what, we didn't have it. We didn't play in front of them very well. We've got more games coming up that are important. I think for me personally, I went through and I charted, okay, these are the games we should win. This is the game we could win. And this is the game we probably won't win. And last night was one of the games I had as a loss. I didn't, so a 1-0 or a 7-1 loss, to me, it's just a loss, and we kind of expected it. But we had to rest Veggie for the rest of the game and get him ready for tonight against Buffalo, which is a game we should win.
Does a loss like that, does it sit on these guys' minds, or can they shake that off and get back on the ice and get this thing switched around tonight?
You can shake it off, and I'm going to say you'll shake off the loss part, but you won't shake off, hey, these are the mistakes we made last night. We're going to correct those. We're going to be better prepared for this. We were in a bit of a blender playing against Edmonton. That's our 3rd time to play them, and we should have been better prepared, not ripping on the coaches, but the players should have really understood the speed that comes at you, because that's, playing against that lineup. It's one of the fastest lineups in the league, and Connor McDavid is what he is, and we did a pretty good job of boxing him out, but he's going to get his breaks, and then he's got a really good supporting cast with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and all those guys. So I think you just shake off the parts that you can shake off, fix the parts that you could have done better, and then make this a learning experience and move forward. You don't go into the next game going, oh, we suck because we lost 7-1. You'll see games like this in Stanley Cup playoffs. You'll see a team come in and get absolutely destroyed, and 2 nights later win against the same team.
Is Darnell Nurse, is he just their regulator? Is he just put on the ice to be a jerk? Because there were a couple of nasty fights. He threw one stiff jab on one of the Utah hockey players. He went down and then threw the gloves off and went at it with, who was it? Was it Schmaltzy?
McBain.
Oh, it was McBain. That's right. Is that just his MO? Is that what he does?
He's a physical player. He's coming kind of towards the end of his career where I think he's trying to justify his ice time, and he's always kind of been that way. He is kind of famous for going after guys that aren't his same size, which maybe we saw last night. He's a decent fighter, not necessarily his whole role. He's just a really aggressive defenseman. Or a forward. He is what he is. I wouldn't just say that that's his only role. I think he's just kind of trying to figure out what his new role is going to be as an older player on this team.
So Utah Hockey Club now wraps up this 3-game road trip and a brutal loss to Edmonton, but you got 3 games in front of you. As Jay mentioned, you got Buffalo coming up tomorrow night. You've got Tampa Bay on Saturday and then Detroit on Monday, I believe. So that 3-game stretch, As you look at it, like the importance for wins and the teams that they've got in front of them, couple of days off in between, what expectation do you have for this 3-game homestand?
I think we're going to win 2 of 3. It's, everybody's fighting for something right now. The Buffalo Sabres, lucky for us, Buffalo is the worst in the Atlantic Division. I mean, they're coming in with 27 wins. They have 60 points. You have guys that are basically fighting for their jobs next year, so it's not an easy game for us, but it should be a win for us. Detroit isn't much better than that. So, again, that's a game that we definitely should come in, and those 2 games we should win. They're teams that are below us in standings, below us in wins, below us in points, and we should handle those teams. It's the NHL, so anything can happen. I mean, you've got the best paid professionals in the game on both sides, and teams are built kind of equal right now. But with Buffalo coming in and with Detroit coming in, that's kind of the break we needed right now. Tampa Bay is not the break we needed right now. Tampa Bay is second overall in their division, and they're also the Atlantic Division. But it's that one's going to be tough for us. So we got to pick up the wins where we're supposed to pick up the wins, and then you look at where we're at with the standings. With St. Louis just seems to keep winning, which is also Bill Armstrong kind of built that team too. So these are games we got to win, and I think we can win these. And Tampa Bay is just that's one if we could steal that game and come out with 3 wins out of this and pick up 6 points in the next 3 games, that would be unreal. I think that puts us in that wild card spot.
Yeah, I think it keeps you right in that race. Jay, just an observation, and not to be negative, I don't want to ruffle any feathers out there, but this is just an observation from a guy that's played at high-level sports. When I watch Edmonton or I watch Florida, I just see a higher level of selling out, a higher level of aggression and selling out. And I love this Utah Hockey Club. I love the roster. And you got guys that sell out. Like, there's no question. There's dudes that hit the ice and they give it all they got. But then there's this different level from these teams like Edmonton. And I can't remember if it was Zach Hyman or who it was that laid out for a shot. And as he's sliding past the puck, he's outpacing the puck. He takes his stick and loops his stick around as he's sliding face first down the ice and tries to loop it back around in for a goal. It doesn't find the net. I think it found the iron. It was so close. But the physicality, like the level of selling out, it just seems like Edmonton and Florida and a couple of these teams have it. And I've got to imagine that probably comes with some veteranship, some age, some experience that I think this Utah Hockey Club is probably gathering. But would that be any kind of accurate observation from teams like Edmonton or Florida?
Yeah, and I think you're seeing with Utah, and I'm an old school hockey kind of guy. Like, I believe in finishing every check. I believe in that. But sending a message, we call it body blows, right? You keep hitting the other team with body blows all games. So in the third period or game 3 of a playoff series, they're tired, right? Line 1 and line 2 for Utah are not physical. McBain hits, and Cole hits, and Sergachev hits. But for the most part, you're not going to see Keller lay down hits or Gunther or Cooley. That's not really their game. These are high finesse players. So they're going to play their game and leave the physicality to the other part.
Yep.
Where you see teams like Edmonton, even Connor McDavid. Like, Connor McDavid's a stocky, built dude and has no problem throwing some hits. And that's definitely not what his team wants him to do, but he'll do it to win the puck. Mm-hmm. I don't know that we ever see Gunther or Cooley develop into that. And I don't know that we want them to. I think we want them to be, full finesse guys and not get hit and so we get more longevity out of their creativity. And then we'll bring in other guys, which is what Florida did. Florida ended up, with Tkachuk and the guys and Reinhart, the guys that they brought in are super physical guys, and it's just in their character. And then they happen to also be offensively talented. So I think we'll see guys like that. I think that's what we're going to get out of Doan as he gets older and bigger, which he already plays that way. And Doan's going to end up being one of our I think Doan ends up on line 1 within the next couple of years. And when we get Iginla, You're going to see that out of him. He's a very physical player and a lot like his father. So you're nailing it. You're seeing more physicality out of these top teams right now, and that's how you have to play to go deep in the playoffs. You have to just beat the other team mentally, physically, and then with skill. And we're getting there. We do have the players. And if you've seen, like, Lawson Krause, like, he's elevated his physical level of play lately. Like, he's hitting everything. Barrett Hayton, who's not big, but he'll hit everything too. So I think we're getting there. Long answer to your question, but we'll get there. We have the pieces. It's frustrating to me to watch guys not finish checks, but I also see that this isn't the same game that I coached and that I played. There are a lot smaller players, a lot less clutching and grabbing, and less physicality until playoffs.
Jay, you're the absolute man. Appreciate you taking some time, and I'm getting to the point now where I could just sit here and talk hockey with you all day. I love it. I love watching this team. These players are just uniquely physical. Like it's crazy because you can actually observe physicality more intensely in NHL than you can in the NFL. You can see that physicality plays more of a role in the NHL than it even does in the NFL. And it just keeps being more and more apparent to me. Jay, I appreciate you, brother.
Love it. Love chatting with you. Let me on anytime, man. We'll talk about it. This is my favorite thing to talk about.
Yeah, we love it. Thanks, Jay.
All right. Take care, guys.
There you go. Jay Stevens does a fantastic job with all things NHL, especially Utah Hockey Club coverage for KSLSports.com. Excited for my next guest here in studio because this guy's got me on the right path. Ethan with Teton.
What's up, Hans?
What's up?
How are you doing?
I think I'm doing better than the market. My goodness.
You know what? Let's just focus on the things that we can focus on, which is our brackets right now. I mean, let's work on the things that we know we can do.
I wish we could control those, but those are more volatile than the market, man.
Yeah, they're going to be. Yeah. No, that's right. The odds of you earning money in the market are greater than the odds of you earning money on your bracket, almost certainly. But
my mom and I were having a conversation, and she came down to the house and she said, well, I'm just so glad that I've had Ethan helping me.
It's been a blast.
If you don't have the right help, you could be in a bad place right now.
You can really be in a bad place. And this is one of the reasons why we feel so strongly about the Ascent Plan. The Ascent Plan is our proprietary process that we developed to serve our client families because we want to be sure that we're doing the best job that we can day in, day out. You know, we make certain commitments to families, the things that we're going to watch for, things we're going to follow up on, the things we're going to do. So we need a good structure in place to make sure that we're successful in the work that we do. And if you don't have an Ascent Plan yet from Teton Wealth Group, let's do one for you. This is the perfect time to do it, especially right now where just things seem so uncertain. Wouldn't it feel great to have just a little bit of a plan? Because that's the best thing you can do for your anxiety. Just get a little bit of forward planning done, a few tasks on the horizon, a little bit of a better outlook. So call right now, 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. We'll do an Ascent Plan for you, and we'll also include a copy of our new book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And between this Ascent Plan experience and this book, I'm telling you, you're going to have the tools you need to really move forward and make some financial decisions in your life. And so the number one benefit, short-term benefit that I see from the Ascent Plan from families that come in to Teton Wealth Group for an Ascent Plan is reduction in stress and anxiety. That's the number one thing that we see right off the bat. And it is so, so powerful. So, if you're trying to retire now or you've still got 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, let's sit down and say, hey, what is this going to look like? How do we get on that well-worn path that will give us the highest possible chance of success in this endeavor?
This Ascent Plan, I've gone through it. My parents obviously went through it. My parents used Teton to manage all of their retirement and their money, and I just can't be more happy with Ethan. I can't be more happy with Teton. I'm actually literally grateful for you.
Well, thank you.
And your company, honestly. Not just the on-air partnership, but having my parents and knowing that all of their financial existence is well managed and well cared for. It means a lot to me. So this Ascent Plan is really important for you. If you're out there and you're wondering how you're going to retire, it's a phone call away.
Yep.
435-255-6331.
That's right.
That's 435-255-6331. And we're going to get you on the path.
Yeah, that's right.
Ethan calls it the well-worn path. I call it the path to retirement.
Yeah.
We all want to get there, and you can get there.
And it's so easy to make that phone call, and we'll get you handled. There's no cost, no obligation for this Ascent plan and the book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And, if you've got family and friends that are retired out ahead of you, and you think, gosh, how do they do that? They seem to be having such a good time. Well, this is how they did it. We'll show you how.
It's crazy. Ethan's got a predictive model. I mean, it's as predictive as it can possibly be because this path has been walked for hundreds of years.
Yeah. So let our team take care of that for you.
Let's do it. And how many free Ascent plans
We're going to do 10 today.
10?
Yeah, because we're here.
Okay.
I'm excited because I need help with my bracket. So I'm looking forward to the show today. So
435-255-6331. Be one of the first callers right now and lock in to be one of the 10. And let's get you on that path to retirement.
That's right.
Don't sit there and wonder and sit in darkness and think, how am I going to do this? I don't even know where to start. I'm way behind, blah, blah, and you sit there and cry about it. Stop.
Yeah.
Let's get you that information. And like Ethan said, it turns a light on, and then all of a sudden you're on that direction.
Changes everything. Changes everything.
Yep. And especially when you got good people like Ethan and Teton. 435-255-6331. We're going to hit Kurt Heelan and some NBA info coming up next.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Hey Utah, it's the water boy, Colson Firmage here, a third-generation Culligan man. Are you tired of hard water wreaking havoc on your home? At Culligan Water, we offer top-rated water softening solutions that protect your appliances, keep your skin feeling soft, and make your water taste amazing. My grandfather started working at Culligan in Salt Lake City over 50 years ago, and Culligan is your trusted local water expert. Some would say we're the godfather of water systems. Do you know if your old water system is even running correctly? Give us a call today and schedule a free water test of your current system, any make or model. Just give us a call at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com. In addition, receive $500 off a water softener, plus get free salt delivery for a year. Again, that's $500 off a water softener, plus get free salt delivery for a year. Enjoy cleaner, softer water and experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you love.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Buffalo Sabres Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Welcome back, Hans and Scotty. Scotty G, his flight is still in the air. He left Monday at, I believe, right around 11, and his flight is still in the air. Trying to get him to Lexington, Kentucky for this Utah State UCLA matchup. But we'll hear from Scotty, I believe, tomorrow, possibly game day tomorrow is what I'm kind of hoping and expecting from our beloved Scotty G. But he's very, very, very busy right now. And we're going to let him take the time that he needs for his very busy schedule as his flight remains in the air for the past 48 hours. Kurt Heelan joining us.
He's still hovering.
Kurt,
it's like Die Hard 2. He's just hovering around Dulles.
Kurt, have you ever heard of a 48-hour flight? Because our boy Scotty G has been on a 48-hour flight to Lexington, Kentucky.
If you're trying to get to Australia or something, sure. but
just on an Airbus right now.
Yeah, exactly. Lexington from Salt Lake should not be that bad, man.
He says he's had 35 layovers, so it just takes time.
I just assumed Scotty always flew like charter. I just figured he chartered his own private plane. So my bad.
That's what we all thought. Yeah, we're all wrong for thinking, I guess. Hey, how many losses have you seen in a row in your life? Because I'm wondering if the Jazz are starting to creep up on it.
Oh, I'm like in my personal life, it's bigger than that. They're getting up there. What are we at? Is it 10 or 11 now?
It's a 10.
10, yeah. And theoretically winnable games on the schedule a little bit this week, but some tough ones too. It gets disheartening, doesn't it? Oh, even though you kind of intellectually know what's going on, it's just kind of hard for an organization to have that much losing going on.
It is, because there's nothing certain about a losing future or losing season. Like if you could guarantee me Cooper Flagg at the end of this trek, I'd do it. But 14% for Cooper Flagg. Now, 14% for Victor Wembanyama, yes. But 14% for Cooper Flagg, I look at these programs, these organizations that have done this. Look, Chicago is one. They just played Chicago, and Chicago's one that's just been in this meat grinder with bad picks and no picks and this terrible rebuild that seems like it's cyclical. And I just don't want the Jazz to get caught up in that, Kurt.
No, again, we've talked about this, Hans. The cautionary tale is Detroit, who had the worst record in the NBA the previous two seasons and got the fifth pick both years. And now they're obviously having a really strong season, but I think it speaks to what I expect Utah to be able to do, which is whoever they end up drafting, if it's not Flagg and it ends up, maybe it's VJ Edgecombe or whomever. It's so much about, making good picks, not only when you get the opportunity in the top, 3 or 4, but nailing those picks you're going to get later at 15, 17, the picks you pick up somewhere where if you can get a good rotation player at 20, that's a hit. And then being able to develop these guys. It is so much about player development and putting guys in the right system and this guy can work out and this guy can play. We've just got to bring him along. We've just got to develop his shot or work on this habit or that habit. And that is so key. And, the Jazz have historically shown they can do that with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert in that whole era. And it's kind of resetting, but I trust the organization is going to be able to get back to that.
This is my 18th Jazz season on air here in this market. And I've never seen the Jazz do this. And so what I believe is if the Jazz are going to do this, and they're going to do it with Danny Ainge, and they're going to do it with Ryan Smith, and I don't know how well you know Ryan or if you know him at all. He's extremely competitive. I'm telling you, intrinsically driven to the point of insanity with his competitiveness. And you've got guys like Dwayne Wade attached to this organization. The only reason they're doing this is they don't have a vision of 8 seeds, 7 seeds, being in that 6th spot and struggling and scrapping and then a first-round exit. Like, Kurt, I do believe that their intention is to rebuild this thing to the point where they believe they have a contender, whether that's gathering assets and pulling off some massive trade or it's tanking to get a 14% shot and let's say that lottery ball lands. Kurt, I do believe that they've got this vision of this isn't a 6-8 year rebuild. This is a 3-year, and we are going to do this to win a championship because they're just sick of competing.
First off, I think that is the right attitude, but I think you're spot on with everything I've heard about the Jazz. This is not the process Sixers, right? Like, this is not, we're just going to be bad for so long that we rack up all these picks, and then we're going to have this talent, which obviously worked out not as well as they'd hoped. I genuinely am with you. I believe that their goal is, hey, man, you have to have talent to win, and you're going to have to get some of that through the draft. And maybe you can package, like you said, maybe you can get enough talent to do something more like not the Doncic trade with the Lakers, but where they had Lonzo Ball and Brandon Ingram and a good core of young players that they were able to swap for Anthony Davis when the time came. You need to be able to kind of make that kind of deal down the line. And I get that, but you can't linger there, and you can't let this become, I'm to use another team, you can't let this be Atlanta, where you got, hey man, we got a pretty good player in Trae Young, and they've got a little bit of bad injury luck with Johnson this year, who's spectacular, but they're just kind of good. Like, and you don't want to get to the point where you're like, our ceiling is pretty good. Like, you have to find a way to get the guys and build the talent around them that the ceiling isn't the 3rd seed. And hey, maybe one year if we get really lucky, we can break through. It's you need to find a way to draft and develop that talent so that you look more like what we see in Cleveland and Oklahoma City and Boston this, right now, where you're like, yeah, that's just a lot of talent, and they're going to win for a few years in a row now because they've really racked it up.
The NBA is a wild world right now. Oklahoma City currently leading the West by 12.5 games. You got the Houston Rockets. Talk about a rebuild in youth. You got the Houston Rockets sitting number 2. You got the old grizzled and crazy Denver Nuggets out there with the 3-4-time MVP. But then you got the Los Angeles Lakers rebuilt. Out of those top 4, how do you see things playing out in the West? As I'm talking about just a future look at playoffs and somebody coming out of the West. Who's got the most likelihood?
Look, Oklahoma City is going to be very good for years. I mean, Shea is just entering his prime. They have stacked that roster with what they've done smartly is not, and it's something I think Utah's looking at. It's not just, hey, we've got Jalen Williams and we got Chet Holmgren, and that's kind of the core, and we're going to keep that together. They've made smart pickups like, Isaiah Hartenstein, who's going to be there 2 years and gone. They have, I forget the exact number, but I believe it's 3,046 draft picks in the next 7 years, right? Like they've got so many future draft picks that they're going to be able to trade for players or trade out of things or pick a player and keep that young, because you're going to have to be, if you're going to have 2 or 3 guys at making that top money under the current system with that second apron hanging out there, that's just almost a hard cap, then you've got to be able to cycle quality, like rotation level, young, inexpensive players, athletic players through there underneath these guys to make it work. And I think they're set up to do that. So I don't think they're going anywhere. I also don't think the Lakers are going anywhere. I mean, Doncic is 25. They're going to have to figure out how to – you can see how much they miss LeBron on defense with him out right now.
Yeah, it's obvious, yeah.
Yeah, it is. But it also – man, the model for what you've got to build around Doncic already exists. Dallas had it, right? Like you've got to get the room, the vertical spacing big and some guys like Dorian Finney-Smith who they have. that are 3-and-D guys. Like the model for what they want to build is out there, and they're not that far off from it. So I don't think they're going anywhere for a while. Denver's good. Denver will be very good as long as Nikola Jokic can play 70 games a year and average like 30 points a game. So a few more years of that, but I don't think that they're already feeling it. They're already cutting off themselves at the knees. I'm not sure how much longer they're going to be able to keep this up. And Houston is interesting. I am really curious to see them in the playoffs this year and then how they react to that, because there is a lot of interesting athletic talent on that team, but hands, big playoff game, late game. Who's your number one? Who's the alpha? Who's the guy who takes charge on that team?
That's a tough question right there. I mean, I would probably look at Jalen Green, but
Jalen Green's capable. Amen Thompson is capable. Fred VanVleet is a great glue guy, and they're going to probably re-sign him this summer.
What can you get out of?
Makes the whole thing fit.
What can you get out of Alperen Sengun?
That's the one I was going to get to. I think that's the guy who maybe can be that guy, but I still think he's more. And I don't mean this insultingly, because I think Sengun is an all-star level player. He's kind of a poor man's Jokic in the sense that he's not going to be able to carry a team that way, but he is a great big for the modern game because he just kind of facilitates everything. He can pass, he can shoot, he does a little bit of everything well on the offensive end. But it's going to be really interesting to see what direction they go. They also they have so much talent and they have enough draft picks that they become the team that, when a superstar comes available in the next couple of years, they can put up an offer that almost nobody can match, or maybe nobody can match. They're going to be able to go get who they want to get, and a lot of other players are going to look at that situation and with Ime Udoka and think, hey, that's not that bad, man. Like, I can go there and win. So I don't think they're going anywhere, but I've just got questions. I'm not sold on Memphis at all, by the way, but long term. But I think Houston, I'm just curious where they take this thing, because they're not there yet. But I think they're smart in, hey, let's ride this thing through the playoffs this year. See what happens. See who steps up, see who doesn't, see what it looks like under real pressure. And then make our decision rather than trying to predict what that was going to look like.
Kurt, you are the king, brother. You are the best in the business. I appreciate your time every week, man. I love your insight. I just love the conversation. Even when we bag on Scotty, it's fun.
It is fun. It's fun. And I won't even tell you guys that I'm wearing my UCLA shirt today. I will not even tell you that.
Oh, I'm glad Scotty's in the air right now.
Yeah, exactly. My daughter goes there, so we've got some gear. So.
Well, we appreciate you, Kurt. Thanks for all you do.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
Best in the business, NBA insider Kurt Heelan does a great job. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with what you may have missed.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Oh, fire! Oh!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, I might be the biggest fan of Beehive Mills that you're going to find anywhere, because I love a good hearty meal, and I love good food. I love fresh ingredients, and that's what you get with Beehive Mills. And yeah, I'm clapping and rubbing my hands together because my Beehive box is being delivered today to my doorstep, and I'm going to get that amazing March menu, the barbecue chicken, the Italian chicken, the carne asada. I love their carne asada. It just slow roasts in the slow cooker. Then you shred it up and you put it on your tortillas with a little bit of cheese and some jalapeno, maybe a little bit of corn salsa. Their Parmesan herb chicken, their sausage marinara, so good. I like to cook a little bit of linguine, and then I put that sausage marinara on it, and I put a side of a little bit of garlic toast. Their chicken enchilada soup, you load it up with some tortilla chips and a little dollop of sour cream. Their honey balsamic chicken. Their meals are incredible, and the best part about it, They're affordable and they're convenient. They're very easy. They're all frozen, fresh ingredients that you cut open, pour it into your slow cooker. It slow cooks throughout the day. When you get home, you've got that fresh, incredible, delicious meal. And you can get all those meals at beehivemills.com. I'm begging you, just go check it out for the betterment of your family and yourself and your pocketbook. beehivemills.com.
Since Any Hour Services only charges $29 to snake any drain line with normal access, you may never want to deal with a slow or clogged drain yourself ever again, especially when all you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Sinks, showers, tubs, toilets, even that sewer main line that connects to the city will snake any drain line with normal access for only $29. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Adventuring with your family in the Wasatch Back to play in the sunshine and snow? Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley to get one of their famous shakes and award-winning soups. Celebrating 78 years in business. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
GoPave Utah has 4-leaf clover reviews for asphalt, concrete, paving, and striping repairs. Schedule a free consultation today. Find them at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
That was a tough one to watch last night. Jay Stevens joined us a little bit earlier in the show talking about Vejmelka and his performance on the ice. And Coach Tierney agrees with Jay. This wasn't about Veggie. This was about the coaching staff.
Too bad we let Veggie down. I think Veggie's been good for us for a long, long time. I don't think we had the right mindset, the right prep before the game. I think it's everybody. There's not one guy more than the other. At the end of the day, it's on me, so it's my job to make sure we're better than that.
Andre Tourigny, he's always honest, and he knows he's got a team that should be postseason eligible. It's going to be a tough fight, but they are starting a 3-game homestand coming up tomorrow night. Maybe they make up a little bit of distance at home. That's your UHC update at the 50s. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join the KSL Sports Zone this Thursday, live from JCW's The Watch Party in Harriman, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Stop by. You can get that juicy burger, a big, thick shake. Watch some games with all of us. Mention the Zone at the register. You're going to get 10% off your order during the event. That's JCW's tomorrow at 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard. This is the JCW's in Harriman. So come out and enjoy this with us. We're going to have a blast out there. We're all going to be out there. All the shows are going to be out there. And we're going to be kicking off coverage. Remember, BYU will be playing at 2 o'clock in that matchup against VCU. So come out. 10% off. Don't forget to mention the Zone. You're going to get 10% off your order. And it's just a great time. Come hang out with us and enjoy it. And don't forget, I want you to get out to KSLSports.com. You know, it's bracket time. And everybody's looking for that quick $1 million. You can make $1 million with a perfect bracket at KSLSports.com. Just go there right now. You can sign up, KSLSports.com, look for the Basketball Mayhem, click on it, and you can fill out that bracket really quick and easy. And while you're there, I want you to go vote on the man's best friend bracket. This is how weak I am. This is how big of a crybaby I am. I'm just voting on the man's best friend bracket and looking at these stinking cute dogs. And I'm getting a lump in my throat voting for them. And I don't know who to vote for. Ethan with Teton is hanging out with us. And Ethan, right now I'm stuck on this Cocker Spaniel Husky matchup. I don't know which way to go. Cocker Spaniel, Husky, I don't know which way to go. Where would you go on this?
Well, you're a big dude.
Yeah.
Don't you need a bigger dog?
The thing is right now I've got a Yorkie.
Yeah. Oh.
And she's the most important thing in my life.
So you went the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big guy, but I just need little dogs to melt my heart, I guess.
You're a big dude with a little dog.
But the Cocker Spaniel is an incredible partner. The Husky is an incredible protector.
Yeah, the Spaniels are amazing. Yeah. It's tough to get a better dog than that.
Spaniels are going to be hunting out mice, chasing down rabbits. Husky are going to guard your house and maybe take you through the Iditarod. Maybe haul you across the Alaskan wilderness.
If it comes to it, that's right.
You're listening to Ethan with Teton, and they do a fantastic job with your retirement. So I want to walk people through this because they hear the Ascent Plan.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, well, what's the Ascent Plan? The Ascent Plan, basically, it's sitting down with the great minds of Teton, guys like Ethan and others, and you bring together your portfolio. Everything you make, everything you own, everything that you have in the future, you bring all those together. The Ascent Plan compiles it all, and it shows you where you're going to be.
That's right. Yeah. It shows you where you are and where you want to be, and then we say, okay, now how do we get from here to there? And it doesn't have to be anything dramatic, just even little changes that we can make that are easy to absorb in your lifestyle, but over time will make dramatic changes. It's such a valuable process. We all face the same challenges in retirement. And by the way, this is whether you retire at 65, kind of normal retirement, or if you sell your business at 40 and you don't have to work again. We all face the same challenges. Number one, you've got to have a plan for your income. How are you going to spend money every month? You got to plan for your investments to make sure that they're growing properly, that they're properly controlled for risk. You got to have a plan for your taxes, so you're paying as few as possible. You got to have a plan for your health care to make sure that you've, can stay healthy and that you're not exposed to a lot of extra liability there.
That's a big one, because when you're in your 60s and 70s, you start to hit some health problems. It could rip your retirement right out from under you.
And you've got to have a plan for your estate. So those 5 things, that's what you need to be financially independent. And that's what we focus on in the retirement plan. So when we sit down at our office in Murray, we'll walk you through those 5 things and say, okay, what are we doing for your income, your investments, taxes, healthcare, and estate? Some things you don't have to do anything right now. Your employer covers your healthcare, and that's fine. You know, your taxes are easy because you're just earning money as an employee. That's great. That's fine. What do we plan, though, for the future? In the future, what are those things going to look like? What are your liabilities going to be? And so if you don't have an ascent plan yet, call right now, 435-255-6331, because wherever you are in that period before retirement, you deserve to have these numbers up in front of you. Yeah. This changes you. When you come out of this ascent plan experience, you are going to be different. You're going to see things differently. You're going to react to things differently because you've got a little bit of a plan.
I agree with that, and I can attest to it. I've gone through the ascent plan. I love it. I keep it right there in my front door on my desk. I can pull it out, access it, look at it, where we were 2 years ago when we did it, and where we are now.
That's right.
And where we're headed. 435-255-6331. If I were to tell people in their car right now that you could have a couple of hours for free with some of the most brilliant minds in retirement, would you not jump at that? That's what this is.
It's so valuable. I'm glad you said that. And we're going to also, to sweeten the deal, we're going to throw in a copy of our new book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And I know everyone kind of looks at me sideways with that title, but we're trying to say something about ourselves. And that is we're doing this ascent plan for you. There's no cost and no obligation. We're basically showing you, hey, this is how we would do your retirement. If you want us to help you with it, we can. If you're going to do it yourself, do it like this. And this is how it works.
If you're close to retirement, if you're not close to retirement, if you're in your late 40s, early 50s, this is an opportunity to just get a good picture of what things are going to look like financially for you near retirement.
Yeah.
So just call 435-255-6331. There is no obligation. They'll walk you through this ascent plan. There's only 10 to give away. So be one of the first callers, 435-255-6331. I'm trying to make this phone number real easy.
Easy to remember.
I want everybody to be able to dial this in.
Yeah.
435-255-6331. Call right now and get one of those 10 free ascent plans. Ethan, thank you.
Thank you, Hans.
The great Ken Pomeroy, the legend. We're going to roll the brain in here next. I don't know, man. This guy... I'm so grateful to Ken and all he's done for this show, because if it wasn't for Ken, there wouldn't be a Hans and Scotty.
This show just got a little bit better looking on the stream.
And a lot better looking on the stream. Ken Pomeroy is going to really kick things up a notch. That's all coming up next.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
The Dyslexia Center of Utah, we need your help. If you've ever dealt with dyslexia, if you've ever suffered from it, if you've ever known somebody that suffered through dyslexia, you know how troubling it can be. Just reading a menu or just trying to go through life with dyslexia can be extremely difficult. So this is one of only a couple of causes that I jump into every year because I've had kids that have dealt with dyslexia, and I know how important this is. The Dyslexia Center of Utah. We put on a golf tournament May 15th. We're going to feed you breakfast. We're going to feed you an amazing lunch. The Texas Roadhouse is going to come out. They're going to feed you an incredible lunch. You're going to golf 18 at the incredible club. We talk about the Cedar Hills Golf Course and what they've done in renovation and building out. You can golf on the side of Timpanogos Mountain. Like, it's absolutely stunning. So you're going to have a great golf round, some great food. It's going to be a great cause. And I do want to tell you this. It's $500 for the foursome. But 100% of your $500 goes to funding scholarships for these kids that can't afford help at the Dyslexia Center of Utah. 100% of the $500. Cedar Hills doesn't take a penny. Texas Roadhouse doesn't take a penny. I don't take a penny. Nobody takes a penny. It all goes to supporting kids and their scholarships to the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Go to dyslexiacenterofutah.org and sign up. Do it right now. DyslexiaCenterofUtah.org. Get signed up. Come out and golf with us for an amazing cause. That's DyslexiaCenterofUtah.org.
You're the yard work hero. Aligner of edges, trimmer of hedges, and slayer of weeds. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food for quick green-up and long-lasting weed prevention. IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The Salvation Army's Harbor Light program helps people battling addiction rebuild their lives with shelter, recovery, and hope. My name is Alex. I found healing, and now I get to help others through the Salvation Army. Your donation makes programs like Harbor Light possible. Search the Salvation Army Utah to learn more.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, we're just going to call it the Ken Pomeroy Show because that's what this is. It's the KenPom.com show. That's all we're going to call it.
Let's go.
It's Ken Pomeroy, the legend. He is the name. He's the one that has built out a website that even the NCAA higher-ups can't help but use. Ken, how are you?
I'm doing great, Hans. Always great to be back this time of year.
Yes. I'm excited. I'm energized. I'm glad to have you. Appreciate you taking a couple of hours out of your very, very busy time and busy day. This is a busy time and busy day for you.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday of tournament week are those are the 2 busiest days of the year, just in terms of like media obligations and customer service.
I wanted to start with this. I know it's a goofy place to start, but I wanted to start with this. I think your website name is absolutely brilliant. KenPom.com.
Yeah.
Now, were you the creative genius behind that name?
I was. I will take 100% credit for that.
Okay.
It was not a lot of focus groups going into that or, research. It was just sort of, one day just, this sounds good. I mean, it was before I even knew what I was going to do with the site. I'll just purchase this domain name. It sounds kind of cool.
So the domain was available?
Yeah, this is like 2000. So
well available.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff available back then.
So you didn't even know what you were going to do with the site? You just got KenPom.com and you're like, here we go.
I just thought, man, this internet is cool. I can type anything on this website and anybody in the world will see it. This is wow, how neat is this?
It's an incredible site. Anybody that hasn't been there, KenPom.com. You can find efficiencies. You can find 4 factors. You've got things broken out in player statistics, point distribution. You've got different heights. You can go by experience. where you can actually see teams ranked by experience.
You're a real power user here, Hans. I didn't suspect this of you.
Well, you do know I'm kind of a large dork, though. Like, I am 6'5", 355 pounds right now. But
that I knew, yeah.
I'm still a dork.
All right. Hey, join the club.
I still
Plenty of room.
I love this stuff. Your site, is there even a more comprehensive NCAA basketball site in the world?
I don't know. I mean, there's definitely, there are things that break things down in even more details if you want that, but they're significantly more expensive and generally used by teams, right? Like, so they can break down video and things like that, or really break down tendencies of players for a scouting report. We don't probably need to get quite into that much depth when we're picking teams. So, for $25, it's probably the best value out there.
Okay, so we're running $1 million challenge at KSLSports.com. $1 million for a perfect bracket. How many perfect brackets have you had in your time?
The last one was in 2016.
2016.
No, I'm just kidding. No,
that was the one in 9 quintillion.
I've never had a perfect bracket. I don't know anyone who has, but good luck. Good luck.
I don't think
I don't want to stop anyone from trying.
I don't think there is a documented perfect bracket in the history of the NCAA tournament.
I think if you hear of somebody having a perfect bracket, you should really be skeptical about them possibly cheating. Yes.
That's weird because Lloyd's had 3 perfect brackets in the 18 years we've been on air together.
I've played golf with Lloyd, and I know his propensity for cheating. So.
Oh, Lloyd's stiff on the golf course now.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
I've always been stiff with the rules.
Oh, his rules are like...
Don't break the rules.
No gimmies?
He tried to add a stroke on me. I was 6 inches in front of the white tees.
You grounded your club in the sand. That's a stroke.
Okay, I was 6 inches in front of the white tees off the box, and he's like, "Just stroke." I'm like, "I'm not doing that, dude. We're not. That's not how it is."
That's one.
It was the first tee box.
I think that's legit. Actually, I'm on the team Lloyd on that one. Can't be cheating the tees. Come on now.
Come on.
6 inches is going to become like 60 yards before you know it.
I can't even golf with either one of you now, man, because I always have to golf just in front of the. I like to find the flat area just in front of the little tees to be able to tee off. But let's get into this. Where do we start? You go to KSLSports.com. It's the Basketball Mayhem. You click on the box. You're going to fill out your bracket. This is the last day to fill it out. You got till 10 a.m. tomorrow to get this thing filled out. So go to KSLSports.com. When we start to fill out our bracket, what are the first things that we need to look at doing when we go to start filling out our bracket?
You need to just inform yourself on some of these teams. We don't want to get too crazy picking, 16 seeds that go to the Sweet 16 or things like that. Not that can never happen, but it's a little, if you want to win your bracket, it's just a little irresponsible to think you're going to be the person who knows that that's going to happen. So that's probably where I would start. Just generally inform yourselves on how good some of these teams are.
Okay, you're saying don't take Norfolk to the Elite Eight.
No,
the Final Four.
I noticed you had that in your bracket, and you might want to cross that out. I hope it's in pencil.
Lloyd, do you have an eraser on yours? On your
No, you're going to have to stick with it.
No Norfolk. It's funny because people do attach to names. I had my wife fill out a bracket, and I gave her the Marquette matchup, 7-10, Marquette, New Mexico. And the next thing I know, she's got Marquette to the Final Four. And I'm like, so baby, what's your backing here? What's your thoughts on Marquette? And she's like, well, I've just heard that they're very good. And it's like, I don't even know how much meat there is in that stew. But Marquette's made a couple runs, I guess, in the past.
Marquette does have a national championship to their name, but it was in 1977, but nonetheless.
So one national championship. Yeah. They do have a couple of runs.
Yeah, they've had some runs.
Okay, so 1977, about 8 years before she was born, but, whatever. I guess, if you want to go for a national champion back in the 70s. But it's funny because people do get caught up with names. When they're filling out brackets, there just aren't many people out there that are overly informed with the NCAA basketball world. And they're like, okay, well, I'm going to take UNC, who just won their play-in. And it's like,
Yeah, if you judged UNC by how they played last night, it would be a great pick. Like that was
how good did that look for them?
One of the best games of all time.
How good did that look for them?
They looked pretty strong. But if you look at their entire season performance, you might want to, rein it in a little bit.
There is a lot of speculation on UNC even landing in the tournament. Everybody's upset because West Virginia was snubbed. I think West Virginia would have been the 8th, 9th NCAA tournament. No, more than that. How many Big 12 teams is there?
Oh, in the Big 12. I think 9. That would have been 8. I think there have been 8. Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
There's 7 in, right?
Right.
And they would have been the 8th.
Yeah.
And everybody was upset because West Virginia, and I believe that now you've got some investigations, not lawsuits, but investigations coming from West Virginia. Is that right? Like people are getting that upset about it?
We've got talk from the governor of an investigation.
Oh, is that what it is?
I'm not exactly sure how far that's going to get.
Some blustering.
Yeah, I mean, the West Virginia coach has already left and taken a job at Indiana, so the momentum for that investigation and outrage might be dying down a little bit.
It's probably dying, especially after UNC
absolutely
puts a whooping out there.
Yeah, the thing was, UNC wasn't even the team that people should have been hating on. I mean, UNC had their AD as the committee chair. That was kind of the big issue. Like, people think there's a conflict of interest there, but really, Xavier's the team that got in that probably had the weakest resume.
Interesting.
But, yeah, they kind of skated under the radar here.
So Xavier doesn't get any attention, but they didn't have an AD on the panel.
That's part of it, yeah.
Okay, so you know about this selection process. From what I understand, now, I'm not saying that people aren't greasy in this world, but from what I understand, he can't even be a part of conversations that include his university's name, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, he has to be out of the room when North Carolina is discussed. People have made the point, though, that, you're going out to dinner with these guys and spending a lot of time with these guys. It's like if, we were on the committee, Hans, and BYU came up and it'd be like, Hans, you got to leave the room. But I know that when I, go home or conduct other business or come on this show, I'm going to have to deal with you. Like, subconsciously, I still might want to find a way to make you happy. So,
interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting. And one thing that kind of surfaced was that there was a potential AD bonus for his team.
Right.
That's when I don't think you should do that.
I agree.
I think that is a big trouble spot. Why would you ever bonus out an AD, especially when he's on an NCAA panel?
Yeah, that's a pretty easy rule to fix, right? You can't be on this committee if you have if you get a bonus for your team getting in the tournament, right? It's fine if you don't want to be on the committee. Fine, work out whatever contract you want. But if you're on the committee, yeah, that's a major red flag.
Okay, so some general education is where you need to start. Just understanding the seeding process and how these teams are seeded and the play-ins and getting a good understanding of just the basics is going to help you fill out your tournament bracket. What type of emphasis do you put on chalk? What type of emphasis do you put on a 116 or all the way down to an 8-9? How much do you pick chalk?
Yeah, I think that's where the basic understanding comes into play, right? Because we get, you do need to understand, like, hey, who's the favorite? Who's the favorite to win it? Who are the favorites in these games? And I'm not one who likes to pick all the favorites, but I do want to understand who the favorites are, and how big of a favorite they are, so that we kind of understand when we're picking upsets how big of an upset that would be. So I don't love picking chalk, especially if you're in a bigger office pool. A lot of people are going to pick chalk, and you need to find a way to kind of distinguish yourself from them in order to win. So if everybody in your office pool is picking Duke to win it, you really don't want to pick Duke to win it, because it's how are you going to leap over them, right? You want to maybe pick a different team that has also maybe a very good chance of winning, maybe not as high as Duke, but something close, and then you can kind of maximize your chances for a big payout.
That's a good point. And, your office pool, you got a lot of people that aren't really familiar with the bracket, and they see, a 1 seed versus a 16, easy. All the way through, and they're like, an 8 and a 9, and they pick the 8, even though the 9 has a 70% winning chance over an 8. They're actually a higher winning percent over an 8.
Yes.
People just need to understand that, the seeds play a role, but there's a reason there's no such thing as a perfect bracket, because seeding is very imperfect.
Yeah, like this year is a great example. The 1 seeds, this bracket is very top heavy. The 1 seeds all had amazing years. If you just look at like the conference champions this year, their collective conference winning percentage among the power leagues was the best it's been in at least 30 years. So the field's really top heavy. But if you look, based on my ratings, based on my simulations, if you look at the chance of all 4 1 seeds getting to the Final Four, it's about 4.5%. So unlikely. Not impossible, but the point is it's a little bit, it's still like a tremendous lottery. Like if you get all the entire Final Four right this year, you've beaten tremendous odds, basically.
So your one seeds were easy. Duke, Florida, Houston, Auburn. That's what you got on KenPom.com, right. And that's how it plays out. What makes them such obvious one seeds in your opinion?
Well, they all were, as I mentioned, just like the consistency in conference play, first of all, consistency for the entire season, but certainly in conference play as well. I mean, all these teams had tremendous years. So it's not like you can look at the advanced numbers, and obviously my ratings are based on offensive and defensive efficiency, which is essentially based on scoring margin adjusted for level of competition. So all these teams, they weren't just winning, they were winning big. But even if you're not concerned about all the fancy arithmetic, like all these teams just consistently won games. They won big. They were rarely tested. Duke had one loss in ACC play. Houston had one loss in Big 12 play. Auburn had one loss until the last 2 games of the season, which they lost. So, and those 3 teams were the top 3 in my preseason rating. So, wow. Just consistent. You knew their roster was great at the beginning of the year. They performed that way during the season, and here they are as one seeds.
So, who was the one seed that was not in your preseason?
That would be Florida. Yeah, and they were 26th, I think, in my preseason ratings, and maybe 18 in the AP poll. But they similarly have been outstanding as well. They didn't play the strongest non-conference schedule, and I think that lack of preseason pedigree has me a little more skeptical about them than the other 3. But again, it's a case where generally when they lost, it was close. They did lose a 20-point game at Tennessee as one of their 4 losses, but the other 3 losses were close, and almost all their wins were convincing. They weren't flukes. So they're fully deserving of a 1 seed.
How often do you see 2 1 seeds out of the same conference?
Not unheard of, but yeah, not often. I mean, this year it wasn't a surprise just because the SEC was just so ridiculously good in non-conference play. Had the best winning percentage in non-conference play that we've ever seen from a conference, had the second best margin of victory in that span. So they just piled up a bunch of goodwill in the metrics. And so it wasn't too surprising that they would end up getting 2 1 seeds. I mean, it was, there were even possibilities for them to get 3 if things had turned out the right way down the stretch. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the stories of this tournament really is just how much SEC representation there is in this event.
All right, we're going to have some fun with this. We're going to walk through each bracket. We're going to start in the East next. So we're going to start in BYU's bracket coming up next. We'll take you through BYU VCU, get some of KenPom's thoughts on those games, and then we'll get into the 1 seeds and through to the 16. And then we're going to jump into the Midwest where Utah State sits in a matchup against UCLA. So Ken Pomeroy hanging out with us for the next hour and a half, and you can find all his stuff at KenPom.com. I would highly suggest the most affordable, most informative NCAA site out there. If you're trying to fill out your bracket and you're really trying to be informed, go to KenPom.com, and you can just see how he has it ranked out, which is extremely helpful. Speaking of helpful and having things kind of plotted out, planned out, Teton hanging out here, Ethan, the great mind, Ethan. Ethan, we appreciate you sitting in with us and helping us get ready for retirement. Do you have any questions for Ken Pomeroy?
I'm going to KenPom.com because we've got a bracket situation at our office.
Okay.
That
you need to win.
Yeah. I mean, I've got to make a showing. So I'm definitely going to be at KenPom.com for sure. But I'll tell you what, though, and this is what I always think about when you guys cover things like this on the show, is that sitting out there in their cars are a bunch of guys saying, boy, you know what? I wish I could be at that game. I want to be at that game.
Yeah.
And we all have those games where we say, you know what? That's where I want to be.
I wish I was in Denver, Colorado right now.
We end up watching it on TV because we have families, right? We've got promises to make to our families and our kids, and we can't just
go. And we got work.
Even if we have the money, I can't just go and do that.
Yeah.
What happens then? That's a promise that gets made to yourself. I'm going to do that someday. And what the Ascent Plan does is we connect those plans, those promises you've made to yourself, that someday, and we say, okay, how are you really going to keep this promise? How are you going to keep the promises to your family now, and how are you going to keep your promises to yourself in the future? That's what the Ascent Plan is all about. So if you don't have an Ascent Plan yet, call right now, 435-255-6331. We'll do an Ascent Plan for you. There's no cost, no obligation. We'll throw in a copy of our new book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor, and you will have the tools that you need to start getting excited about the promises that you're making to yourself for those things that you want to do at some point in your life. Let's make them a reality. Gosh, that is so valuable to have, to know that, hey, not only am I looking forward to these things, I've got a plan in place. You're going to love that.
We've got 10 Ascent plans to give away, free.
That's right.
And we're talking about hours and hours of Ethan's time, of Teton's time, where they sit down with you and they accumulate all of your information, where the monies, the assets that you got, the lands, the properties, or if you don't have anything.
Yeah,
that's where
we're
start.
Starting over.
They can walk you through Social Security. That was one of my favorite things sitting down with Ethan, was Ethan helped me understand what my Social Security ramifications will be when I turn of age.
It's a big part. And, I'll tell you what, here's how this works. Because every time I say, oh, there's no cost, no obligation for this experience, people always wonder about that. So we're going to spend the next couple of weeks doing the 10 Ascent plans for the 10 of you that call in. That's our team's going to, we've set aside time for that. We're going to do this. Probably 2 or 3 of those that we do this Ascent plan for, 2 or 3 of them are going to say, you know what, I love this team, I want to work with them long term. The other 7, you're going to get full Ascent plan, this book, all your questions answered, and you're going to really have the tools to move forward. That's how this works. So, and then if you ever need us again, you call us. Basically. So make sure you're on this list, 435-255-6331. I know this Ascent plan is really going to bless your life.
It is, and it's blessed my life. It's blessed my parents' life. 435-255-6331. Call the number. Be one of the first of the 10 Ascent plans given away today. And understand, this is just free time with the best minds in retirement. That's the way I look at this.
Yeah.
You're basically calling for free time that will help you understand where you're headed with your life and career and retirement. And you can call right now and schedule it, and it's free. 435-255-6331. Make the call right now and get it scheduled. Ken Pomeroy tells us who's going to win between BYU and VCU coming up next.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA, helping to grow the things you love.
Welcome to Hockey 101, brought to you by Trucordia Insurance. I'm Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSL Sports. Today we're talking about elbowing. Elbowing is when a player uses their elbow as the main point of contact when hitting an opponent. Depending on the severity, elbowing can be a minor penalty, major penalty, match penalty, or even a game misconduct or suspension with fines. Hockey 101 is brought to you by Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams, Trucordia protects them.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Bar W Beef, the new state-of-the-art retail butcher shop in Nephi, is now open. They offer locally born, ethically and humanely raised beef with options for both larger and smaller everyday quantities of grain and grass-finished cuts, all at prices that rival your local grocer. Bar W Beef is setting a new standard in the beef industry with their unwavering commitment to quality, cleanliness, and attention to detail. Use promo code FIRSTORDER10 for 10% off your first order. Visit Bar W Beef in Nephi or online at barwbeef.com. barwbeef.com.
Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, it's time for Walker Kessler to take some offense. Anytime he's out on the perimeter, Coach Hardy has some advice for him.
Coach is a big proponent of players trying to get better and expand their games. And so he came to me and, he knows that can be, an expansion and a part of my game. And so, he's kind of given me for these last 13 games the go ahead to try and work on it, and trying to find where I can get my shots.
Coach Hardy telling him, go ahead, fire away anytime you're out there. So Walker Kessler, expect some more shooting from him. That's your Jazz at 30 update.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
By the way, those Jazz at 30s brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Okay, as promised, starting in the East bracket. And we got to start with the matchup that everybody's the most interested in. The 6-11, tipping off at 2:05 tomorrow on TNT at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. The BYU Cougars versus the VCU Rams. And Ken, let's just get into this thing. Numbers-wise, what does this game show out to be?
It should be a fun one if you don't have any, if you don't have a BYU degree or anything like that. Like, you're just enjoying basketball. I do have it rated as the most watchable game of all the first round games, like the most interesting game on my site. And it's really a battle of kind of strength on strength. Like, BYU, really a team that depends on its offense. Among all the teams in the tournament, they're the sixth most dependent on their offense. And then VCU really brings the defense. Number one in the country in terms of shooting defense. So BYU's sixth in the country. We talk about BYU's three-point shooting, but they're sixth in the country in two-point shooting. So it's kind of like a nice little safety valve for them. All that spacing really creates some great opportunities at the rim. But VCU is fourth in the country in two-point percentage defense.
Ooh, and BYU is what in the country in two-point offense?
Sixth in the country in two-point offense. So
and VCU's number
four in two-point defense.
Where's Houston? Just out of curiosity, because Houston just beat them defensively.
Yeah, Houston is kind of they're the nastiest in terms of defense in the country. They're fifth in two-point percentage, but obviously playing a more difficult schedule as well.
Sure.
So, these aren't adjusted for schedule. So, keep that in mind with VCU. Obviously, they're playing an A-10 schedule, but still just a very strong defensive team. Obviously, coached by Ryan Odom. We've, mentioned that. People are familiar with him around here. They have Max Scholga, who played at Utah State for a few years.
By the way, Coach Odom joined us on Monday.
Okay, great. Yeah.
And he was awesome and open and just really talked at depth about Scholga and his team.
Yeah, it's funny. They played Utah in the NIT last year. That was how VCU ended their season, and now they're going against BYU. So could have their season ended by Utah teams in his last two seasons. Yeah, just a really well-coached team. One name to throw out, he may have mentioned his name, Luke Bamboye.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the second best shot blocker in the nation in terms of just how what percentage of opponents' shots he blocks. So
second?
Yeah. So they have like real rim protection there. So it's not going to be easy to get those Keba dunks and those foos, little flip-ins that they get in the paint. Not going to be quite as easy as it has been in the past few games.
Okay, so Ken, last year BYU took on the A10 champion in Duquesne. This year taking on the A10 champion in VCU. Numbers-wise, did BYU have more of a statistical advantage last year or more of a statistical advantage this year?
Yeah, by far it was last year. Remember that matchup got revealed, and it just seemed like a gift for the Cougars. It was a 6-11 game, but it felt like a 4-13 game almost.
The numbers showed more of a 4-13.
Yeah, it was one of the most lopsided 6-11 matchups we've seen in the tournament, theoretically. And the game ended up being lopsided and obviously not in the direction that people, around here might have been hoping for. So this game definitely, as I said, like, I have this algorithm on my site that kind of measures like how good the game should be, and this is the best because it's just really that competitive.
Ryan Odom, now with a couple of years under his belt at VCU, Kevin Young in his first year with BYU. Do you have any ideas, numbers, thoughts, statistics on first-year coaches in NCAA tournament play? Because this is his first year as a college basketball coach, right. A head college basketball coach. So are there any things that play out for coaches with inexperience in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, I don't have any data that would suggest there's a disadvantage for a first-year coach. I mean, you would think to some extent, the experience. I think the experience just not having nothing to do with the game, but just in terms of the travel and dealing with all the media obligations and things like that. That might be something that's valuable if you've been through this before. But beyond that, obviously Kevin Young's been in some big time situations at previous stops. Maybe not as a head coach, maybe not at the college level, but I think he understands how to deal with this. And he's not living on an island. He'll have people he can depend on who will help him out with that.
Okay, so the 6-10 matchup, it is a 50-50 proposition over the last 8 NCAA tournaments, 12-12. So this is, it's just 50-50. So people, a lot of times they'll kind of lean towards percentages, but you really can't pull anything from a 6-11. I mean, it almost is straight down the middle, Ken, or at least it has been since 2018.
Yeah, and so the reason that is, once you get down to those 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seeds, those are typically, your teams at the back end of the at-large pool. So, obviously we talked about how the tournament's top-heavy. Like the ones have kind of some distance from the twos, and the twos have some distance from the threes. But once you get down to the 6 through 11, they're pretty tightly packed. There's not much difference in them. They're largely seeded off the results of like 3 or 4 games that kind of went their way or didn't go their way during the season. So you do get a lot of these even matchups, and you can't just necessarily pick the higher seed and expect to have a lot of success.
Okay, so let's jump a little bit deeper into this bracket. Talking about the East bracket, BYU's bracket, the lower portion that they're seeded in at number 6. If they get past VCU, more likely than not going to bump into Wisconsin.
Correct.
How good is Wisconsin? How tough is that matchup?
They've been outstanding. Yeah, this is not the easiest half of a bracket in the tournament for sure. And Wisconsin is a 3 seed. I think people, if you haven't maybe been plugged into college basketball the last 3 or 4 years, you might think Wisconsin is this like dull offensive team that takes a lot of time off the shot clock and can't play defense, and it's old school basketball. But Greg Gard, who was the guy who succeeded Bo Ryan as head coach, has kind of steadily modernized the Wisconsin offense and the Wisconsin system in general. And this is a team that actually plays at a slightly faster than average pace in the country. Their offense is outstanding. They haven't ranked 13th in the country, but their defense is also very good at 27th.
Wow.
It's been a tremendous season for them. They went 13-7 in the Big Ten, which partly the result of losing 3 of their last 5 down the stretch. But got to the Big Ten title game, lost to Michigan, 26-9. I mean, it's been a really, really solid year for them.
Okay, so Wisconsin would be a tough battle, and it would be an offensive battle.
Yeah, they're a team that is kind of like BYU in that they take a ton of threes, and they tend to win with offense.
Okay, but you said BYU is like the second or third most reliant team in the country on offense. Wisconsin with a higher level defense, not as reliant on
Exactly. Yeah, they are more well-rounded, so they don't necessarily have to win solely with their offense. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why, they're a 3 seed and BYU's a 6 seed.
Okay, speaking of offense, if you do get past Wisconsin, that would be the 6-3. You're going to see number 2 seed Alabama. From what I understand, one of the true offensive powers in the last 10 years of NCAA basketball.
Right. So part of it is they play at the fastest pace in the country. Their games have the most possessions in them. They are going to take shots early in the shot clock if they're available. They don't want to set up an offense and sit in the half court. Like if they get an open 3, like the shots that 10 or 20 years ago a lot of coaches would cringe at are the shots that they want. Like Nate Oates he understands the data and knows that those early 3-point looks, a lot of times, if you have a 40% shooter that has an open look, early in the shot clock and you pass that up, you're probably not getting a better shot the rest of that possession.
Just take it then.
Yeah, so they take it.
Even if you're 6 feet past the 3.
That's a possibility, yeah. And so, when that works, when that's working, they are explosive. I mean, they'll pile up over 100 points in a game. What's not working, obviously it can be a problem, but they do have the 4th-ranked offense in the country, so it usually works.
It usually works.
Yeah.
And that's the 4th-ranked offense in the country in the number 1 most difficult conference.
Well, yeah, we are accounting. In that case, we are accounting for schedule strength for that.
Okay, but I wasn't sure if you were using schedule
But
strength.
it's a great point in that they've faced, great team after great team over the course of the season, so they certainly are battle-tested.
Battle-tested. What did they finish in the SEC? Were they top?
They were number 3, so they're behind the 2 1 seeds in Auburn and Florida.
So they come in number 3.
Yeah, which would be number 1 in a lot of other conferences, right?
That would be an incredible matchup. I would pay good money to see BYU Alabama, but even if it's Wisconsin Alabama, it sounds like it's going to be an incredibly entertaining game.
I think Alabama, whoever they play, is going to be an entertaining game. Whichever team they get matched up with, they will bring the entertainment. Now, they might win by 20 or 30, and maybe that'll sap some of the value from it. But, they're not some sort of invincible team. And as they play these better teams in the tournament, you're going to see some high-scoring, tightly contested games, which I think are the funnest basketball games.
One of the 2 West Coast Conference teams that are in this year's NCAA tournament that we're all familiar with, obviously, Ken, because we've been watching West Coast Conference play over the last 11 years here in the state of Utah, is St. Mary's. And if anybody can get past Alabama, potentially St. Mary's, it'd be fun to see St. Mary's match up with BYU. Okay, so what I understand, St. Mary's, they won the regular season, but then Gonzaga beat them in the tournament?
Correct. Yes.
Would West Coast Conference, it would have been a 2-bid league anyways, right?
It would have been a 2-bid league. There was some talk during the season of Gonzaga possibly not getting a bid. It was kind of one of those Gonzaga teams that isn't the best Gonzaga team that Mark Few has had. It's still really good, but it took them a while to kind of figure things out. They didn't get any real high-end quality wins in non-conference play. And so obviously then once you get into conference play, there aren't many to be had, and they got swept by St. Mary's, so that was like a problem for them. And certainly winning the conference title over St. Mary's made them breathe a little easier, but I'm fairly confident they were getting it anyway.
Any chance St. Mary's can advance?
There's a chance. I mean, you cannot put it past Randy Bennett. He's really runs the sort of anti-Alabama system, which is very slow pace, few possessions in a game, defensive oriented, consistently over his entire career. He's been the best coach in the country in terms of his defense preventing 3-point attempts. So certainly a contrast in styles if we get a St. Mary's Alabama game. Alabama wants to shoot a lot of threes. St. Mary's wants to take those away. St. Mary's wants to slow the game down. Alabama wants to speed it up. It would be a very intriguing matchup. I mean, it's pretty clear Alabama has more talent, but it would be Alabama would be playing a game that they are not comfortable with.
All right, well, just for the sake of conversation, let's just say BYU does find their way all the way out to the Elite Eight. They're going to face the number 1 seed, Duke. I want to talk about this upper portion of the Eastern bracket. First of all, is Duke a pretty clear favorite just to advance and get themselves to the Elite Eight?
Yes, Duke is a very clear favorite in that bracket.
How much does Cooper Flagg's health play a part in this?
It does play a part.
Because that ankle looked bad.
It did, right.
It looked bad when he went down.
Yeah, when it happened, I don't think anybody would have been surprised if he didn't play another game in college.
Yeah,
right?
they're telling us he's going to play. And Scotty believes he is. I don't believe he is. And if he does, I think that they're going to be like, this is not good. He jacked his ankle.
It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. Yeah, if you saw it live, you saw the replay, it looked pretty bad. And so we've been hearing from John Shire that, he hasn't had John Shire has not been giving us definite language that Cooper Flagg is definitely playing. It's always like, he's going to try to go, or that's our goal, or blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I think until I see him on the court at 100%, I'm going to be skeptical, but he is important to Duke. Like, if he does not play for Duke, Duke goes from being the favorite, I think, to something like the 6th or 7th or 8th favorite.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So at that point, you could see a Baylor upset him in the second round.
You could. Duke's still good, and I'm not super high on Baylor. Like, that whole bracket, I think, is a little soft for Duke, but in terms of getting by, whoever they play in the Elite Eight, Bama or Wisconsin, I think that would be more of a problem.
In that bracket, Arizona is the 4 seed. Baylor is the 9 seed. I do have Baylor advancing over Mississippi State out of that 8-9. And I've got Arizona advancing over Liberty, and Arizona seeing Oregon in the round of 32. And then I've got Oregon over Arizona. I just watched BYU pummel Arizona. I thought, I don't know, man. I don't know how good Arizona is.
Yeah, did they pummel Arizona?
I thought they get a pretty good win over Arizona, didn't they?
They got a pretty good win
over
Arizona.
It was on the road, wasn't it?
It was on the road, and there was
it was a little
bit of.
They had 2 free throws at the end of that game.
A little bit of controversy at the end of that game.
That's right. It was a. That's right. It was a. What people
we can call it a pummeling if you want, though. We can call it a pummeling if you want.
Well, it was on the road. That's a tough place to get the win.
That's true, absolutely. And even if they had lost that game by 1 point, I think it would have been a great achievement for BYU. Yeah,
that's right. I was thinking Kansas. Kansas was the pummeling.
Okay,
Arizona was the good road win for BYU, but it did take a couple of free throws.
It was a little. There's some controversy, I think. Some people were not sure that was a foul at the end.
Still incredible game. But you know what we're going to do? Let's take a quick one. We'll come back. What we're going to do is set your conference expectations for your picks, meaning kind of hitching your wagon to a conference, how far you take that conference, and how much trust you put in that conference to advance those conference teams. And then we'll reset the top of the 2 o'clock hour, and we're going to do a full Midwest bracket breakdown, talking Utah State, UCLA. That's all coming up with the great Ken Pomeroy here on Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
You're the gatekeeper of green, the master of mowing, the wizard of watering schedules. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you use IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program, with nutrients blended for greener, healthier turf in our local soil. IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey Utah, it's the water boy here, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. I'm not here to convince you that your home needs water filtration. It's obvious. Just look at the corrosion on your faucets and the buildup under the water dispenser on your fridge. Gross. At Culligan, we offer top-rated water solutions to protect your appliances, keep your skin moisturized, and make your water taste amazing. Whether it's installing a smartly efficient water softener with active leak detection or simply providing salt delivery to an existing water softener in your home or business, call us. Your drinking water may not have contaminants, but if it does, we can provide customizable water filters to reduce contaminants like lead and microplastics. So whether you're looking for an under-the-counter system creating alkaline water on tap, purified 5-gallon water delivery for your home or business, or one of our new bottle-free coolers with water filtration built in, our goal is to turn ordinary water into water you love. So give us a call today at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you love.
The trip of the summer is coming. Collective Soul. Live. Summer Unity Tour 2025. July 13th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with Our Lady Peace. Special guest, Graylin James Rue. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Collective Soul. Live. Our Lady Peace. Together.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit beehivemeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
Come get your burger fix at JCW's. The Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick rich shakes. Plus, stop at a JCW's Thursday in Harriman and join the KSL Sports Zone broadcasting live for the watch party from 10 to 6. Mention the zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. JCW's in Harriman, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard.
Don't let your customers march into your business with madness because your parking lot is a loser. Call GoPave Utah. They're a slam dunk for asphalt repairs and maintenance. Find them at gopavutah.com.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at kslsports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Remember, ReadyWise, be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness, ReadyWise. And don't forget, get out there and fill out your KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. $1 million on the line. $1,000 is going to be given away. And another $500. All you got to do is be better than Jeremiah Jensen's bracket. You're going to be entered to win the $500 prize. All of it powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada Real Estate app today from the real estate experts at the Stern team. We appreciate them and their partnership. Ken Pomeroy, kind enough to sit in with us and get us all ready for the NCAA tournament tipping off tomorrow. Thursday is always the big day. You know, plenty of games to keep you busy through Thursday and through Friday. But Ken Pomeroy here to help us fill out our brackets. And I teased this, and I actually think that this plays a big role. Is it at any point intelligent to attach yourself to a conference and say, all right, there's 14 teams in the SEC, or there's 7 teams in the Big 12, or and then ride your conference all the way to the Elite 8, maybe to the Final Four?
Well, I looked at this actually a couple of weeks ago because I was curious about this myself. Because it seems like we remember last year the Big 12 came into the tournament and they were the big conference, right?
Yeah.
And they were all hyped up, and it was a disaster for them.
Yep.
And it seems in my lifetime following this stuff, that's like a repeated type of thing. Like the Big Ten had a run for a few years where they were the best conference and they could never break through. And when I was growing up, the ACC was great, and like Duke and Carolina were awesome, but the other teams would always disappoint. And as it turns out, like the best conferences usually tend to disappoint a little bit. So
the SEC has a high propensity to disappoint.
Yeah, and that's not to say that, like, again, the SEC has really good teams at the top. So it's not to say that Florida or Auburn or Alabama couldn't break through and get to a Final Four or something like that. But don't go crazy picking 10 SEC teams to the Sweet 16 or 3 in the Final Four or something like that. That's not how it works. And kind of the middle part of the SEC is really not that special. So some of these, teams that are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seeds don't get too carried away just because they're in the SEC.
Okay, so if Ken Pomeroy were to hitch his wagon to a conference and take these teams, let's just say, into the Elite Eight, maybe 2 into the Final Four, what conference are you hitching to?
Well, I'm avoiding the conference hitch. I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's just don't discount like the Big East or the ACC necessarily. Don't overhype the SEC. We want to look at these things a bit on the team level. Like in my own personal bracket, I got 4 SEC teams in the Sweet 16, I think, which is probably,
You have 4 SECs?
It's probably a little low. But
in the Sweet 16?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and I don't have any in the Final Four. Now, I mean, a little of that might be just raging against the SEC hype that we've had this year. But again, I think it's you're being a little overzealous if you just think the SEC is going to dominate this event simply because they dominated action 4 months ago. I mean, that's kind of the issue, right? We don't have any non-conference games after January 1st, so we don't know if these SEC teams are still way better than ACC teams, for instance, or Big East teams. They're all kind of recruiting from the same pool, so there probably shouldn't be that much difference in those teams.
And I've had about 8 tweets come in asking about your bracket specifically. Do you fill out multiple brackets, or do you fill out one bracket? And then people want to know how successful is your bracket?
I fill out one bracket, and it's typically, except for that one time I got the perfect bracket in 2016.
Yeah, which was an anomaly.
It was an anomaly.
And an incredible time in the Pomeroy home.
We have to be honest about that. Yeah, I mean, my success is probably marginally better than the average human. I mean, this is such a crazy event that it's really difficult to have consistent excellence in this.
Which is incredible. I mean, you take one of the best minds in college basketball who's got every number and every basic understanding of any name that's in this. I mean, you could run down, we talked a little bit about Norfolk, but you could run down pretty much any one of these teams and give us some insight. And even then, it only plays a marginal significance because this tournament is just that bonkers.
Yeah.
That's why they call it March Madness.
I mean,
it's
NC State
madness.
didn't even, they were so lucky to get into the tournament last year, and then they ended up going to the Final Four. So, I mean, that's just another example of how crazy it can be.
Yeah, and you wonder what they're going to do with UNC. I've got UNC advancing.
It's a totally acceptable pick. I mean, it's another, it's kind of an example of what I'm talking about, right? They come from the ACC, which is super disappointing. UNC, to some extent, was disappointing this year, but they did improve towards the end of the year, and obviously last night showed that they're ready to compete.
I've got them beating Ole Miss.
Yeah, I mean, that's a totally sane pick.
And then I've got Iowa State knocking them out.
UNC could beat Iowa State, too.
Really? He's trying to have you talk him out of some of his bracket picks.
I am, actually. I mean,
some of them I will talk you out. Like BYU getting to the Elite Eight, I might talk you out of. But those that you just mentioned, I can endorse.
Ooh, what about BYU advancing from the Elite Eight? You're going to talk me out of that one. You're going to have to really walk me out of that one because I'm kind of leaning into BYU a little bit.
Do you got BYU winning at all? Is that what we're talking about here?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Okay.
I've actually got them in a Big 12 matchup, a 1-6 Big 12 matchup, Houston and BYU. Nate, I don't need your disapproving looks. All right? I'm just hopeful because I think it'd be great for the station. create some real excitement and energy. My ultimate hope would be a 1-10 matchup. Or sorry, 6-10 matchup, BYU and Utah State. That would be
great for the station, huh?
Yeah, that would be great for the station. Speaking with Ethan and Teton, Ethan's so kind to spend some time with us and so kind to put 10 free ascent plans on the table for the first 10 callers today.
Yep. We've burned through 6.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So we got 4.
We got 4 left.
Yeah. So make sure one of these goes home with you and your family. 435-255-6331. Let me quickly describe to you what happens when you come in for an ascent plan. When you come in, we sit down at our office here in Murray. We crack open a couple of Diet Cokes or whatever it is, right? And then we just start talking about you. Who are you? What are you trying to do? What are your goals? What's your purpose? Why are you even saving this money? Why are you even getting up in the morning, right? We want to talk about all those things because we want to align your purpose in life with your finances, right? What are your near-term and long-term goals? We want to discover as much as we can. And then we start walking you through the 5 areas of the Ascent Plan. These are the 5 areas of service at Teton Wealth Group also. You can have a plan for your income, your investments, your taxes, your health care, and your estate. Now, when you're working, a lot of that's handled. You get your income from your employer, your health care from your employer, your taxes are pretty straightforward, your investments are your 401k. That's awesome, okay? But as you start to kind of get older and you start to really approach that time where you're going to be retired, all those things now fall on you. You've got to have a plan for all of those things in a way that you never needed before. Yeah. And that's where the Ascent Plan, is so valuable to have that in your pocket and say, you know what? I already know what I'm going to do.
I love it. Already
got a plan laid out. This is basically, the Ascent Plan is basically a real first draft of a real long-term retirement plan. Yep. It is so valuable. So 435-255-6331, and we'll throw in a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And I'm telling you, between this Ascent Plan experience and this book, you will have the tools you need to massively reduce your anxiety and move forward with some confidence.
It's one of my favorite things about representing Teton and representing you, Ethan, is I feel like we're dishing out hope and clarity.
Yeah.
Those 2 things, hope and clarity.
Yeah.
Because when we're thinking about our future, we want to clear things up. We want to make sure, okay, I know where I'm headed. And then we want to have hope that we can get there. And when I got done with my Ascent Plan, the 2 things I walked away with the most was hope and clarity on what I currently have done and what I need to do.
And that is honestly the most important thing. In our industry, there's a lot of negative thinking and there's a lot of fear-based thinking. People get so afraid. This is one of the reasons why people avoid this conversation. They're afraid of the financial world. Yeah. They're afraid of making mistakes. And you don't need to be afraid of that. You just need to have a little bit of a plan. And it doesn't need to mean huge changes to your lifestyle. This is just like anywhere else in life. If you want to start to get healthier, which is a better idea? Are you going to commit to getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym, or are you going to commit to doing a 20-minute walk after dinner, right? Which one of those is going to get you on the board quicker? Well, obviously, it's the 20-minute walk after dinner. You're fooling yourself if you think you're going to get up at 5 a.m. and go to the gym. It's the same thing here. Little things that we can do that will get you on this path that you really can do and have success with.
4 more free Ascent Plans on the table. Be one of the 4 callers, 435-255-6331. I know it's a lot of numbers. I'm going to slow it down for you. 435. It's not an 801. It's a 435-255-6331. Claim one of these final 4 Ascent Plans, and let's get you on the path. One of my favorite things sitting down with Ethan was projecting my future. I told Ethan, I said, I want to spend 5 months out of the 5 winter months out of the year in Florida.
Yep.
And Ethan said, all right, this is how we do it.
Yeah.
This is where we start.
Yep.
And I'm headed that way because that's what I want to do, me and my wife. And he said, well, what do you want to do? Well, I want to golf. I want to golf on a couple of Florida's best courses. And, what else do you want to do? I want to travel. I want to go hit some of these games. I want to go be a part of it. All right. Yeah. And we get to work towards that. Let Ethan help you get to your retirement goal. 435-255-6331. We rage on with the Ken Pomeroy Show. That's all coming up. We're getting into the Midwest bracket. Utah State, UCLA. We kick that off next.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA, helping to grow the things you love.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. You need a partner who keeps you ahead of the curve. At Les Olson IT, we help your business thrive with top-tier office technology, from copiers and IT hardware to advanced IT services and security solutions. With Les Olson IT, you get more than just products. You get solutions, service, and a team that cares. Les Olson IT, empowering businesses with the tools for success.
Les Olson IT.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, we want you to come down and hang out at JCW's with us. Plan for this. Come out to the Harriman location. Let them know that you're coming out for the Zone Watch Party. They're going to give you 10% off your order. So you're getting money off your order. You're getting the best, most juicy, most fresh, biggest burger at JCW's. You've had the JCW's burger, Ken.
Absolutely. And the shakes.
Oh, it's so good. The JCW's burger. You can't beat a JCW's burger. So 10% off, and you get to hang out with us and watch this, the first round of the NCAA tournament. And our show will be out there from 12 to 3, so you're going to see BYU tip-off against VCU. So plan on coming out, watching the BYU VCU game with us at JCW's, having a burger, taking 10% off, and just enjoying the day. That's all coming up tomorrow. The great Kim Pomeroy sitting in with us, helping us to put our brackets together. And we just went through the East in detail. Now let's jump into the Midwest, and let's start with the 10-7 matchup, UCLA and Utah State. How are we looking in this matchup?
Well, I mentioned that BYU had the sixth most dependence on their offense, right? Utah State has the third most. So Utah State's even more heavily bought into the offense. Utah State's offense is actually ranked 17th on my site, which if their defense was also ranked 17th, Utah State would be like the sixth biggest favorite in the tournament. I mean, that's how good the offense is. Wow. Unfortunately, the defense is ranked 151st, and so
when the offense falls apart, the team falls.
Yeah, they're gonna have to make shots against UCLA, and UCLA, coached by Mick Cronin, typically a pretty solid defensive team, and they are again this year. They've been generally, had an inconsistent year. This is by virtue of their seeding, you can get the impression that this is not one of the best UCLA teams we've seen in recent years, but their defense is ranked 17th. Their specialty is really forcing turnovers. They're 7th in the country in forcing turnovers. So that's going to be key for Utah State to kind of take care of the ball, which they've generally done a good job of. They were best in the Mountain West in terms of that.
Okay, so they had the fewest turnovers per game in the Mountain West Conference.
Yeah, per possession, yep.
Which is impressive for an offense that's that high, because you'd think there'd be quite a bit of usage, a lot of movement.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the reason they've been so good is that they shoot the ball really well. They don't commit turnovers. They get some offensive rebounds. They draw fouls. They kind of check all the boxes in the four factors. So it's been really just a complete offense for Jared Calhoun.
So what's the likelihood of Utah State advancing against UCLA?
The likelihood is not terrible, but I have it at 34%. So UCLA is like kind of the clear favorite here. The metrics really haven't liked the Aggies most of the year. Even when they were kind of building up that gaudy record and were in the top 25, the metrics kind of suggested that there might be a bit of pain coming down the stretch. And, sure enough, that happened. Like the closing the regular season, they had a couple of really non-competitive games against Boise State and Colorado State. And then, they got Colorado State again in the Mountain West tournament. And, I mean, the Rams are, one of the hottest teams in the country. But, again, Utah State wasn't that competitive in that game. So, there's a little bit of concern, certainly on my end, on how much Utah State has in the tank here.
By the way, when you're listening to Kim Pomeroy talk, just know that you can get access to every number he's got at his website, kimpalm.com. And, if you're looking to really dive deep into NCAA basketball and understand the world of stats and the diversity in stats, just how deep you can go, get out to kimpalm.com. That's kimpalm.com, and you can see some of, you do have free information at the front of the site. And then if you really want to dig deep and get into some of the deep metrics, you can, it's a pay-for site, but it's the most affordable pay-for site. So the most information with the most affordability out there.
In the world. Yeah.
So,
it's $25 for 12 months. So you're not just getting it for the tournament, actually. You'll have access through all of next season.
$25.
Yeah.
For an entire season. So get out there at kimpalm.com, and you can see where these numbers are coming from and the percentages, and you can have access to all of those numbers as well. All right. So Utah State, UCLA. By the way, we had UCLA's play-by-play voice on yesterday.
Okay.
And he was laughing, and he said, because I was asking him about Mick Cronin, the job that he's done, and he goes, just understand UCLA isn't a place where we hang banners for Final Fours. It's not a place we hang banners for Sweet 16s, because I believe he's had 2 Sweet 16s and a Final Four in the last 4 or 5 years, right?
Yeah. They should reconsider that, though, right? What are we doing here? You got to celebrate some accomplishments, don't you?
Dude, a Final Four? If BYU made a Final, it would be the first time in BYU history.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
they never made a Final Four.
I understand that there was a guy by the name of John Wooden who coached back in the day and won a lot of championships, but the era has changed, right? Nobody's winning 7 titles in a row anymore. I mean,
it's a new day and a new dawn here.
UConn won 2 titles in a row, and people proclaim Danny Hurley, the best coach of all time. So, let's just celebrate some of these lesser accomplishments.
What do you think of Coach Hurley?
He's
Boy,
he's kind of a maniac.
Oh boy, he's a demonstrative little man.
It's a demonstrative man. Yes.
Jeez, he's got a lot of attention. Where are we at with UConn right now?
UConn's playing Oklahoma in an 8-9 game in the West region, and then they'll get the 1 seed Florida theoretically in the second game there. So, yeah, it's been a little bit of a disappointing year for the Huskies. They haven't quite put it together, but
it's going to be a test for them.
But they do have 2 titles in a row, so you can't take that away from them.
Okay, so let's say Utah State does survive and that they do advance. They'll see number 2 Tennessee. I'm assuming Tennessee takes care of Wofford. Wofford's not going to pose a real problem for Tennessee, are they?
They're not, but the fun thing about Wofford is, Hans, they have a player who shoots free throws underhanded.
No, they don't. Granny style?
Kyler. I don't think they call it granny style anymore.
They don't call it granny style?
They do need a better
Berry
name.
style.
They need a better name for it, I feel like. Because I feel like the reason fewer players shoot it is because it's called granny style.
You can't shoot granny style.
I mean, my grandma never shot free throws like that. Like, why did they call it that?
Because I guess if an 88-year-old woman were to shoot, it would be from the hips like that. I
guess.
I don't think there's a lot of over-the-head movement.
Anyway, the guy's like a 30% free throw shooter, too. It hasn't really helped him, but...
I'm sorry, 30%?
I think he's like 30%.
Oh, okay. So we're playing Hack-a-Shack, and we're going to put Wofford at the line.
Yeah, Kyler Filowich. Did I mention his name? I probably shouldn't mention his name.
No, you're good. I like it. So, underhanded shooter. But Tennessee would probably advance.
Tennessee's going to advance.
How good's Tennessee?
They're really good. I mean, it's a broken record for a Rick Barnes coach team, right? Like, he's such a good regular season coach, great defensive coach. Tennessee's been flirting with the top defense in my rankings all season. Their offense is a little behind that, but they've had a really solid year in the SEC. However, the track record of Rick Barnes, which is a very long track record. I mean, there's talk of Rick Barnes potentially retiring after this year. That's how long he's been coaching, 30, 35 years, something like that. The track record in the tournament is not good. It's very disappointing. So, if the Aggies ended up getting matched up with them, I'm not sure that, they would have a great chance at an upset there. But the point is, I'm not super high on Tennessee getting to the Final Four, for instance.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Kentucky, who sits in this Midwest bracket with Utah State. Obviously, we've all got some level of focus on Kentucky because Mark Pope, he decided to leave BYU and take a job that he felt like was going to shoot him into stardom. And I know he's had his ups and downs, but how good is Kentucky as, I believe, a 3 seed, and what are their chances in that Midwest bracket?
Yeah, I mean, I give Mark credit. He put together a roster out of nothing. Basically had no players on his roster to start, when he arrived, and didn't get a real high level transfer on the roster, but just got a lot of good players and fit them together. And they've had a solid year. They battled a lot of injuries. Jackson Robinson hasn't played for a few weeks. Lamont Butler, their point guard, has been transfer. In and out. Yeah, right. Yeah. And so that's been kind of a struggle for them. And nonetheless, they put together a 10-8 record in conference play, and the offense is ranked 8th in the country. When completely healthy, it's a really difficult team to play. And if they somehow were to get kind of matched up against Tennessee, that would be a really good game. But Kentucky, beat them twice this year. Kind of oddly, Tennessee was a significant favor in both those games, and Kentucky won those games and won them fairly easily. So it'd be matchup number 3 in that rivalry, which would be pretty compelling.
So, just out of curiosity, how valuable is Jackson Robinson to Kentucky this year? And is he out for the tournament?
He's probably. I don't know. The coaches aren't necessarily super forthcoming. He hasn't been ruled out. He may be back, but they've been saying that for a couple of weeks about him, and he hasn't played. So he hasn't been ruled out. But he's been good for them. You might have questioned whether he could kind of, step up into that situation with even more talent around him. But he's been a really good role player for them. The jump shot has been obviously the key thing for them. I mean, he's, mainly a catch and shoot guy for them, but he's been very effective in that role.
So we'll see what Kentucky can do. They're coming out of that Midwest bracket. They could potentially bump into Utah State, but Utah State's going to have to really fight and survive for a while. Now let's talk about the 1 seed in that Midwest bracket. Big 12 powerhouse team that I watched dismantle BYU a couple of times. BYU, a very good offensive team, and getting into 60 points against Houston felt like a near impossibility. But talk about that 1 seed, Houston. Just how good is Houston? And you had them as the number 3 1 seed, right?
Yes, that's correct. And Houston is very good. We say this every year with the Kelvin Sampson Houston team. They're very good, but this might be the best one of all the teams he's had. They lost 4 games this year. One was to Texas Tech in overtime. One was to San Diego State in overtime. One was to Alabama in overtime. Yeah, and one was to Auburn, who's obviously another 1 seed. That was not in overtime, but the point is they've only lost 1 game. They've only been outscored in regulation 1 time in 34 games. And so the deal with them is they've always had an amazing defense, and their defense is ranked number 2 right now. But this year their offense is pretty good. They're ranked 10th in offense, 4th in the country in 3-point percentage. They don't take a lot of threes. They basically have 3 guys that can shoot.
But they're ranked 4th?
But their overall 3-point percentage is 4th.
You'd think if you'd had a 4th ranking that you'd increase. Now it might drop your ranking, but increase production on the outside.
Yeah. So the red flag for them is that in 2-point percentage, they're ranked 268th.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that would be remarkable if they could win a national title, being 268th in 2-point percentage.
In the 2-point percentage?
Yeah.
Where's BYU in 2-point percentage?
They were 6, right? Yeah, we said they're 6. So, yeah.
Where are they in 3-point percentage?
Very good, but not 6th.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Your expectation of my memorization of statistics is impressive, but as I look on this website called KenPom.com, I see they're 33rd.
33rd.
So, yeah.
33rd in 3-point.
Yeah, which is good, but they take a lot.
6th
they
in 2-point.
They take a lot more than Houston, is the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. So, as far as an offense, you're more concerned about BYU's 3-point shooting because they have 4 guys on the court at all times that can shoot threes, whereas Houston has usually 3, but sometimes only 2. And so they got guys that are great. They have 3 guys that are 40+% shooters. And then the rest of the team is kind of either not shooting it or pretty mediocre.
So that's why I have high expectations of your memory. Because you pull numbers out like crazy.
I do have a few
3
of them,
shooters over 40%?
Yeah. So LJ Cryer, Milos Uzan, and Emmanuel Sharp are all 42% shooters.
That is incredible. But what Houston does is they just crowd the perimeter. They'll defend you out. There was they haven't allowed more than 60 points in one time in the last 10, 15 games. It's crazy what they can do defensively.
They're just very committed on the defensive end, very aggressive, get to all the loose balls. The activity levels, 100% at all times. I mean, that's what they bring to the table.
All right, so we're going to jump in and we're going to give you a quick South and a quick West look. That's coming up from 2:30 on out through 3. Big thanks to Kim Pomeroy. He's sitting in for a couple of hours, helping us get our brackets put together, get us the kind of the expectations we take into Thursday and Friday and some of the opening rounds of the bracket, taking a look at these conferences. Big thanks to him. As he mentioned, kenpom.com. You can get out to that site right now, and you can take a look at all the information. It's amazing. I mean, you got all your offensive ratings, your defensive ratings. You can get into advanced stats. He goes really deep into a lot of different areas. If you want to take a part of that, kenpom.com. And again, just $25. I mean, geez.
$25, and all right, you win $1 million if you get the perfect bracket, right? So that's a pretty good investment.
Pays for itself.
That's right.
Exactly.
You pay $25 for kenpom.com, then you go to KSLSports.com, you fill out your bracket, win $1 million. I mean, that's
easy peasy.
You walk away with $999,000. We'll stop there.
Keep going. Come on, I'm waiting for you.
98.
Math on the radio, don't do it.
975. I don't know. I should have Ethan with Teton help me out with these numbers. Let's just say if I won $1 million, Ethan, I could retire a little bit sooner.
Yeah, that would change the game. Yeah, for sure. I mean, for anybody, $1 million is so much money to have that drop in your lap.
So I had a buddy about 20 years ago. He won $1 million hole-in-one. at the Robbie Bosco golf tournament. And he was the manager for Ruby River. If you remember Ruby River.
Sure, yeah.
He was the manager in the Provo location. And it was a 225-yard par 3. He hit a 3-wood, and it hit at the front of the green, rolled in, and I said, well, what'd you do, lump sum or take the monthly? He took he took the yearly.
He took the yearly.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a yearly payout, and I can't remember. I think it was $180,000 a year.
You know, that's life-changing money. Unfortunately, that can't happen to all of us.
Right.
It's going to happen to a few of us. But it's so rare that it makes the news when it happens.
I know, it's incredible.
It's what happens. I mean, imagine what a big deal it'll be when someone finally gets a perfect bracket, if that ever happens. You know what I mean? That'll be a big, big story.
And that's going to be a pain point for a lot of insurance companies that back these $1 million promotions.
It'll be, the rest of us, we just have to plug along, right? Do the best we can and try and achieve financial independence the old-fashioned way. And that is with just, some good habits.
Elbow grease.
And some time.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's how it works. And that's what we designed the Ascent Plan around at Teton Wealth Group, is using what we know works. If you're trying to get retired, if you're trying to have a good retirement plan in place, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to find some other option no one's found before. You don't need to go after, chase some crazy idea. We just need to do what we know works.
Yeah.
And we just need to stay on that course. There's a well-worn path to a great retirement. If you have family and friends that are out there and you think, boy, they really are having a great retirement, how'd they do that? Yeah. They did it like this.
Oh, yeah, they had a plan.
Yeah.
They didn't luck into it.
No, it's really hard to luck into things like that. So if you call 435-255-6331, we'll do an Ascent Plan for you and your family, and you'll see that well-worn path that will give you the best possible chance of having the kind of retirements you've always dreamed of, the kind of retirement where you can go and you can see March Madness in person and you can enjoy these times, because we all make promises to ourselves. I want to do this sometime.
You can make that $1,000 ticket splurge.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you calculated for it. 435-255-6331. We've got 4 plans left. Be one of the first 4 callers right now, and you're going to get one of those plans.
That's right.
And essentially, it's free time with some of the most amazing financial and retirement minds that you're going to find.
Yeah, this is all we do. We do this every single day, and we love doing it like this. You know, the Zone has been such a great partner for us because we've met so many amazing families that have real dreams and real aspirations, and be able to sit down and say, okay, here's how we get you guys there. Man, that's just so rewarding. We love that so much. And, not everyone works with us long term. Not everyone that we meet works with us long term. And that's okay. But we want to do an Ascent Plan for you. There's no cost, no obligation. We'll throw in a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. You're going to love this experience.
I really want to reach out to our listeners right now because, let's say you're 58 years old. And I just know how we do this as men. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, I've got a bad tooth. It's hurting.
Yeah.
And I need to see a dentist, and I know that this tooth is bad, and it's going to be a root canal, and it's going to be $3,000. But no, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to keep putting it off. You don't put this off. Right now, you've got an opportunity to come in and get that root canal for free.
Yeah.
You got that opportunity.
Yep.
Just call 435-255-6331. We'll turn the light on for you.
Yep.
We're going to give you that well-worn path. We're going to show you. 58 years old, we'll get you there. 65, we can get you there. We can make this a possibility. But you got to start now.
And turning on the light, that's a great metaphor, because we're afraid of the things we don't know.
Yeah.
We can't see, right? The things in the future that we're concerned about. It's just lack of information. Once we sit down, we go through this information, boy, you're not going to have nearly as much anxiety around your finances. So make sure that one of these Ascent Plans goes to your family. It's really going to bless your life.
Only 4 left, so call right now. 435-255-6331. We continue on with the Ken Pomeroy Show. Next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket, then... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
You're the yard work hero, aligner of edges, trimmer of hedges, and slayer of weeds. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food for quick green up and long-lasting weed prevention. IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate. As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com. Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 5-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit stubbsdental.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Filipowski continuing to work on his shot. This is him talking about that development.
Some games call for shooting more threes, then so be it. If some games call for taking more twos at the rim, then I'm cool with that too. It's kind of just, depending on the game. And like I said, if they're taking away that three ball, looking to adapt and play inside. And I think that's what's pretty special about my game style and how versatile I am with being able to do that.
That's your Jazz update at the 30s. Let us help you be a better you. UU Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
It is a Win Ticket Wednesday, which means caller number 12 right now, 801-575-9663. That's 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Cody Johnson. Ooh, geez, that's another big giveaway. I don't even think you can get your hands on these tickets.
No, they're pretty close to being sold out.
This dude's a big-time star. You're going to win 2 tickets to go see Cody Johnson on his Leather Deluxe Tour. It is a tour that's all about Lloyd's pants. Leather Deluxe. That's June 28th. of this year at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. If there are any available, they'll be at livenation.com. Just call our number 12, 801-575-ZONE. The great Ken Pomeroy. We've got about 25 minutes left with Ken, so let's get into this because we still have 2 brackets that we've got to cover. We've covered the East with BYU and VCU. We've covered the Midwest with Utah State and UCLA. Let's jump into the South with the number 1 overall, number 1 seed in Auburn. How tough is the South bracket right now?
Well, I think it might be the bracket that we will see the most mayhem in, Hans.
Okay.
Auburn's the number 1 overall seed, but also
according to their rankings, but according to yours,
they're the number 4 overall.
Yeah.
So part of that is that Auburn has a great resume. They won a bunch. They won the SEC, which by definition had a whole bunch of quality wins involved in it. Overall, and then their non-conference schedule, by the way, was like pretty ridiculous as well. They beat Houston, they played Duke and lost to Duke, but beat Iowa State, beat Purdue. I mean, it was a healthy non-conference schedule for a team that didn't really need to go to that length because they were going to play in a great conference. But anyway, they did struggle a bit down the stretch. They lost 3 of their last 4 games. They've been, possibly a little bit banged up. Janai Broome has generally been able to play, like admirably so, but he's had a variety of injuries from like an ankle injury to a shoulder injury that he's kind of played through down the stretch. So this is a team that also will have to potentially in their second game play a quasi road game against Louisville in Lexington, Kentucky. So they face a few more challenges than the other 1 seeds.
Okay. Dang, I got to rethink this now. As I put too much weight into the SEC, I put way too much weight into Auburn. What statistically, what is it that separates Auburn? Like, what is it that they do better than anybody?
Well, for a while this year, they were trending towards having one of the best offenses in modern history in terms of their adjusted offensive rating. That has slipped a little bit down the stretch. They are ranked 2nd in the country right now, and then they're 12th on the defensive end. So, it's a team that's a little better offensively than defensively, but they're a complete team. I mean, there's not a lot of obvious weaknesses here. One interesting fact is that they are pretty good at defending the 3-point line, which they're 51st in terms of in preventing attempts, and they're 5th in terms of opponents' percentage. In the kind of the analytics world, we look at like opponents' 3-point percentage is maybe a little more driven by luck and variance and just how well the other teams are shooting against you. And so if that regresses a little bit, that would be maybe another red flag for Auburn.
How does Tom Izzo continue to do this many years? Right now, Michigan State, they're 2 seed in the South. And he's been the head coach of Michigan State since 1995. Is he the longest tenured D1? It's got to be close to it.
He's close to it.
If not the.
Who are we missing?
It's got to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Real close to it.
I mean, they've obviously had some recent retirements that, at one school, I think he is, but
like
somebody will correct us, I'm sure.
Coach K.
Coach K's gone. Jim Boeheim was number 1 in that category. He's gone.
But 1995 and the amount of tournament success he's had and the amount of times he's had his team in the tournament as a 3 seed or better is just incredible. But how much weight do you put into Tom Izzo's ability to coach this team through portions of this South Division?
Yeah, I put some weight on that. I try not to get too concerned about coaching because the tournament is kind of it's a wide open event. And if you look kind of at Izzo's recent performance, it's been a little bit more mixed. He just has 1 Sweet 16 in the last 4 tournaments.
Tom?
Yes. Yeah. Did go to the Final Four in 2019. And then prior to that, again, kind of 3 consecutive early exits. So it's been a little more mixed later in his career. But this is a really good Michigan State team. Player to note here is Jace Richardson, son of the NBA if you call him legend, but really good NBA player, Jason Richardson. He is a freshman and has really been coming on strong here at the end of the year, moving into the starting lineup and just playing much better than he did early in the season, really getting kind of used to the speed and pace of the college game. It's a team that doesn't necessarily have a go-to guy or any stars, but just a lot of guys that can be a star at any given night. And so I do think Michigan State is a pretty dangerous team in this bracket.
I just curious, who do you have coming out of the South?
Well, I do have Michigan State.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a power team.
It is a good team. Like it's there's just like I said, this bracket's probably open for some mayhem and
some debate.
Iowa State's the 3 seed.
Yep.
One of their starters has actually been ruled out of this tournament, Keyshawn Gilbert. They've been dealing with some injuries down the stretch.
And we can't overlook Lipscomb and Bryant.
We can overlook them, actually.
Lipscomb. What an incredible name. Lipscomb and Bryant. Those are two schools that are in the South
No, you're not
bracket.
joking. They're legitimate universities that people get degrees from.
It's got to be the first time Lipscomb's ever seen a tournament, right?
I don't think so. I believe they've been here before.
Have they been there before?
Yes.
I haven't heard Lipscomb or Bryant in some time.
Bryant's a new one.
Bryant's a brand new one. The Mount West Conference, they got a couple of entrants. New Mexico sits in that South Division. How good is New Mexico?
I mean, they have Donovan Dent, who won Conference Player of the Year. Overall, they're kind of your typical Mountain West team. It feels like every year we talk about Mountain West teams. Outside of the 2 years ago when San Diego State went to the championship game, it's like all these teams are pretty flawed. They get into the tournament and they disappoint. And I think New Mexico's probably headed down that road again. But they are a fun team. They play at an extremely fast pace, 4th in the country. But overall, 83rd ranked offense. So it's not kind of the best profile for a team that's going to advance very far.
Yeah. What team in the tournament relies the most on an individual? Is it Cooper Flagg? Is he the number one? As far as an individual performance carrying a team that has some significance, maybe a 5 seed or higher, is anybody more reliant upon one individual than Duke and Cooper Flagg?
Cooper Flagg actually has some help. He has Con Knippel, another kind of stud freshman on their team. Kaman Malawach, who's a big man. I mean, they obviously depend on Cooper Flagg. I don't want to downplay it, but they're not overly dependent on him. I mean, they just won the ACC tournament without him. So actually, New Mexico's opponent, Marquette, has a guy, Cam Jones, who is a senior for them and has kind of stuck around and always been kind of this fringy NBA prospect, but has managed to stick around there. And Marquette is very dependent on Cam Jones for their offense. So he would certainly be one of those guys who's up there.
How much are we seeing the landscape of college basketball change where, you mentioned him sticking around. A lot of guys are going to stick around the NCAA ranks because they're not NBA talent and they can make money at the NCAA ranks. So.
Right. Yeah. It used to be, if you were if you thought you were going top 40 in the draft, you get a guaranteed contract, you were gone in almost all cases. There were a few exceptions. And then even guys below that, especially once the two-way contracts became a thing, guys that even maybe thought they weren't going to get drafted, they could play their way into two-way contract would go pro. But yeah, a lot of those cases now are going back the other way where there's college guys who will stick it out, unless they're top 20 pick or something like that.
It's hard to believe how much money kids can make. Are you getting any of those numbers? Do you hear any of those numbers kind of in your line? I'm sure you come across.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are publicized. The famous one in the offseason was Great Osobor, who came from Utah State, followed Danny Sprinkle to Washington, and I think got $2 million to do that. Washington ended up finishing 18th in the Big Ten, which was dead last, by the way. So I don't know. I mean, he had a fine year, but and I guess if you have money to spend, you got to spend it. But you kind of wonder if it was worth it in that case.
So much money out there. There's rumors swirling about A.J. DeMonsa, the number one overall recruit to BYU. And you see numbers. You don't know what to believe, but
I've seen anywhere from 5 to 7 million that's swirled out there.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of what you're hearing. And in that case, again, if you have the money to spend, then it's probably worth it, right? Like, who else are you going to spend it on? And by virtue of getting him, you may attract other people as well. So it's going to be really fascinating to see how things play out for BYU next year. But obviously, we got to get through this tournament first.
I know this tournament's a lot of work for you, but you still have a blast doing this.
Absolutely.
Tournament time's still your pinnacle?
I would say so, yeah. Certainly I love conference tournaments as well. I think they're kind of like a really underrated part of the college basketball landscape. So, from last week, through the next 3 weeks, it's just a really fun journey to see how this plays out. I mean, that's ultimately, when you're in the business I am and you're just making a bunch of predictions, seeing how things play out is really the fun part of it.
I've talked a lot about KenPom.com today. The website, you can go to the website. The last time I was at the website, you do have a ranker, oldest team to youngest team. Is that right?
It's experience.
Experience.
Yeah. So it's basically like how many games or how many minutes the roster has played.
How often does that play into the success of a tournament team?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's hard to say because it does come down to like talent and ability, and so you can still win with a young roster. Like, we're going to kind of get that tested a little bit with Duke to some extent. Although, even though Duke has like 5 freshmen in their top 9, they do have some other experienced players that bring up their experience value a little bit. Like, Kansas is the most experienced team in the tournament this year. Most experienced team in the country, actually.
Which is why they were probably a preseason rank 1.
Yeah, that was part of it, right? They're preseason rank 1 and did not play to that at all. And, not really a serious team to win a title this year. They're a 7 seed. They'll open with Arkansas, so kind of a fun coaching matchup there. But, not a team that's really a threat to win a title or really even get to the Final Four, I'd say.
All right, we'll wrap up our bracket talk. We'll get you just a couple of final thoughts as you're trying to fill out your bracket. Go to KSLSports.com and click on the Basketball Mayhem and get entered on the bracket. This is a chance at $1 million on a perfect bracket. It's a $1,000 guaranteed giveaway to the winning bracket and another $500 giveaway to anybody that beats JJ's bracket. You're going to be thrown into a group, and we're going to pick a random winner for $500. So plenty of opportunities to win a lot of money at KSLSports.com. Plus, just go have fun with us. I mean, this is really a fun bracket. All of us on air, we all fill one out, and we throw our 2 cents out there, and you get to compete against us and brag about it.
Rights.
Yeah, they brag about it, and you rub it in my face. There were 3 brackets that beat mine last year, and
And I had all 3 of them.
All three got to talk their trash. Yeah. So get out to KSLSports.com. Go have a little bit of fun with us. The basketball bracket mayhem. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up with Kim Pomeroy next.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Oh, fire! Oh!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's something different. There's something amazing about Bar W Beef. I go to their story on their website. It says, "Welcome to Bar W Beef, a cutting-edge beef processing facility located in Nephi, Utah. Built this year, Bar W Beef stands at the forefront of innovation in beef processing, setting new standards in the state of Utah." And it's interesting because you can just read that and be like, oh, okay. Well, Scotty and I have lived it. We've gone through the facilities. And when it says forefront of innovation, when we're talking about state-of-the-art facilities, that's Bar W Beef, and it's right there in Nephi, Utah. So from being born to being processed, it's all done in Nephi, Utah. So you're getting home-raised beef. And then when you talk about the cutting-edge process of it, They're all fed the exact nutrients. They're all taken extremely well care of. They get the range that they need. They're healthy. They're comfortable so that beef is soft and it's relaxed and it's incredible to cook. Don't forget, Bar W Beef, just being on the cutting edge and having those facilities, every one of their beef is dry aged for 15 days. That means that it sits in a cooling facility and it dry ages. You don't get that with your burger. You don't get that with your store-bought beef. That's Bar W's promise. And then when you cook up a Bar W ribeye or a Bar W New York steak, you're going to taste the difference. I guarantee it. I put my name on it. Bar W Beef, you can start the process at barwbeef.com. You can buy the bundle. You can get a quarter beef. You can get a half beef. Stock your freezer with it. barwbeef.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See americafirst.com/visa for details. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. In celebration of over 32 years of serving humans in Utah with their computer and tech needs, we've slashed our prices. And these are the new 2025 models. Here's the deal. You can get our new 2025 S1 desktop with a blazing Ryzen 5 processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing fast storage on this promotion. We also have our new 2025 SM3 laptop with the Intel i5 processor, 16 gigs, and over a terabyte of storage for $999. You can take one home today for $999. And you also get the peace of mind of our lifetime service warranty. We also have 12 months special financing available, and they start as low as $29 a month. But hurry in because supplies are limited. Because at PC Laptops, we love you. PCLaptops.com. Take home a blazing fast 2025 model desktop or laptop for $999 at PCLaptops.com.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit ReplenishCompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
Come get your burger fix at JCW's. The Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick rich shakes. Plus, stop at a JCW's Thursday in Harriman and join the KSL Sports Zone broadcasting live for the watch party from 10 to 6. Mention the zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. JCW's in Harriman, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club suffering a pretty terrible loss last night. Andre Tierney not real happy with it.
The fight, the pushback, what we're known for, the resilience and to be engaged and to be connected was none of that. So it's everybody, and started by the coach. I think it's my job to make sure that doesn't happen.
That's your Utah Hockey Club update at the 50. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, I'm going to use the final couple minutes selfishly. I decided that I get the last couple minutes for myself.
You've actually been selfish this whole time.
Have I? I'm sorry if that's the case.
It's all been about your bracket.
No, I feel bad.
I've been watching you sit there and fill it out as you're talking to Ken.
I just feel bad. I don't mean to take up the whole Ken Pomeroy show on my bracket, but it is extremely helpful. All right, tell me about St. John's.
Ooh.
2 seed in the West.
Yeah.
I've got St. John's into my Final Four. I just did some stupid, brief, numbered looks, and I decided, you know what? You talked about having to stand out from the office pool. And I felt like, all right, I think I might be able to stand out with St. John's. So I took St. John's to the Final Four. How crazy is that?
It's not super crazy. One interesting nugget about St. John's is that they lost 4 games this year. Those 4 losses were by a total of 7 points.
Jeez.
So nobody came closer to going undefeated this year than St. John's. Nobody lost their games by fewer points than they did. Obviously, you have Rick Pitino as the head coach. You know, you can trust him to do the right thing on the court. They do have
emphasis.
Yeah, they're the top-ranked defense in the country. Their offense is 65th, so it's a little bit of a weakness. I do think they could get to the Final Four. They're playing in the Florida region. Florida's the 1 seed, so they may be a little more vulnerable than like a Duke or a Houston would be. So I don't mind it. I have Texas Tech coming out of that region, but Texas Tech is kind of banged up injury-wise, so St. John's is certainly a worthy pick.
Do you mind if I ask your Final Four?
Yeah, so my Final Four is Duke and Houston as the 1 seeds, Texas Tech and Michigan State.
Michigan State out of the South.
Michigan State out of the South.
All right, there you go. Ken, thank you.
Thanks,
I'm telling you, every year that you do this, we're just grateful, man.
Well, I appreciate you having me on. Yeah.
This to me is a big treat, and you can get out to kenpalm.com for all the information that you need to fill out your bracket. You've got until, is it 10 a.m. tomorrow, right?
But don't wait till 9:58.
Don't do that. Don't wait.
Don't do it.
Get your bracket filled out, and then plan on coming out to Harriman to the JCW's watch party with us coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Make sure you got your bracket filled out. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Big thanks to Ethan and T-Tom for hanging out with us today, too. Ethan, thank you, man. We really appreciate your partnership.
Hey, this was a really fun show. We were really glad to be a part of it.
Well, I hope that you got some help with your bracket.
I did.
Good.
Yep, I've got some good ideas.
All right,
so
good.
I've got stiff competition back at Teton. That is an office full of sports
and numbers. They know numbers.
And and it's so I've got stiff competition, but I think Ken Palm is gonna get me there. So
gonna get you over the line.
That's right.
All right. 435-255-6331. Do we have an ascent plan or 2 to give away?
Yeah, we do, and I'll even do an extra one if we need to. If you need to ring in 435-255-6331, we're right here at the tail end, and if you don't have an ascent plan yet from Teton Wealth Group, boy, our team is looking forward to doing one for you. The number one thing you're going to get right away is more peace of mind, less anxiety over your financial future and your financial present. Once you get things organized, once you get things kind of set up, you get a little plan in place. Like you said, Hans, it's like turning the lights on in a dark room. It really solves a lot of that kind of emotional drag that we have around finances. So that's the number one thing. And then beyond that, let's just talk about how to get you on that well-worn path that will give you the highest possible chance of success, long-term success in finances. There's no trick. There's no special thing you've got to know. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is how you put together a long-term retirement plan, and this is how you retire. So whether you're coming up on retirement or it's still a few years out, this is so valuable. 435-255-6331, and we'll throw in a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. But I'll tell you what, for the number one thing for everyone listening, this is about keeping promises to yourself. We all sacrifice so much for our families and for our careers, and at a certain point, you've got to start cashing checks for yourself. And what I mean is experiences, those places you want to go, those games you want to see in person. It's time to start putting those things on the calendar. We'll show you how you can keep your promises you've made to yourself and your family.
Call for the free Ascent plan. Get your retirement in order. 435-255-6331. Big thanks to Ethan and Teton. Huge thank you to Ken Pomeroy. Go to kenpalm.com. Get all that information. A big thank you to Nate Dowdle. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be in this position without his greatness. So big thank you to all those.
Lloyd Cole.
I'm not thanking Lloyd King Cole, but Lloyd definitely keeps us on track. Hand it off to JJ and Alex next.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Skip the airport crowds and expensive hotels. Upgrade your adventure with an RV from a Motorsportsland RV Center. With trailers starting at just $6 a day, it's easier than ever to hit the road in comfort and style. Upfront pricing, expert service, and free training. No hidden fees, just adventure. Start your journey today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and you. Thanks for hanging out with us here on a pre-NCAA tournament start. Now, of course, the first four got started last night.
It did.
Exciting stuff out of fill-in-the-blank, directional Alabama.
Oh,
And,
give the Alabama State Hornets some respect.
Put some
First
respect.
NCAA tournament win, and they did it at the buzzer.
It was fun. I mean, look, at the very least.
Sort of.
At least there was one exciting game out of the two. San Diego State, you had one job. That was to make all of us look really smart by saying that UNC shouldn't have been in this thing. North Carolina, you have no business being in this tournament. Of course, they win by 30 and then show everybody. Or at least, here's the thing. It doesn't change my mind at all. Somebody else should have been in that spot getting the opportunity. But now North Carolina is doing this like chip on the shoulder thing like, everybody thinks we shouldn't be here. It is so lame to watch North Carolina pretend like they're the underdog, like that the rest of the world is against them. Oh, nobody believes in us. It's
Our
like,
Cinderella story.
Nobody believes in us. No, nobody wants to believe in you. That's the whole point. We said as soon as this happened, we were like, I guarantee they win 2 games. You know what I mean? Like you knew they were gonna. You know that's what they're gonna do.
It was like UCLA 3 years ago when they played BYU in the first round. I think a lot of people were like, why did UCLA get in? But they end up in the Final Four.
Yeah.
They're UCLA. They have talent. And
you
look,
can get on a tear.
North Carolina has talent. R.J. Davis is a really good player, and he proved it last night, 26 points. They got depth. They got players.
How long has R.J. Davis been freaking playing basketball, dude? That guy, he's been in every – it feels like he's been in every
We live in an era where
5
guys
years.
have played 7 or 8 years of college basketball. I can't keep track.
Right. The old story, the old BYU joke about how old those guys are, that's every team now, by the way.
Yeah.
Unless they have a whole group of one-and-dones, everybody's 23 and a half on this.
Every team has old heads now in college basketball.
I get it. Gosh dang it.
Do we owe North Carolina an apology? You say no.
No, absolutely not. No.
At what point do I have to apologize to North Carolina? How far do they have to go before I have to apologize?
We don't. They act because that spot could have been taken up. You know how this is. That's the whole point of why these guys are mad. Because if you get in the tournament, all bets are off. Anything can happen. You can get on a tear. Yeah. You can be an 11 seed. Look, Boise State could have gone. Maybe they win 1 or 2 games. They've been playing really, really good basketball.
Now that leads me to the other concern I had after last night.
Which is?
The Mountain West.
Uh-oh.
Are they not very good this year?
No, they're not.
Because San Diego State looked awful last night.
Could they all go over? Could the Mountain West not win a game?
As the kids would say, San Diego State was buns last night.
Buns. The thing is that I think we all know Utah State could steal a win in that first round.
Look,
absolutely.
I'm sure they could, but I'm starting to, across the board, did we and it feels like we're doing it every year, because when's the last time outside of San Diego State's run to the Final Four has the Mountain West Conference had a incredible year in the NCAA tournament? You can't find it.
Well, they put a bunch of guys in there last year. They put 6 teams in last year.
And won 1 in the first round.
Yeah. So I think that Colorado State's your best chance to win more than 1. I think that you have room to maybe win
I like New Mexico against Marquette. I like Donovan Dent, but Marquette's a tough team in the battles in the Big East. You get to the tournament, plays very physical. It's all about guard play. That's why I give New Mexico a shot. That's why I give Utah State a shot with Mason Falslip and some of those other guys they've got on that team. But I'm wondering if we overvalue the Mountain West year in and year out. And you look at Boise State not getting in the tournament. Last year they got in and they didn't do anything with it. So maybe the Mountain West is overinflated as far as the value we think it has. Maybe these teams aren't as good as we think.
Well,
but
I think I
hope I'm wrong this year, and I hope the Aggies go kick butt tomorrow. But, man, I have real concern about how the Mountain West is going to do in this first round.
Well, we all kind of scratched our heads when San Diego State got in, and we were like, oh, after just losing their first game in the Mountain West tournament. Right,
they had a really good November as usual. You go back and look at their schedule. Early in the season, they beat UC San Diego, who everyone raves about. They beat Creighton. They beat Houston.
Yeah.
They beat Houston 73-70. And so, yeah, they had a good resume.
Yeah, that
was a long time ago, and they didn't get better during the season.
Well, it's kind of funny because those November games are what kept Boise State out, and it's probably what got them over the top to be able to be in San Diego State, that is, to be in now. So, all right, we've got tons going on. We are at RGS Exteriors here in South Jordan, and this is a fun thing for us. Tim Jr. and his guys, of course, do an awesome job here, so we'll be chatting with them in a little bit. But let's get the show kicked off officially. We've got our program, as always, brought to you by G2G Bars. Let's jump into the cut right here and get into the official press conferences today. Kevin Young from BYU, Coach Calhoun from Utah State, and we'll get you all of those. So stay right here. Let's jump into the cut right here, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN, wealth.com for your local trusted financial fiduciaries in retirement, 801-899-7600, or their website, TrajanWealth.com. Let's start off first with, let's go with Jared Calhoun in Utah State. Obviously, when you sit down at these press conferences and you're trying to get your guys right, trying to get their heads, not to feel like the moment's too big, but also to make sure that you understand how big the moment is, kind of all at the same time. And so here's Coach Calhoun from Utah State at his official press conference today at the NCAA tournament.
I think our team is extremely excited to be here. It's a lot of hard work making the NCAA tournament. We have 9 new players, so seeing these guys come together for one common goal. You know, our motto in our program is we over me, and I think our kids have, really, really done a great job of carrying that out throughout the year. So we're really excited to be here.
Ben Bulch, Los Angeles Times. Coach Cronin talked about knowing you well. Can you talk about your relationship with him, how you got to know him, and how it's evolved over the years?
We never worked together, but we kind of, came up under the same coach, and Bob Huggins. We never crossed paths. Mick's path is very similar to mine. He started off as a high school assistant coach, worked in the video room at Cincinnati, and obviously has worked his way up to one of the elite coaches in the country. So I've had a great deal of respect for him, and he's just given me a lot of advice over the years, whether I was at the Division II level, Youngstown State, or currently at Utah State. So we joked probably about 10 days ago. We talked for close to an hour that night about his team, about my team, about the current landscape of college basketball, some of his beliefs, philosophies, and sure enough, here we are playing each other in the first round. So we go way, way back.
Sean Harrison with the Herald-Journal. Coach, do you know Coach Cronin's team better than he knows your team, or who do you think knows the other team better?
I probably have watched more of his games than he has watched of ours. I watch about 3 or 4 teams, Sean, throughout the year. Obviously, you watch a lot of your friends' teams. I could tell you and recall a lot of plays of the Boston Celtics this year because Joe's obviously a good friend of mine. But UCLA's a team I've watched. My uncle passed away a few years ago, and he was the biggest Bruin fan ever. Can't tell you how much he loved the Bruins. So, to be playing these guys in this storied program and the history is pretty neat. So I've watched them, I'd say 7 to 8 times live throughout the year, and then obviously the last 2 days, ton of tape.
Jason Walker with Cash Valley Daily. I just want to ask about the
tournament experience your team has. I mean, 3 of the guys that were up here have been in 1 or 2 games. Other players on the team have been in this tournament, won a game. Just how much of an impact can that have on the team getting here and just being prepared mentally as well as, on the court?
Jason, I think everything is experience. It's continuity. It's confidence. It's swagger, right? You got to have all that. So to have Mason and Ian and Fish and Carson and Jackson Smith, part of last year's team that beat TCU in the first round, and then obviously Auburn having that game experience against UConn is critical, right? Just being able to handle and manage, the hoopla of this, right? I've been pretty fortunate. I've been part of a couple Sweet 16s and a Final Four run, so I've seen this. As a guy that was part of a staff, it's different on the kids. To me, it's you got to block out the noise. You have to stay off social media. I think there's so many things out there that can distract you. Just stay focused. Have that belief that you can beat anybody, and anybody can, right? Tomorrow starts the greatest tournament that we have in the United States, right? It's the greatest tournament there is. I mean, there's going to be millions and millions of people watching. It's what makes college basketball so unique, but I do think having that experience will certainly help. UCLA was not in the tournament last year. They're hungry. I've read Mick's quotes. I know the hard work that he went through, the frustration of last year. They're a storied program. They're expected to make deep tournament runs. So they're going to have swagger. They're going to have confidence. There's no reason the Aggies can't as well.
Ben Balch, Los Angeles Times. UCLA is 9-0 this season when Adimar plays 15 or more minutes. Knowing that stat, are you hoping you can keep him to 14 minutes? And what's the best way to counteract somebody who's 7'3" at this level?
Yeah, I mean, he's massive. He's only going to get better. Tremendous young talent. I think one of the most, talented young players in college basketball. You can see when he gets going in a game, he gets that swagger and he gets that confidence. It's a lot of times it's easy baskets. He's one of the best lob threats we have in college basketball. Mick does a tremendous job of putting him in Spain actions, high pick and roll. So, your ball screen defense against him has to be really good. You got to do a tremendous job of playing physical, because if he catches the ball on the block, you have no shot. Right, so you got to play physical against him. He's certainly one of those guys on their roster that nobody has that, right? Nobody has that height in today's game. We saw it last year with Zach Edey. We saw it firsthand as a program, so we're certainly aware of him.
Gary Graves, Associated Press. Coach, you've been able to maintain the program's postseason continuity, I guess, 3 years running with 3 different coaches. When you kind of look back on your arrival, how do you think you were able to kind of change your approach to coaching, especially with the transfer portal and other things like NIL?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I think certainly college basketball has changed. You have to have a very, very good plan. You have to have partnership. I was very fortunate to get the Utah State job. Right, Diana Sabo, took a gamble on a coach that really had no ties to the West Coast. Right, I think so much nowadays you don't have to have ties to certain areas. I think if you can relate to the players, you can be there for them. You can hear their story. You have a system that works inside that league. Every job is different. You have to have a strategic plan. We wanted to be different. We wanted to play fast. We wanted to play a lot of guys. Our NIL, we had an event the other night. We raised $1 million in one night. Last year, we didn't have that for this year's roster. We didn't have that for the entire roster. Right, so I think that shows the commitment from our university, that shows you the commitment from Cache Valley. The awareness is very real. And I think kids like playing in our system. We give them a lot of freedom. If you're open, our whole system is find, create, and keep advantages, right? We want to be disruptive defensively, but we want our guys to have great confidence on the offensive end. We're one of the best passing teams in the country. We're one of the most efficient teams. We take a lot of pride in that, making the right play. Tomorrow's matchup will be all about ball security. They're going to come after us in the half court, full court. We want the game, to play fast. We want to open this game up. We want to see if we can get up and down with them.
There's Coach Calhoun talking about obviously people are going to be talking more about UCLA and UCLA basketball.
Good for Utah State.
I think so too. I mean, look,
that's how they want this to roll. You're the underdog.
UCLA is always going to have better talent, right? I mean, that's always going to be the case.
More depth, more resources, more everything.
Right. They can walk into a room and recruit basketball players way better than they can recruit football players, by the way. But
absolutely.
But I do think that if Utah State does anything, that is this idea of rolling up and going, we got nothing to lose. That's their role they play in every tournament that they've ever played in, and every tournament they'll ever play in again is people going, where's that? Where's Utah State? Like, is it in Salt Lake City? You know, this whole thing you have to educate people on when you go, Utah State now, they're the Aggies. Okay, so have they been to the tournament very often? And you're like,
yeah.
That's an advantage that you have when people aren't, dialed up into what Utah State can do.
Yeah.
And
the pressure's on UCLA, and Mick Cronin's going to put a lot of pressure on his guys. It just feels like that's the opportunity for Utah State to make it happen. It's a great opponent for them. My only worry and concern for Utah State is they have not played well the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season. They have not looked good. They did not look good in Vegas. They did not look good in Fort Collins. They did not look good in Boise. I'm worried about that.
What did they do in the Big Ten tournament, by the way, UCLA? Obviously, they weren't in the championship.
They got beat by Wisconsin, if I remember right.
In the
Didn't
semis?
go well for them. Yeah, not even the semis. I think it was the quarters.
So both these teams probably sat out enough time, been able to kind of get their feet under them. And So, and we've talked about it before too. 7-10, and I heard Ken Palm talking with Hans today on their show, and obviously, like a 7-10 matchup now is basically just everybody's in the same boat, which is
it's almost a pick 'em.
You're an at-large bid out of a league, and it really is kind of a look where you go, hey, a 7-seeded UCLA is about the same as a 10-seeded Utah State. A month ago, Utah State was in that 7, 8, 9 line, for a good chunk of the season.
Utah State was in the top 25 this year. They're really, really good.
Yeah.
They've earned their position here. I just worry that they've run out of gas.
Yeah. Now let's jump into this BYU side of things here with the press conference today rolling out. We wanted to make sure and sneak these in because this is all from today. And when these teams sit down to the NCAA tournament, when their coaches sit at the podium, there's a little bit more of that sense of urgency, a little bit more seriousness, right? It's not just having your press conference at home or right after you get picked to go into or what seed line you are in the tournament. And so here's Kevin Young and BYU's chances, of course, in the first round of the NCAA tournament, taking on VCU as the 6th seed.
Can you just assess your team's readiness level going into, obviously, the most important game of the season?
I'd say high. Interesting just talking with some of the guys that were in this very similar situation last year, just picking their brains on some of the things they learned, and trying to get ahead of maybe some things that they felt like on a team and individual level were mistakes from last year. So picking their brains, but I think I think that's what's great about the Big 12. You go through a lot of battles throughout the course of the regular season, even the postseason. So I think our guys are ready. We have a mature group, and definitely relying on their experience as well.
Greg Wrubell, BYU Sports Network. Just first impressions of taking a building into a tournament venue, being on the podium with your name, seeing the logos, and having this experience for the first time.
It reminds me of, I was in the background, obviously, but it's not like the NBA playoffs. It's more like the NBA finals. That's just what it feels like, where everything is amped up. There's way more media. So, I'm big on reference points, both with our team and even for me as I've gone throughout my career. So that's kind of what it feels like. But it's exciting, honestly. Like, this is something that, as a kid, was a huge fan of this tournament. And I think I've made this comment before, but every year in the NBA, every March would roll around and you're watching this stuff from afar, and always like, man, I bet it's just so fun to coach in March Madness. And so here we are. So it's a little bit of a surreal moment, to be honest with you, but I'm just really excited for our players to be able to experience this with the group of guys that we have.
Luke Evans, Denver Post. Kevin, I'm sure you've talked about this at length, but you mentioned trying to guard the Murray Jokic pick and roll. What kind of stylistic differences have you seen and adapted to in terms of bringing your knowledge of the NBA game to college this year? And is there any aspect of preparing for Game 5, Game 6, Game 7 from the NBA that you can kind of take and apply to technically one game series kind of in preparing for March Madness?
Yeah, I think just in general, like the NBA and college thing, it's more physical. There's a lot more contact is allowed in college. That was a huge adjustment for me. I was kind of crying about it a lot early on in the year. Then I just had to embrace it and just figure out ways around it. I think the spacing is a lot different in college and in the NBA. And then to your second part of that question, one thing that I always, when I went back and every year would go back and read my notes is for my playoff prep in the NBA. It was, as a coach, you get caught up in that, how are we going to guard Murray and Jokic and all these different schemes and stuff like that. But year after year, it came back to, rebounding. It came back to making quick decisions with the ball, and it came back to playing together, and that's stuff that definitely can rely on some of those lessons in this type of environment.
Jackson Payne, Deseret News. Coach, what are your thoughts on this VCU team as you scouted them throughout the week?
Really impressive. Coach Odom does a really good job with their group. I think they're a lot of experience across the board. They got a guy that they can trust in Shoga that can, make plays when they need him and just kind of be the quarterback of their team. He's unique because of his size. He's able to get to his spots. He never really gets sped up. So been impressed with him on the tape. I think they, have a very clear identity of how they want to play. They want to pick you up. They want to get after you. They want to turn you over. They want an offensive rebound. They got multiple guys that hit the glass. So for me, they have a clear style of play and things that, for us, ironically, is a lot of the things that we've talked about against some of the better teams in our league, in the Big 12, that have a lot of similarities. So going back to the reference points and so forth, being able to reference, at Iowa State, or being able to reference, at Arizona or whatever the case may be, I do see some similarities with this club. But it's a really good team, and they're super well coached, and, it's going to be a tall task for us.
Mark Ziegler, San Diego Union-Tribune. I think you're 17-3 this year at elevation, and you're 7-6 at sea level or close to sea level. How much of an advantage is it for you guys to be sent to an elevation venue for these games versus teams that are not from elevation?
Definitely, I think it's more of an advantage than a disadvantage for sure. I mean, for us, going back to VCU style, I think we have a pretty distinct style how we want to play as well. I don't think it's a secret. We want to get out and run, just stylistically, and then you tack on the elevation to that as well. I think that's definitely an advantage for us. But honestly, when I was in the NBA, we would come to here, we go to Utah, and everybody would make a thing of it. And I'm like, okay, but after about the first, once you catch your breath, I think that stuff goes out the window. Personally, I don't think the players are overthinking man, we're at a mile high, whatever, we're going to lose the game. So I just think that it's a lot of noise, to be honest with you, especially after that first kind of wave and they get it out of their system.
One, I'm just following up before about the differences with the NBA and college games. Why do you think the college game has not evolved into what the NBA game has? Is it just that there aren't as many good three-point shooters, or why isn't the spacing the same and the reliance on the three the same as it is in the NBA?
We could be here for hours answering that question, but I think there's a lot of things. I think the rules, number one, the defensive rules as it relates to the first of all, the lane's way bigger in the NBA. You can't park anybody in there, right? So just on that alone, it's going to give you more open lane. Then you park shooters around that type of spacing. Where in the NBA, most teams are playing with four guys who can all shoot from three, some five. In college, not every team is constructed that way. So I do believe it's a roster construction thing. I don't think every team talks about shot diet and shot profile the way that they do in the NBA. There's a lot more, I don't know what the numbers say, but I would venture to guess there's a lot more, long twos that are shot in the college game versus the NBA. I also think, like I said, the way that the game is officiated, it's harder to create advantages in college than it is in the NBA. One, because it's how it's officiated, but two, because of the skill level. In the NBA, respectfully, a lot of coaches look like geniuses because you draw up a play and a guy like Kevin Durant can come off a shot. No matter how he's guarded, he's probably going to make it. You know what I mean? In the college world, you're not afforded that luxury. So there is a talent discrepancy that is part of it. But I think more than anything, it's just. I think it's the rules, and it's how rosters are constructed, and I think I'm seeing it more and more. I think we're seeing it more and more. More college teams are getting more constructed like NBA teams, but I think it'll trend that way, but we'll kind of see how things evolve.
There you go. Kevin Young. I don't know what BYU's like. I know their expectations are to everybody wants to go as far as you can, but I don't know. I think that compared to where they were at the beginning of the year and where they're playing now, it's really funny how that gut punch of the Houston game makes you forget the 9-game win streak that they had. Like it makes the people who go through and look at
to be honest, Alex, it doesn't for me.
Of course not.
That's the result I expected. I think Houston's going to win the national championship. That's how good they are. I'm shocked at how many people, and we cover them on the daily. We watch them all the time. I'm shocked how many people around the country, experts, media, people that follow the tournament closely, are picking BYU as a Sweet 16 team, and some people are picking them as a sneaky Final Four team. Andy Katz, Scott Van Pelt last night on his show, him and Stanford Steve.
Oh, boy.
They, out of the East region, the team that's not a 1 or 2 seed that is most likely to make it to Final Four, they pick 6 seed BYU. Like, everybody's on BYU right now, and for good reason. They're very talented. They're deep. They shoot the three. They can light up the scoreboard. They're an exciting, fun team to watch. Is there a ceiling for them? I don't know what that ceiling is. Of course there's going to be. Do I think they win the national championship? No. But could they reach the Final Four for the first time ever? Why not?
Sure.
Alabama and Duke in their region. Alabama's got one of their best players is injured, and Duke has always been susceptible to that upset. I don't think Duke's one of the best teams in the country. I think Florida, Houston, I think Auburn's better than Duke.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple other teams that you could maybe throw in there before you look at Duke. I just think Duke's in a great position in the East region. Why not BYU?
I guess we've just grown up watching.
Because they've been to the tournament 32 times, and 29 times they don't win in the first round. I'm exaggerating.
I got you. All right, let's jump out here. We're at RGS Exteriors here, and look, Greg is here with us, and Tim Jr. is going to be here with us in a minute. But, Greg, we've been here a handful of times. We, of course, have heard the message for a long, long time from you guys. I love that you guys have up in your team room up here the stuff that you guys are committed to. There's a company culture that you guys have. Part of it is just making sure you guys get the job done right the first time. And if it's not done right, then you guys go out and you make sure that it is done right, and you guys have a commitment to that. Yeah, we definitely. Well, hold on. Let me get your is this trying to figure out which one we're on here. There we go. I think it's this one. What about now? There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, no, we definitely do. Our we stand behind who we are. That's our reputation is built around that we're a 5th generation company that when we say we're going to get something done for you, we're going to stand behind that. There's a lot of companies out there that'll throw something up and then walk away.
Yeah.
That's not us. We want to make sure our customers are happy at the end of the day, and that they're going to give us a recommendation to their neighbors, because that's how we grow word of mouth by producing and giving our customers exactly what they want, that exceptional experience, so that they're willing to recommend us to their family.
We just got hit with a storm, but it's going to get warm here soon. It's a good time to get stuff fixed. If you're looking at your gutters, you might have some weather damage. There's a lot of things that could have happened over the winter. What do people need to look for when they start looking at stuff, and as we come out of winter and into spring?
Well, the telltale signs of you've had water damage around your gutters, or you're going to see staining on the side of your house, whether it be where your downspouts are coming out, or where most of the time we see it is where your roof lines moisture runs along your roof line. When it comes down to get into the gutter, it actually kind of seeps around the corner on the wall, and you'll see staining along that wall underneath the edge of the gutter. That's letting you know that moisture has made it behind your siding, and you have a potential for having problems inside there. Your gutters could have froze, backed up, pushed off to that side, and water's been seeping down inside that wall. That's a good sign that you got problems with your gutters, which leads into could be problems on the inside, mold and stuff inside the house. So
it's a good sign that it's a bad sign.
That's
what it is.
Yeah,
so
it is.
If people want to get a hold of RGS Exteriors, just rgsexteriorsutah.com. They stand behind everything. It's a local company. They do it right. They make sure that all their employees are up to date of what exactly. There's a reason. We've talked about the Hardy siding and exactly what you get with that, the quality that you get with RGS, and so if there's something that has to do with your gutters, with your siding, windows, any of that stuff, they're going to be able to help you out. So Greg, thanks for having us. We love being here, man. So
hey, it's great having you here.
Don't act like you're filling in for Tim either. Just say you do a better job than Tim right now. That's all. That's what it is. Like he's not here to defend himself. So there you go.
Yep, that's me. I'm the number one guy.
There
now.
you go. He'll be in here in a moment.
Who's in charge now, Tim?
Yeah, I'm sure Tim's.
He's in the parking lot.
He's listening on his way in. He's listening on his way in, going,
Greg,
here we go. Thanks for hanging out with us today, Greg. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Greg.
We'll come back. More to go right around the corner when we return. Josh Krantz going to join us, former Utah basketballer, going to give us his thoughts on how this Alex Jensen presser went for him as an alumnus and a guy who's been watching this program and crossing their fingers and hoping that this thing would turn around. And he's going to chat with us a little bit about
the alumni got what they wanted. I can't wait to hear his reaction.
I want to hear what's going on. So we'll come back. We got more to go right around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
One crash on northbound I-15 approaching the 6th exit, but it's over on the right shoulder and not overly affecting the flow in the downtown area. The rest of the freeways along the Wasatch Front are also running at a normal pace. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA, helping to grow the things you love.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit BeehiveMeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails at Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City, USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-5 566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about his expectations from Cody Williams when he's running the point.
The moments where he is the point guard, the messaging has really been, you don't have to orchestrate the game. Just help us play with tempo, and you can get off the ball early if you need to. His first stint, we got 2 threes on kick-aheads with Bryce because Cody did a great job of getting the outlet. He looks at the floor, takes one dribble, and just kicks it ahead. I don't want Cody to feel the pressure of, okay, now I have to play call and I have to manage the game.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Josh Grant joins us next. Reaction to the hire of Alex Jensen next at Utah on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Man, lots going on today. Got a lot of guests lined up, and that's a testament of how busy this time of year is, and a lot going on across the entirety of the local sports scene here in the state of Utah and beyond. So we're excited about this one. Joining us on the program right now is Josh Grant, former University of Utah great on the basketball court, and certainly one of these guys that we've been dipping into this entire time after the firing of Craig Smith and what was next for the University of Utah. Everybody crossing their fingers. I say everybody. I really do think it was everybody crossing their fingers.
No doubt.
That the Alex Jensen hire was going to happen. It did. He was officially introduced as a head coach of the University of Utah men's basketball team, and here we are. It's finally real. Josh Grant joining us on the program. Josh, what were your thoughts on Alex Jensen, the hire that everybody was waiting for from an alumni perspective, a guy who, of course, is very, very close to the program still? What did you think about the hire?
Well, you can feel it, can't you? I mean, there's a different air floating about for anybody who's been a Utah fan for a long time, and it's palpable. You can feel it no matter where you are, at church or just walking down the street or certainly up on campus. But when you associate with some of the other alums, and everybody is excited. I don't think anybody's angry about this, which that doesn't happen very often. So that speaks volumes for Alex. It speaks volumes for what people think of him as a human being. And I'm certainly one of them. I told him at that press conference, man, I'm so happy that you are here. And I think a lot of people would be saying the same thing if they had that opportunity.
Yeah, I think there's so many great things about this hire. There's no question about that for a lot of different reasons. You were there on Monday. You had a chance to hear Alex speak. It was, obviously a great celebration, great production, but I'm sure that you were wanting to hear what Alex had to say, how he's going to answer those questions. What are some of the takeaways you had from what he said on Monday?
The thing I love most, and some people might take this in the wrong way, and they shouldn't, Alex is not a rah-rah guy. He's not like some of the past, quite honestly and bluntly, he's not like some of the coaches we've had over the last 20 years. He's not somebody that gets up there and starts getting fired up and trying to get you fired up at the halftime of a football game and just kind of yelling crazily into the microphone. He's a very thoughtful guy. And the thing that I love most is he comes across, and he said this, he is very sincere. And that's what he's all about, is sincerity and honesty, transparency, whatever you want to say. He's not somebody that's going to come in and just start blowing smoke up your skirt hoping that you'll believe him. He's just going to quietly go about his business, and he's going to show you what he's all about. And I think he, I think he showed that in the way that he answered these questions. He's very enthusiastic, but for him, he's so even-keeled that it doesn't come across. And I think it will come across when he's talking to kids, and he can tell them straight up, this is what we would like you to do. If you can fit into this certain mold, And certainly if they can go recruit people who have that same type of thoughtfulness as a player, then I think the University of Utah is going to be doing just fine. And I think everybody will really start to love that honesty and that integrity that he brings.
You know, I think that being in the position that you are, Josh, one of the things that happens is people go, they look at you and you're always going to be an ambassador for the program, right? I mean, and so when somebody approaches you and goes, man, what do we have to do to get this thing turned around? What's your answer? Because hiring Alex Jensen was a great start, but what are the things that he's got to do to make sure that this thing takes off under his tutelage?
I honestly think, and even some of the former players kind of disagree with me, I really think it's more about the type of person you bring in, much more than how much NIL money you have. And if you think back and you've got guys who are kind of thoughtful and they're kind of unique, you know, they've been brought up right by their parents. They understand the value of being coached. They want to work hard. They want to win. It's not a selfish person. You know, you look at Andre and Alex and Keith Van Horn and Goliak and all these guys that, you know, are kind of headliners for they all kind of have that something special about them. And I think that because Alex is one of those able to find and see and recognize those kind of players, coachable, they play together, and they play with a high level.
Oh, boy. Did we lose him?
Let's try to reconnect with Josh.
Maybe we'll reconnect here. Yeah, we'll get back to him here. So, one of the interesting things about, I think, all this, that's interesting right off the bat goes, I get people disagree with me, even the people who are former players.
I love that, though.
It's got to be a combination of both, though, right?
They're having conversations. They want this to get better. They all realize that we all need to work together to get this program back to where it was supposed to be. And I think that it's great that they're having those conversations, and these alumni want to fuel that and help it get big. And the next question I had for you, Josh, is about alumni. You're one of those alumni, and obviously this is a move, hiring a former alum, somebody who has ties to the program and to the past, but can also move this thing in the future is a big deal. But how important is it to reconnect with some of the alumni in this program? You'd have to tell me how you feel about that. Has this program and the athletic department done a good job with keeping the alumni involved in the program and close to the program?
Honestly, no, they haven't. They haven't really felt and, you know, there's been a lot of arguments with former teammates and former colleagues or guys that played later or before me about what exactly is the expectation. I don't know that we really have an expectation. I just think that we provide an opportunity for the athletic department and the basketball team to kind of use the former players to either connect with more players, connect with fans. I mean, could you imagine if you won a prize and you could watch a game with, I don't know, pick your favorite player, with Andre Miller? It'd be kind of a fun experience. And if you could have Andre and anybody else who was an alum down on the floor and around about the team and things like that, I think it could just build a sense of family. And I think that new incoming players would then understand, you know what, we have something to live up to. And the former players are kind of looking at us and saying, okay, let's leave it all out there on the floor and let's play hard. And that, you know, you're going to play smart and together. And that whole concept of team and family, I think Whittingham does a great job with that when you see former players down on the sideline at games. And it does just build a culture of trust and family and teamwork. And, I mean, that's a pretty important element to a quality team here in Utah. So, yeah, I think it's important. I think that, you know, just being able to interact with the coach sometimes and say, hey, you know what, Majera's taught us this. How come you guys aren't doing it? You know, or why have you forgotten to play defense? Or why do you play a pick and roll like that? Because I've thought that many times over the last number of years. You know, what are we doing? Why aren't we trapping that pick? Or why isn't Loner playing more just because he's so aggressive on the defensive end? Let him play more. Let him just get out there and kind of set a tone, or whatever the case might be. And, you know, I think with Alex, it's not that Alex has to listen to what we're saying, but Alex is confident enough that if we were to say that, he'd probably say, okay, thanks for your input. And then if it worked for his team, he would try it. And if it didn't work for his team, then he wouldn't worry about it. So, I just think there's a lot of help that can be provided by former players.
Speaking of former players, and you mentioned him, Andre Miller, I think there's been a lot of buzz about him potentially joining Alex Jensen as an assistant coach on the staff. What are you hearing on that, and what do you think Andre would bring in that role?
Obviously, you never know for sure what's going to happen until the contract gets signed. I believe that Andre is very interested. I think it's a matter that's sort of similar to what Alex is going through. He's got some responsibilities he's got to take care of, and once those responsibilities are taken care of, then he can focus on what's next. And so the timing on that might not be what everybody wants, but if he wants to come, it's not going to be for another couple of weeks anyway, so everybody needs to just take it easy and wait. And what does he bring? I mean, imagine if you're a point guard on the West Coast somewhere, and Andre Miller shows up and tells you, you know what, I think you have a pretty good skill set. I think I could really help you and develop you as a fine point guard and get you into the NBA. What kid is not going to be excited, ecstatic, over the moon over that visit? And
Josh.
and then it's amazing how you see all these YouTube videos of these great pros who have said, Andre Miller was my mentor.
Or he was the smartest guy on the court, all these things.
Yeah, just a smart guy. And so I think that that's something that is always helpful is when you have a high level of intelligence on a team. It takes you to another level.
Josh Grant, University of Utah, great. Love these insights. Josh, we appreciate you giving us a couple more minutes again as we figure this thing out and as it gets going and you start to hear more about how the recruiting stuff goes. And it's going to be interesting to see how this thing builds up over the next year and see what this University of Utah team can do to return to greatness. We appreciate you joining us on the program again, Josh, and we'll talk to you again.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
I love that I love it. He's like, I'll argue with my whole teammates about how this thing should be done.
And again, I'm going to say it, alumni matters.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere you go, especially if you have a great tradition, why not lean on those guys? Look, you don't have to hire them. You don't have to do I know a lot of alumni think that, there's been alumni that feel entitled to getting assistant coaching jobs or whatever better opportunity because of what they did. That's not what I'm talking about. You need to lean on your alumni for a lot of different reasons. And any of these schools that don't, what are you doing?
I know.
Why are you not tapping into that resource? And they gave so much to your program. You need to treat them a certain way until they're not here anymore. Because you owe it to them because they gave you everything they had.
For all the things that Bronco Mendenhall was really, really good at, that was one thing that got flipped around. Like everyone was like, there were so many people who were just the alumni were cut off in a lot of ways, and that wasn't a point of emphasis. It wasn't. I don't think that Bronco had anything personal against anybody. He was like, no, I'm just gonna. We're gonna shut the doors.
Didn't want it. He was laser focused on football.
This is our thing. Yeah, and if you weren't in the program anymore,
he also wasn't at that time. Why do I need to worry about having NFL scouts here? That's not my focus. That doesn't help me.
Hey, reminder: we're going to be on the road, the entire station, all day tomorrow, and all day on Friday. We're going to be hooking you up there at the JCWs. Tomorrow, we're going to be at the Harriman location of JCW's at 5251 Anthem Park. So come down. You mentioned the KSL Sports Zone at the registry. You get 10% off your order during the event. We're going to be watching. It's a real tough pull here, JJ. We're going to have to watch basketball games with all of the people who want to come down and hang out with us at JCW's while we eat burgers.
Let's have some burgers, shakes, and wings. Come join us tomorrow in Harriman.
Let's do it. We'll be there tomorrow, and we want you to join us. We'll come right back. Tim Jr. is in the house, and we're going to chat with him about all the things that are going on that are awesome here at RGS Exteriors, and we will catch up with him and much more right around the corner of 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket, then... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time, whether it's just for you or your team from work. Please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
Whether you want to buy a home or sell a home, check your home's current value, or you need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the new Omada Real Estate app. Go to the App Store and download the free Omada Real Estate app today. The real estate experts at the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, are ready to help you reach your real estate goals with the new Omada Real Estate app. Download it for free today. Go to the App Store and search for Omada Real Estate.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit beehivemeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
Daughtry. The multi-platinum, multi-award winner returns live in Salt Lake City at the Complex, May 1st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com and thecomplexslc.com.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm all winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Andre Tourney says he feels like the team let down Karel Vejmelka in the 7-1 loss to the Oilers.
Too bad we let Veggie down. I think Veggie's been good for us for a long, long time. I don't think we had the right mindset, the right prep before the game. I think it's everybody. There's not one guy more than the other. At the end of the day, it's on me, so it's my job to make sure we're better than that.
Utah Hockey Club of 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Would You Rather is next from RGS Exteriors on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Would you rather? Would you rather? Let me ask you this, JJ. This is in all seriousness. Would you rather be entered to win $500 by beating you in the bracket challenge like we have, our Sports Mayhem challenge that we have? You can win $1,000 if your bracket wins the entire thing. You get $1 million if you pick a perfect one. Good luck. And you win $500 if you beat JJ. So would you rather have a chance to win the $500, or you can guarantee that you get yourself a burger at JCW's tomorrow? You know you can guarantee.
Are you serious?
A burger.
You said you're serious.
I'm
Are
serious.
you being serious?
Yeah.
I want that burger.
I just like the idea of beating you. All right.
I get that. I see that.
And I can still buy the burger, but if it's a choice between the two, you're right.
Have you been to JCW's?
I might go with the guarantee of the burger.
How about the burger, some fries, and some wings?
Now we're talking.
And I got to top it off.
Now
with
we're talking.
Big giant shake.
You can go to KSLSports.com and you can enter the KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem brackets.
I guess if I got the $500, I could buy a lot of those.
Yes.
I didn't really think that through.
Yeah, but the whole point. But you have to beat yourself at the.
I beat myself up every day.
Our bracket challenge is brought to you by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada Real Estate app today for the real estate experts at the Stern team to hook you up. Let's get it going. And by the way, our Would You Rather, brought to you by the awesome folks, of course, at Paris RV. Spring fever is spreading right now. Paris RV has the best selection, lowest prices of the year. Check them out, parisrv.com. Tim Jr.'s here with us at RGS Exteriors. And, Tim, you missed the first hit here. You know what that means. We had to clown you.
Oh, I know. I heard. Yeah,
it's fine.
Threw me under the bus.
It's fine. No, look. No, we didn't throw you under the bus. We propped Greg up. That's what it was.
Hey, Greg's amazing. You guys have him on all the time, and he's on Hans and Scotty a lot when I'm not in town or whatever. But Greg runs the whole construction department here. He's our VP of construction. So Greg is the one that really makes stuff happen. So when the customers, if they have an issue, Greg's the one that takes care of it and makes it happen. And also on the other side, he makes sure he gets the right crew on the right job.
So you brought up the getting the job done right thing, and I was reading, of course, on the wall. You guys have this is like your team room up here, and I love it because you probably have a bunch of meetings. You talk about how to improve as a company. That's what you have to do all the time. You got to be on top of it. But one of the biggest things is that you guys are accountable all the time, and you try to do it right all the time. And those are easy things to say. But there are a lot of companies that do not do that, and that's why you guys move in and go, no, we're going to be the ones who are going to stand by our word.
It's a good point, and yes, you're right. I mean, we had a meeting here this morning. Like once a week, there's a big team meeting here, and this is all about, we call it TQM, Total Quality Management. It comes back from the Toyota days, but it's all about improving and making everybody better. But to your point, I think the difference between a good and a great company is what happens when there's a mistake made. Because I'm going to tell you guys straight up, it's not if, it's when a mistake's made.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just going to be honest.
It
right?
happens.
It happens. And any company that's on your air or an advertisement, you have a salesman come and say, oh, we don't ever make mistakes, run. Yeah. We're human. We make mistakes. But I think the difference between a good and a great company is what happens when that mistake's made. One, does a company own it and go, yep, we effed up? Can you say this?
Yeah,
can
sure.
you say that word?
You didn't finish it, so yes, you can say that.
I've never used that word in my life, so that's as far as I'll go.
Alex back in the studio's got the dump button ready, so go ahead, Tim. Say whatever you want.
You blanked it up. Yeah.
But we screwed up, right? That happens. We're going to own it, and then what are we going to do to fix it?
Yeah.
And let's make it right.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why that's important for a homeowner is to have peace of mind and know that a company's going to own a mistake and then they're going to fix it, because nobody's perfect. But what happens when those mistakes happen? That's when a good company, and that's when you see that the stuff on the wall, that's when it matters.
Everybody makes mistakes, but when you guys are at your best, no one's better. And you see the
it.
quality of work around, and if people want the best, you guys are the ones to call. And one of the reasons why you guys are the best is because you've got the best people in the business doing this. How important is that to you? You go out and you hire people, you bring people in this company. You don't have to go out and hire very often because the same people have been here for a long, long time.
It's so Jeremy, so well said, bro. We take pride in keeping our employees here and subs here. Like we take care of them and they stay, and it's because of what you said. Now we have the best guys. I'm not going to tell you if you call us up and you're going to get 3 bids, we're never going to be your cheapest guy, right? That's just not who we are.
Sure.
But that's why, because we pay the guys well, and that's why they're going to get a good job. I look at it like the 3 bears. There's the really, really expensive, there's a really cheap, and in the middle, and just right. And we're the just right. And by doing it just right, we can pay our employees well, and we can keep them and do the job right.
There's places in your life where you can go cheap. Your home is not one of those.
No.
It's not.
Well, people do, and
they pay later,
right? And then they call us after when they pay double, and it's a mess.
Look, this is the storm that just came through, where all that snow is on so many people's roofs right
now. That's where going cheap.
All I was thinking about was because I knew we were coming in today, and I thought I'm driving through my neighborhood, and we got like 9 or 10 inches of just like that crazy
lake effect snow.
That snow that just hits, and then you know what happens is you see people that have their heat tape, and then you have you can see somebody's heat tape, and like there's a chunk of it that's not working, like in a section. You
it's
go
all frozen.
No, and you're gonna go. Those gutters are gonna get killed. So
and we didn't have a lot of it this year, fortunately.
Yeah.
Or unfortunately, maybe unfortunately for us. But look, bottom line, we're here when you're ready. Whether it's gutters, siding, whatever it is, just give us a call. One thing that I it's so cheesy, and I never want to be that guy because that's not who we are. But we're just in the shoulder season. We're just starting to get busy. So we have a couple offers that are really good. If someone calls and they tell us they heard us on the show today, they're going to get 10% off. But also we're giving out Minky blankets for the significant other. So I know it's not a huge deal, but hey, look, some people love it. So just call. All you have to do is book an appointment. And you book an appointment, we come out, and then they're going to bring it out to you. So holler at us.
Tim is here with us all day. RGSExteriorsUtah.com is the website. Go check out and see what they do. If it's siding, if it's gutters, they'll take care of all of it, and they will help you out, and you're going to get the best top quality and at a very, very reasonable price. So, Tim, we'll chat with you in a few minutes, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
We got more to go right around the corner. Stay with us. When we return, Adrian Denny's going to join us, chat a little bit about this Utah Hockey Club. Ooh. I know that Mike Fulta's voice is like not feeling
He had to call so many Oilers goals
That's
last
what I was
night.
Saying.
Made him sick.
I mean, frankly, it could have been 10-1 last night, JJ. I watched that entire thing.
It was really
not the best showing for the Utah Hockey Club. We'll chat with Adrian next. Of course, he does the pre-half and post on all those on our Utah Hockey. Halftime, no. Intermissions. All right?
Yes.
All right.
Look at you.
Intermissions.
Look at
post.
you.
There you go. All right. We'll take the break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA. Helping to grow the things you love.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hey Utah, it's the Water Boy here, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Does your water taste bad, musty, salty, or bitter? Well, say hello to the cleanest, pure-tasting water in Utah, Culligan Water. Imagine having crisp, pure water delivered right to your doorstep. No more heavy lifting, no more last-minute store runs, just fresh, great-tasting water for you and your family. Culligan offers flexible delivery schedules to fit your lifestyle. Whether you need a few bottles or a full supply, we've got you covered. Join thousands of satisfied customers who trust Culligan for all their water needs. Our bottled water delivery is perfect for drinking, cooking, and keeping your family hydrated and happy. If you're worried about your water, get a free consultation. Call Culligan Water today at 801-509-9686. That's 801-509-9686. Or visit us online at CulliganSLC.com to start your delivery service today. Enjoy the convenience and taste the difference with Culligan. Culligan, water you love.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and Clear Skin, count me in. With Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
The trip of the summer is coming. Collective Soul. Live. Summer Unity Tour 2025. July 13th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with Our Lady Peace. Special guest, Graylin James Rue. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Collective Soul. Live. Our Lady Peace. Together.
Create an evening to remember, whether it's a winter break, impressing a client, date night, special occasion, or just because. Ruth's Chris is ready to help you celebrate. Ruth's Chris, Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake, or online at ruthschris.com. GoPave Utah is your gold standard for parking lot paving and repairs. Contact GoPave Utah today. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Alex, Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and we appreciate you joining the program. We got tons going on. Packed hour last hour, packed one this hour. Adrian Denny, of course, who covers the Utah Hockey Club, does the pre-intermission and post games on the radio side of things. You hear him every time we walk out of the studio. We end up driving home maybe for those before the hockey games, and Adrian's the one that's walking us through this whole thing, getting ready. We'll chat with him in just a second here. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. So, yes, let's jump in. It's not a fun conversation I have today about the hockey team because, my goodness, the hockey club last night in Edmonton, you had two very sad Curie boys at our household.
Man, that was tough.
Crocodile tears in their eyes going, Dad, are the Edmonton Oilers just good? I go, yes, they are. They are pretty darn good.
There's still 15 games left.
There's a lot still left to be played, but let's jump in here to the cut, and we'll get to Adrian. Let's jump right in top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And the cut brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships, the Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Subaru, Kia, and now the Mitsubishi is into the family of the Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Go check it out for yourself. Adrian Denny, Utah Hockey Club pre- and post-game host, right here on the program with you. Adrian, that was a rough one last night, man. We got this thing going, and when the hopes are high, you're on national TV and things start going, you go, oh, man, I'm excited about this one. And it got started early, and it did not stop throughout the entire thing. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. It was one of those nights, wasn't it? And it just kind of got out of hand in a hurry. Utah drew the first power play. They're on the power play. Less than 30 seconds later, Edmonton scores a shorthanded goal, and things kind of unraveled from there. But we talked about it pregame on Hockey Night in Utah with Dominic Moore, and he just kept going back to, I just need to see emotionally what kind of spot they're in tonight, because that game in Vancouver on Sunday, that was game played to perfection, perfect emotion, and what's it going to be like 48 hours later wrapping up a trip as Edmonton returns home to start a homestand after they finished a road trip strong?
Adrian, the games are under a microscope right now. Look, games like last night happen all the time in the NHL, and it goes the other way too. We remember the 6-0 win that Utah Hockey Club had over the Golden Knights earlier in the year, and so these kind of nights happen. I think it's just magnified because of what's at stake. And what also happened last night is Calgary wins, St. Louis wins, and everybody's winning while they're losing. Isn't it fun, though, to be a part of this and see that this team is in the mix and every game matters like this? And it's a great introduction to fans here in Utah of what an NHL playoff race is like.
Yeah, it's outstanding, and as you said, the expectations are high, and you love it. A first-year team in Salt Lake City in the NHL, and we have a chance to make the playoffs, and we're doing what Bill Armstrong has told us was the goal all along, and that's to play meaningful games going down the stretch. And so you lose a game like that, and it was a game where if you win and everything else goes your way, which it went the exact opposite, and we lost, so instead of being tied for that playoff spot, we're 4 points back, and 14 games left, as you guys said. I look at the other schedules, Calgary, St. Louis, Vancouver, even Edmonton. This month, they have all had games like that. Calgary, the latest. They lost 6-2 in Toronto on Monday, and it looked exactly like Utah last night. And then last night, they went into Madison Square Garden, fell down 1-0 in the first 90 seconds of the game, and won the game 2-1. So everybody has had a game like that, and it's funny in the NHL when you think you got everything figured out, you got to go back to the drawing board. And for Utah, going from that Seattle game, which is tough, 2-2 in the third, to playing the perfect game of the year on Sunday, to this game in Edmonton last night. Now, as Sean Dursey said last night after the game, sun's going to come up today. It did, and Buffalo Sabres are next on the docket.
Adrian, one of the things that we've watched with this team is, and especially recently, Bear's been talking about how resilient they are and having these moments where they've been down, and they've been down, it seems like a lot. This one was one that just seemed like it was, it was too much to overcome. And he talked about how Veggie, it was almost like, hey, it's not his fault, man. We did not do enough to be able to keep these guys out of our zone. It seemed like everybody from a statistical standpoint just had an awful night. And people tend to look at the goalies on these types of things, but how much does that affect, when no one's on the same page, or when a team like Edmonton is firing on all cylinders? And, of course, this is the team who was, a one win away last year from being the Stanley Cup champions. But so they're very, very good, and they have the three-time league MVP. But what is it about a game like that where things they do start to kind of fall apart? But obviously Veggie is a really, really good goalie, and so it's not just like, hey, you didn't stop these shots.
Yeah, and you've got Edmonton, all the skill, as you said, and 2 of the 3 goals in that first period were scored on breakaways, one shorthanded, one with, 4 seconds left to go in the period, and then one as a power play expired when they had their best players out on the ice, and McBain hadn't joined the action yet from coming out of the penalty box. So it was really a power play goal. So nothing Vejmelka could do about him, obviously, not high percentage situations for the goalie to be in. And as I looked at the box score last night, usually you see, that line right there. They were on the ice for 4 of the 6 goals against. That D pairing, they were on the ice for 5 of them. It was down the board even last night. Everybody was on the ice for an equal amount of goals against. If that just doesn't say as much as it just was an off night for everybody.
So the team flushes what happened last night, and I think it's going to be easy for them to do that. That's not who they are. That's not who they've been all season. And now they move forward, and you can start something fresh and new here. They're going to be home. You're playing the Sabres. The Sabres aren't good. And I know we talked about Seattle on Friday, and that didn't go well either. But, Adrian, this is a chance for this team to rebound really well and get going here because time's running out.
Yeah, and as disappointed as you are to go from 2 points out to 4 points out, Sunday we're going from 4 points out to 2 points out and on our way to Edmonton. So that script can flip just as opposite as it flipped last night, going from 2 to 4 out by beating Buffalo tomorrow. Calgary and Vancouver are on 2 really tough road trips to the East Coast right now. Calgary has 2 games left on that trip. Vancouver has 6. They start it in St. Louis tomorrow. So, wow. Those teams have some tough games. St. Louis is the one team that really is what I'm looking at right now because their schedule has a lot of Nashville, a lot of Chicago, a lot of second to last place, a lot of last place in it, and they are hot and they're winning games. Utah has 1 game left against St. Louis. It's the last game of the year, but 14 games left, 8 of the 14 at home. You have a 3-game homestand, 3-game road trip, 5-game homestand, 3-game road trip to wrap it up, and you're starting to think, okay, what gets into the picture here, and it's just winning. I promised everybody on the air last night that the St. Louis Blues would have a 2-game losing streak before the season ends. So that's going to happen. So it's up to the guys on the Utah Hockey Club to just win. And you look at this team with their full roster, right? Getting Sean Dursey back, missed 52 straight games. Logan Cooley was out for a little bit. And when we got everybody back that Sunday, coming back for the Four Nations face-off break when they came back to beat Vancouver 2-1, that started to stretch right now. Last 11 games, Utah's 6-3-2 with a full roster. And you look at the game last night, getting Veggie out of there, to me, getting Veggie out of that game and losing 7-1, being down 3-0 in the first intermission, that's better than if you go down to the edge and lose at 4-3 in regulation because you got him out of that game. It was a compromising situation after situation to have him in, obviously. You got him 2 periods of rest, and he's the guy going down the stretch. It's the NHL. He's your starting goalie. He's going to play every game. Utah has 2 back-to-backs left. So getting him those 2 periods off is hopefully something that we can look at when he steals a game in the last 4 weeks here and say, got him 2 periods off in that game against Edmonton that we were all freaked out about the next day. I was in the grocery store this morning and got heckled about the game last night. So that's it's great. It's
got
great
heckled.
It's great to be here.
Who heckled you and why?
It's the butcher at his local grocery store going after him.
Utah Hockey Club fan. Lost 7-1. It was 9 a.m. It was still fresh. So we love that. Love the expectations, and our players love being involved in this playoff chase, and they want to make the playoffs.
Adrian Denny, of course, he does your pre- and post-game show right there. The hockey night in Utah, the hockey afternoon in Utah, whatever it might be for different times of day. But obviously, Adrian, when this team is firing on all cylinders, they've had some they've had some awesome results after the Four Nations break, and they've been playing at a different level. There was something I was having a conversation with a friend last night where we're going back and forth about that game, how difficult it was, and he said it's tough every night to go out there to be asked to basically play, playoff hockey, which is what, Coach Bear has been talking about. It's like every night for us is a playoff game. That's a lot. That wears on you physically and mentally.
Yeah, and another thing that Bear points out a lot, which I think is great, because you go into the game and you don't win it, you're like, what did we screw up? What went wrong? And Bear will bring it to our attention that we were playing the Edmonton Oilers. They went to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup last year. The teams you're going up against, Colorado, Vegas, Winnipeg, Dallas, Vancouver, Calgary, they're good teams too. And as you guys said at the top of the segment, Utah's beaten Vegas 6-0, had a couple of rollovers against Minnesota. And when you're not on your A game and a team is coming back home hot after being kind of just okay coming out of the Four Nations break. Edmonton's now won 3 games in a row. So just wasn't a perfect recipe, but the Oilers were ready to go, ready to pounce, ready to take advantage.
Adrian Denny, you can hear him, of course, right here on the dial, your radio home of the Utah Hockey Club, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We appreciate you joining the program here, Adrian. We're looking forward to this last push here of these 15 games. At the very least, it's been a super fun season, and so it's been awesome to be able to hear you every time we're headed home and getting ready to listen to some hockey ourselves, to have you doing those pre-games and doing an awesome job, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hey, yeah, thanks, JJ and Alex. I'm having a blast. Great to be on the show, and excited like you for this final month here.
There you go, Adrian Denny. You can tune in, of course. Basically every hockey night in Utah, whatever it might be, you can tune in here. Adrian's kicking things off. He wants to make sure you know, though, there's no actual betting going on. It's for entertainment purposes only.
I appreciate him doing that.
I feel like every time he says that, he's like someone's breathing down his neck. He's like, if you say this, if you say that we're having this little competition of how many goals are going to get scored on a night, and you're doing it with this idea that like DraftKings is a part of it, you will be toast.
Well, the governor's listening.
Oh yeah, man. You got
to
make sure you're on the up and up. He does a phenomenal job. It's really good to hear from Adrian. We are at RGS Exteriors here in South Jordan, and this is a fun thing for us. Be able to chat with Tim every time we come down, and he invites us into his home here, and this is where his staff meets, is up in this room, and we can talk a little bit about some of the things that they focus on. But one of the things that you guys focus on, Tim, is the quality of work you guys do. But let's talk a little bit about it. When you talk about the gutters, when you talk about siding, let's do the siding part of it, because that's something that when we moved into the house we moved into, like, there's something about the Hardy siding that I didn't have before that now I go, oh, I get it. This is a quality product, and you guys are one of the best. You guys are like premier diamond, platinum, extra sugar on top dealers of the Hardy siding here in the state of Utah. So
I like it.
You guys are the best at it, but there's a reason for that, because it's a top quality product too.
Yeah. So a couple of things. One, we've got, going back to the kind of the last segment we talked about being a premium company in our market, we've got to make sure that we're offering the consumers the best product, right? Yeah. One, because we've got to stand behind it, but two, we just want to be that company that has the best of the best. Well, James Hardy, as a general rule, is that product. It's withstands any other products. You know, all the fires that they had a couple months ago in the fall in in California, there were homes that literally were burned that were standing to the ground, right, that were Hardy homes. Now, I'm not saying put Hardy on your house because your house isn't going to burn down, but it is a byproduct because it's a cement-based product. Yeah. It withstands the temperatures and the extreme temperatures we have in Utah so much better. People sometimes forget that because it's cold, we're closer to the sun than about any other state in the country. And so because of that, the sun is so intense. People going back to the solar, we don't do solar anymore. We used to. That was a
fun time
journey. but one thing that solar, to keep in mind about solar, is that Utah is the number 2 solar state in the country. What that means is there's more sun hours. So solar is the second best state in the country to use solar. Why? Because the sun's so intense. Yeah. Why does that affect Hardy? Because it's so intense, it destroys products on your homes. And so James Hardy is the best product to withstand all of those things. And that's why we do it. Now, to go what you talk about, Elite Preferred, the reason why we're an Elite Preferred contractor is we meet several of the criteria, but the biggest criteria that we make that sets us apart that nobody else has is our customer satisfaction surveys. James Hardy sends out a survey via Guild Quality, which is an independent company, and surveys all of our customers, and we have a 94% approval rating. To be an Elite Preferred contractor, you have to be 90, and we're the only ones in the state of Utah that even come close to that.
That's great.
And so what that means, 94% of the customers will hire us again. Now, that may not sound amazing because it's 94, not 100, but the national average is 50.
Yeah.
And so we're double the national average.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the contractor industry as a whole, 94%, you'll take that, right?
Well, look, I mean, you go back to used car salesman, right? How many would go back to their same guy again? How many, it's not easy.
Great question.
To come back, and that's what we strive on, is to have people come back to us.
You mentioned the quality and durability of James Hardy. It just looks good. Besides all the things you brought up, if you want your home to just stand out and look great among a bunch of homes that look like cookie cutter, you guys can give people a really nice look with the best material.
Well, drive around through the subdivisions and you go, that's the 2000s, there's a 90s.
Yeah.
We've had those conversations, right? Mm-hmm. James Hardy's updated. And the thing is, the beauty about Hardy, too, is if you put it on and you go, oh, man, you know what? We love this, but we want to change our color. No problem. We can paint it.
Yeah.
We can paint James Hardy anytime.
Easy to do, yeah.
But you can bring your home and make it look brand new, just like it was from the very, very beginning. And that's the whole idea with Hardy. And so Hardy basically can take your home from blah to wow, or however you want to do it, and just make it look up and new.
Tim and his crew, they want to help you out. There's a reason that they are 94% satisfaction of their customers. And, again, that's unheard of. And you guys are the only company in the state that get that.
The 6% are just impossible to please.
There's some truth to that.
There's actually, it's very true.
There's some truth to that.
We all know those people.
No, and I mean, there's a reason that you just. I don't care what it is, what business it is. Like you got
there's
the
always
best restaurant on the planet, and it's like 4.3.
It's like your parents always said, you're never going to make everybody happy.
Well, look, if you go to Google, this doesn't do with my company, any companies, and you see a perfect 5-star rating, run. Those are bought
and paid for. You're right.
You never will get a perfect 5-star. In fact, if I ever get a perfect 5-star, fire me because we've done something wrong.
Yeah.
You're not going to please everybody.
All right. Well, if you want to get that level of service and really the level of accountability too, that's a big part of it. If there is a mistake, there's a reason that a lot of you guys' business probably comes off of those referrals, and somebody goes, no, that's the person I want, or they come back and go, we did this a few years ago, or your dad did it for us and now we want to have you,
or the business that had to do it, they're out of business, we need you to come do it right,
save us. RGS Exteriors Utah.com is the website. Go check it out for yourself. Tim, we'll chat with you in a few minutes.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you. We got more to go. Stay with us. The voice of the Cougars, Greg Wrubell, going to join us next right here on the program. We're going to chat some NCAA basketball and, of course, this BYU team that is that Houston game was not nice. That was not a good matchup for them. And I think a lot of people have Houston at least in the Final Four. That's how good we know that team is. JJ's got them winning the whole thing in a lot of cases. So we've got tons to talk about with Greg Wrubell, voice of the Cougars. That's coming up next, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
East and westbound traffic on the south are both slowing down approaching I-15 at the south interchange. That goes with the usual slowdowns on southbound I-15 heading into Midvale right now. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Pull, fire, score!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scott Gerard, Hans Olsen, and Hans, spring is coming, and it's time to protect your home for the upcoming spring rain. IWC Roofing is going to make sure that your home is ready for the rainy season.
And with the spring season, you're going to get amazing spring discount, $1,500 off a replacement roof. All you got to do is call or go to their website, get it scheduled, $1,500 off. And remember, IWC, built here in the state of Utah in 1997, the highest rated roofing contractor in Utah.
They've been in business since 1997. The best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning. Call right now for that free estimate and a roof inspection. 801-232-5690.
IWC, fully staffed and ready to put a new roof on your house in just a single day. They can get an entire roof done in a day.
801-232-5690 or check them out online at iwcroofing.com.
Protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
This spring, take your family on the road to adventure. Whether it's weekend escapes or cross-country trips, an RV from Motorsportsland makes it easy. With trailers from just $6 a day, affordable adventure is here. Plus, no hidden fees, just honest, upfront pricing. Have an outdoor adventure without leaving the comfort of your home on wheels. Visit Motorsportsland today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
motorsportsland.com.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served. Or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz center Kyle Filipowski talks about adapting his shot to what the game calls for.
Some games call for shooting more threes, then so be it. If some games call for taking more twos at the rim, then I'm cool with that too. It's kind of just, depending on the game. And like I said, if they're taking away that 3 ball, looking to adapt and play inside. And I think that's what's pretty special about my game style and how versatile I am with being able to do that.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. The voice of the BYU Cougars, Greg Wrubell, joins us next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. Had to let that drop, the aha drop. Listen, I still get excited.
Take on Me takes me back to a happier place.
When I see those pencil animations, gets me going.
Remember how cool music videos were when we were a kid?
This was cutting edge.
Greg Wrubell remembers.
Oh, Greg Wrubell does remember. Yes, these are. I feel like these are tunes that he was jamming when he was ne'er a student at BYU, walking around the campus. In fact, I feel like that was the soundtrack of Greg walking around BYU those days. So
they had a version of MTV in Canada.
What was it? Some version.
It's like
of
Much
it?
Music.
Well,
or
we can ask him. Joining us right now on the program, he is the voice of the Cougars, Greg Wrubell. Of course, you hear him on all of the basketball calls, all of the football calls, on KSL News Radio and on the BYU Radio Network. And Greg joins us on the program right now. Greg, what was the MTV in Canada that they had?
JJ nailed it. It's Much Music.
Much Music. All right, there you go.
I don't know how I know that. I don't know why, but I'm really proud of myself today. Thanks, Greg.
It's like now,
I'm proud of you too.
Greg, now we're doing the hockey thing. We're getting like TSN guests on, and we're like, it's the ESPN of Canada. Yeah. So it has the same look and feel to it. Well, I'm going to ask you a hockey question. How bomb has it been to be able to have the hockey discussion this year here in the state of Utah?
Well, I've gotten to one game is all. As it turns out, ironically, I'm from Calgary, so, Flames games were circled on the calendar, but I was calling a basketball game the first time they came into town, and I'll be calling a baseball game in Oklahoma when they come here in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to miss both Flames games. So as much as I love having hockey in Utah, and thank Ryan Smith for bringing the NHL to Utah, I still, watch all the Flames games and keep an eye on the Flames, and they're scrambling along with Utah for that last wild card playoff spot right now. So my allegiances will be challenged here in the next couple of months as this thing goes down to the wire. So no, but it's been great. I love having it in town, and I was able to sit in my room last night here in Denver and watch Utah play Edmonton. And actually, from a Calgary standpoint, I needed Edmonton to win. And so that happened, but from a Utah standpoint, kind of a bummer of a night. But I love being close to it. It's great.
Yeah, it's been awesome to have the NHL, but you know what? It's March. It's March Madness. And Greg, the Cougars have been awesome this year. What a great ride this has been. And I don't want to jinx it, but and Greg, you're hearing it too. You've followed this team every single minute this year, but all the national heads are talking about how this BYU team, they can make a run. There's a lot of people there. Even Scott Van Pelt last night said they were the most likely team in the East that's not ranked 1 or 2 or doesn't have a 1 or 2 seed that to make it to the Final Four. You're hearing all this buzz about this team. How real is it?
Well, there's also a lot of buzz, too, Jeremiah, and justifiably so, about how tough a draw BYU got here in the opening round. We could argue that VCU, just by the metrics alone, if you just go by Ken Pom and net and some of the other main metrics, they don't look like an 11. And if you were to compare 11 seeds to last year's A10 champ that BYU faced in Duquesne, arguably VCU is a better team with the same seed. And yet I think it could help BYU because of what happened last year. There are a lot of guys on this team in Foose and Trevin and Dallin and Richie who were part of that first-round exit to an A10 champion and part of that slow start. And so when the Cougs talk about, being the aggressor and punching the other team first, and that comes from a place of both recent and distant experience, the distant being falling down 9-0 to Duquesne last year in Omaha, and the more recent was falling down 15-0 to Houston a few days ago. The Cougs have been able to overcome some sluggish starts in their last 4 or 5 games, but they weren't able to do it against Houston. That one bit them, and I think you don't want to find yourself playing the same game you did against Duquesne last year when guys, they led for about 5 seconds is all. I think they got up 20-19 on a Jackson Robinson 3, as I recall, and that was it for BYU's lead against Duquesne last year. So there's a real focus on making sure the Cougs play the role of front runners as opposed to figuring it out and battling from behind. And again, they've done so successfully recently. They at home to West Virginia, it was a grind. In Ames, they were scoreless for 6 minutes. They've gotten out of these games and find a way to come back, but you're just playing with fire, and you don't want to in a one-and-done situation.
Yeah, we're talking about the skill that it takes, that you acquire when you start winning close games. Like that is a real skill, but it isn't something you want to do every night, try to come back from behind or just have it come down to 1 or 2 points in the last minute.
Right.
And certainly you and Mark have called a lot of those games recently, it seems like, where it's just like, hey, they find a way. They figure out a way to do it, and it's a learned skill. But what's crazy is that I think on paper people look and they'll go, oh, yeah, BYU, there was 6 seed last year. BYU, there's 6 seed this year. But, I mean, how different these teams are and the way they've done it, and what Kevin Young has done to adjust to, kind of a slower start that they had at the beginning of conference play. What's been the biggest change that KY's made to be able to get this team where they are right now?
Well, I think there were a few inflection points in the season that kind of answer your question. I think one early one came in losing the way BYU did at Providence. They were really never in that game. That was their first away game experience, and it really kind of was a bit of a wake-up call. So that happened early, and that also coincided with Yegor Demon getting hurt, and they didn't have him for the next few weeks. And so that was an early, I think, needed wake-up call. And then you have a game at Colorado. You've just lost to Utah. You're now 2-4 in the Big 12, and you still have a one away game. And you go to Boulder, and now you're down double digits in the second half. They find a way to rally, go on an amazing run, and win that game. That was important to prove they could play and win away from home. They went to UCF, another inflection point game, and this was the game where they found their toughness. So we're going step by step here on how this team has become what it has become, to answer your question. The UCF game is about toughness. They're getting kind of beat up at halftime, and Kevin challenges the team and to get out there and out tough UCF in the second half. They go win an important road game, and they get that. I think the next big inflection point game comes in winning at West Virginia, because now you've just lost 2 in a row. You've lost to Arizona. You've lost to Cincy. First back-to-back, losses in a while. They go to Morgantown, a tough place to play and win. They get that one. That begins the win streak for BYU. And that brings us to the next inflection point, which was the Kansas game. This was the game where I think Kevin Young was able to finally drive home the point to his guys that he was trying to for a while, that, hey, you are the good team too. All right, you are a good team. You went and beat Kansas by 34. No one does that. And so believe it. You guys can be that team. And so I think step by step, I use those games as examples of kind of ticking things and marking boxes of what helped his team ultimately prove for themselves they were capable of being a very, very good team in a very, very good basketball league. Going from being picked to finish 9th, right, guys, before the season, to finishing tied for 3rd. Crazy. They were 2 games above 500 in the league last year under Mark Pope, 6 games above 500 in their second, or 8 games above 500, in their second season in the league with a new head coach. It's tough to really properly illustrate how tough it was to do what I think Kevin Young did with this group, considering he was a mid-April hire. And by mid-April, guys, as you guys know, with the portal opening here basically this week, you're behind. Yeah. You're behind if you're working in mid-April to find players. And so everything Kevin Young has done, and credit to these guys for buying into him and vice versa, it's been an outstanding season. If they get the win tomorrow, JJ and Alex, he will break the record for most wins by a first-year BYU head coach.
Wow, that'd be remarkable. And we knew when he was hired, this is a great hire. It was a dynamite hire because we knew how good of an NBA coach he was. He was going to be a future head coach in the NBA. And for BYU to get him was amazing, but he still had to make a transition to the college game, and you've had a front-row seat for that. What have you noticed about Kevin Young's evolution as a college basketball coach?
Well, clearly, his tactical skills are there, right? You don't get to be the next in line in the NBA, and he was going to be a head coach. There's no doubt. And in that last hiring cycle, had he chosen to stay on the NBA path, he would have been an NBA head coach. So he makes a pretty crucial and stark decision there to leave the pro life for the college game. And as he was telling Jim Rome today, guys, he would have left for probably one college job, and it was BYU. And now that he's got it, he's pinching himself. He told Jim that he's got the job he does. That said, the evolution of Kevin Young and is basically a discovery or a process of discovery between him and his team. Remember, at the start of the year, he was starting 2 freshmen. Mag was not a starter. It took a while for this current lineup to evolve and become the apparent one for Kevin Young. And so this was really a learn-on-the-fly process. As much as he had a few months to get guys in and get going, this was really trying to figure out, as you go, the best way to run a college basketball team. The one thing I think we knew that he wanted to do was play an NBA-style offense. And in a lot of ways, what BYU does mirrors the most prolific NBA attacks right now. The mantra for BYU is paint to great, right? We get it in the paint. If it's not there, we get a great shot outside. And that's what makes BYU one of the best 2-point percentage teams in the country, despite a low volume of 2-point shots. They don't go to them a lot, but when they do it at a really high efficiency level because of the kind of twos they get. And as we all know, they can space it with 3 and 4 shooters, and that's the NBA mantra as well. You've seen an NBA style offense executed with college players, and to do it with guys that a lot of them were returning. You were trying to make them fit what you wanted to do. I think is an outstanding job by both sides. Richie Saunders, guys, he goes from a glue guy, let's call him, to a true go-to guy, and that's a great transition too. He becomes the most improved player in the Big 12 for that reason. I think Max Shulga is an interesting counterpart on the VCU side, right? When he was at Utah State, a bit player for his first couple, and then he gets a crack, and then in Ryan Odom's second year, he's a much more important player, and he's just evolved his game to where he's an A-10 player of the year. So I think in either side, Richie Saunders and Max Shulga, you see the two guys that truly show it doesn't have to happen immediately or overnight to really have a great year and be a great college basketball player.
You brought up Max Shulga, obviously the A-10 player of the year, and that VCU team is is solid. Ryan Odom has done a phenomenal job. What is it that makes you nervous about that VCU team that BYU looks at and goes, man, there's a reason why the Rams get brought up as a possible 11-6 upset for a lot of other people on the brackets?
Yeah, well, they're one of those rare teams that has both high offensive and high defensive efficiency. They're top 50 in both in KenPom. They block a ton of shots, a really nice high steal and turnover rate. A really good offensive rebounding team, and that challenges BYU's defensive rebounding prowess. And so they're rebounding a ton of their misses. They rebounded almost 40% of their misses in A-10 play. So they find a way. They're not outstanding shooters. They're good, and they shoot about the same volume of threes as BYU percentage-wise. So both teams like to do things the same way. They're not the best shooters, but the fact that they shoot their free throws so well, and the fact they offensive rebound so many misses, it boosts those efficiency numbers that look pretty pedestrian until you give them extra possessions and until you put them on the free throw line. And so they find a way to kind of mitigate and camouflage the okay shooting with the outstanding attributes on the glass that extend and create more possessions.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on Yegor Demon because he's a potential NBA lottery pick and all the hype surrounding him. What does BYU need from Yegor Demon in this tournament to go on a deep run?
I think it's an important tournament for him and for his team in that they need him to be a good player in this run, however long it lasts. His last 4 games, he's 16 assists, he's 16 turnovers. All right, you want a ratio above that clearly, and yet Kevin Young is not going to keep him in the game if he's not bearing fruit. Dallin Hall has seen a lot of important minutes in the last couple of weeks, and what a great luxury to have. And that he can play them together, he can play them apart. If Yegor needs just a few minutes to assess and reset, you can do that and not lose a step with Dallin Hall. But I think because of the uniqueness of his positional size, hopefully he's somebody that BYU has an advantage with in this NCAA tournament run. And a lot of eyes will be on him, as many of us have been on him all year. And no better time for Yegor to turn it on and have a great run. He's clearly an outstanding player. He's one of, I think, 2 freshmen nationally at 10 assists and 10 points and 5 assists per game in each category. He's got attributes that you don't find in people his size, and that's why the NBA thinks about him the way they do. But yeah, now's the time for Yegor to have a good few games, to try and bring the turnover situation under control just a little bit. And do what he does so well.
Greg Wrubell, the voice of the BYU Cougars, of course, will have the call tomorrow in Denver for BYU's 32nd trip to the NCAA tournament. And you and Mark do a phenomenal job. We love listening to you guys. And thanks for always being able to come on with us and give us the breakdown. We'll chat with you again, Greg.
Well, I hope so. And these are the best times of the years you talked about. These tournament appearances never get old. They're highlights of the career when you get to come to these venues and see all the teams, the fan bases, and know that something special could be in the making. And we're back in Denver, which is a place that BYU had some good vibes going 14 years ago with Jimmer Fredette. That's the last time BYU got out of the round of 64, if you can believe that. And so hopefully the similar venue presents a similar result for Cougar Nation.
We're old. Greg.
That's all it means. I was there, too. That means we've been around way too long, Greg.
Jimmer Mania, 14 years? My heavens. That makes me feel terrible.
And then he'll be in the building tomorrow. He'll be bringing all the good vibes you can.
That'll be awesome.
Have a great call, Greg. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Greg Wrubell. Love having him on. But, man, I hadn't thought about it. Jimmer Mania was 14 years ago. He tend to talk about, Danny Ainge's era at one point. You're like, yeah, what was that, 20 years ago?
No.
Now it's 40.
It's coming up on 45 next year.
Oh, we're old.
1981 was
my goodness.
44 years ago.
Crazy.
Danny just had his 65th birthday, I believe.
Yep.
We are old.
Well, he's old. I mean,
no, we're old
right
enough.
There.
That happened in my lifetime. I'm old.
That's crazy. All right. We'll take the break here. Appreciate Greg Wrubell joining us. We'll come back. We got a lot going on. By the way, our Hercules Hero of the Week is a program that, of course, Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals have jumped on board with because we nominate the youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood who does a phenomenal job. You can do it by just going to KSLSports.com/contest, and then we read those winners off every week, and they win a prize from Beehive Meals, and from Hercules Credit Union. It's part of the Hercules Hero of the Week. KSLSports.com/contest. Nominate someone today. We'll come back and we'll put a fine tune on this hour, and we'll get you ready for next hour as well. We just keep rolling on. Man, it's been a packed show, and it's just going to keep getting better here. So let's come right back. Appreciate Greg Wrubell taking some extra time, and when we do, let's get to a little bit of a conversation about the NFL, and that is, I was shocked to see that the Vikings may have even been shopping around J.J. McCarthy, but I think they made the right decision of who they're not going to bring in. It's not even about who you're going to keep. It's about who you're not going to bring in.
Sometimes the best choice you make is not making that choice.
Right, absolutely. We'll come back. We got more to go. In the next hour, we'll have Dave Rose, former BYU basketball coach. Speaking of 14 years ago during
Can't wait to talk to Coach Rose.
We'll see what Coach says about this run that BYU could make, and his time at BYU, of course, walking along that bench and making those calls in so many of those teams who went to the NCAA tournaments. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The 201 highway is getting busy and slow westbound heading from West Valley to Magna. That goes along with usual freeway delays like southbound I-15 throughout most of Salt Lake County. The slowest stretch between Murray and Midville. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialist. Whipple that way. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
SLC Fat Loss, SLCFatLoss.com. JJ and I are familiar with this program. It has been something that's been really, really good for us to be able to look at us, JJ. We got all this water in front of us. We're making the right choice when it comes to
no snacks.
Trying to make sure that we stay away from the snacks. And really what's happened is we've created habits on the SLC Fat Loss program that have stuck with us. We're almost a year into the program. In those first 2 months, I dropped 50 pounds. I'm down 65 total on the program, and I've kept it off because I have those habits, and they're all they're ingrained now. And I got to treat it like every day. You got to take every day and make those right decisions. But when you do that, you're able to keep that weight off.
That's the most important thing: building the correct habits, changing your lifestyle, changing your view on how much food you eat, what you're eating, when you're eating it. All these things. It's about starting over and starting fresh and developing new habits around food and your diet. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you do it. They understand the science behind all of it. They have a doctor that's built a program specifically designed for you. They're going to give you the blueprint and the plan that you need to lose weight and lose it fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and guess what? Almost a year later after that, I want to lose more. I'm starting a second round, and I'm down 12 pounds in a week. This program is awesome. If you want to lose weight, you will get results.
SLCFatLoss.com. Go check out the website for yourself, SLCFatLoss.com.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit BeehiveMeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right homebuyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save homebuyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the 2s. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the 2s. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Come get your burger fix at JCW's. The Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick rich shakes. Plus, stop at JCW's Thursday in Harriman and join the KSL Sports Zone broadcasting live for the watch party from 10 to 6. Mention the Zone at the register and get 10% off your order during the event. JCW's in Harriman, 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Head coach Andre Cherney says the fight that they're used to seeing from the club was not there in Edmonton last night.
The fight, the pushback, what we're known for, the resilience and to be engaged and to be connected, was none of that. So it's everybody, and started by the coach. I think it's my job to make sure that doesn't happen.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Some NFL news next, and Dave Rose coming up at 5 on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's that time of the week for us to be able to roll out our winners, or for you to be able to win some tickets. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Call number 12 right now at 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Call number 12 gets a pair of tickets to see Cody Johnson on the Leather Deluxe Tour coming up on June 28th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Tim Jr.'s here with us, and we've got some deals to roll out here for you. I mean, this isn't like you buy one piece of siding, you get the next one free. This is not the type of deal you do. Homes are always in evaluation mode of, is this thing not just going to look good, but there's the functionality part, Tim, of, when people come and they call you guys, it's because there might be an emergency of some water that's leaking in or something's not working on the gutters. And then there's the part that you guys do about, hey, let's make your house look beautiful, and that's another part of this equation. And so when you sit down with a customer, where does it start?
Yeah, so I think really the first thing, it's a journey. And I think the one thing that really sets us apart from probably most of our competitors is that journey and that process, because it can be stressful. What you don't know can be very stressful. The unknown, the price, everything kind of freaks you out. But really it starts with calling. And you're going to talk to a professional. Our office is trained. There's several people in the office that will take your call. They'll actually answer the phone. They'll talk to you. They'll answer some questions, and they'll set up a time that works for you at your convenience to come out. Then you'll get one of our estimators to come out on the home, and they're literally not going to be there to sell. They're literally going to do what we call a needs analysis. They're going to find out what you need, what you want. We need this. We need this. Now, I'm also going to tell you something that is going to sound funny, but tell the person what your real budget is. Don't give them a fake budget. And so many times we think, well, if I tell them 8, it's going to come at 10, so I'm going to tell them a couple $1,000s lower. The problem with that is if it's someone you can't trust, then that's probably the way to go. But if you really trust somebody, you need to give them the real number, because then they can give you a project that's going to fit your budget correctly, right? So tell them your budget, and then they're going to work it backwards. They're going to reverse engineer. Go, okay, Mrs. Jones said $10,000. Let's see. It's going to be $10,000 to do the front, but for $20,000 I can do the whole house. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give her 2 options. I'm going to give her the front, which is what she wants. It's a $10,000 option. But then we'll give her the option B of the whole house, and hey, if she finances it, that'll be this much per month instead of that. So we'll kind of go through those processes and just give a lot of different options. But really what it boils down to is we want to hear what the customer has to say and then give them the information. We are not high pressure. We're not going to try to sell or push. We're literally going to educate the homeowner and let them make an educated decision.
You mentioned financing. Obviously, these are big projects. Your home is always a big project. They're usually always financed. You guys have great financing options for people out there that want to get that James Hardy look.
Yeah, I mean, you can do something literally as 0% for 6 months, and hey, I've got a tax return coming. I want to get the job done today. I'll pay for my tax return. Do the 0% for 6 months. It costs you absolutely nothing. Or you can do a 5-year, put it on a 5-year plan and spread it over five years. It really just depends on what you want. I think part of the financing, especially in Utah, is kind of a negative term, and I get it. Yeah. We always want to live within our means, and that's super important. But when we buy a home, we don't pay cash for our home.
No.
Well, why? Because it's an appreciating asset, right? And so it's okay to pay interest because it's gaining more value than what you're paying in interest. Well, the same thing as home improvement projects. It's your appreciating asset. Finance it. It's okay. By doing it today, the problem is consumers think, well, I'm going to wait till I can pay cash for it, which is great. That's great Utah values. The problem is in that 5 years that you went to save up the money, your price of that project increased way more than the money you saved in your interest.
Sure.
For example, if you were to do a Hardy job that cost $10,000 today, and I'm not exaggerating, 5 years prior to COVID would have been $4,000.
Wow.
So there's no way you're going to pay $6,000 in interest in that time. And that's the unfortunate part, is that we're taught to live within our means, which is awesome, but home improvement projects are probably the exception. It's because your interest is more than the price increases that happens.
But you're investing in your home, and we all understand how that works.
Right. Yeah.
It's not like you're putting a pool in your backyard. No offense to the people out there doing pools, but this actually helps the appreciation value of your home. It gives you more equity.
Let me call my wife real quick and just tell her that you made fun of us putting a pool in.
Oh, so you got a pool coming?
No. Come on. Come on.
Pools. You know what's so funny is pool guys.
Until you get that Jelly of the Month membership
instead. Hey, there you go.
For that bonus.
Oh, my goodness.
5 years ago, joking aside, no one put pools in. Today, now pool guys are a year, 2 years out.
Wow.
It's just kind of.
That's crazy.
But again, it's kind of California coming in. But bottom line of the reality is we're just here to take care of our homeowners, go through the process, whether it's gutters or siding. We got finance, we got all those things. The other thing, too, again, not cheesy, I hate those guys. I hate being the pushy guys. But we are in our shoulder season, and we're a little slower just because the bid season hasn't hit, which next time you guys come next month, we'll be busy
It'll
again.
be busy, yeah.
But in the meantime, we got about a 2-week lag. And so what we're doing is we're giving a 10% discount. So that's the first thing. Make sure you mention that you heard us on the show. The second thing is if you mention that you heard us on the show, we're going to bring a Minky Couture blanket at the bid. So we're going to get you. So as long as we have an appointment, you're going to get a blanket and then also 10% discount.
I just love the idea of you guys rolling up with a blanket in their hands.
I know, right? I don't know how that works, to be honest.
Great.
I don't know if the sales guys bring it or if we send it. I don't know. I just know that we bought a humongous thing of Minky Couture blankets and giving them out.
Hey, everybody loves a Minky.
Yeah, for sure. Tim, thanks for hanging out
with us.
Thanks,
guys. Appreciate it.
We'll talk to you in a few minutes.
Love
we'll
it.
come back. Dave Rose, head coach of BYU basketball, during their last time that they won a game in
Isn't that
March
crazy?
Madness. Yeah, well, yeah.
It's been 14 years.
Last time they've been out of the first round was 14 years ago, Jim Romania. We'll come back. We'll talk with Dave Rose. Stay with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for their Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The trip of the summer is coming. Collective Soul. Live. Summer Unity Tour 2025. July 13th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with Our Lady Peace. Special guest, Graylin James Rue. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Collective Soul, live, Our Lady Peace, together.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Daughtry. The multi-platinum, multi-award winner returns live in Salt Lake City at the Complex, May 1st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com and theComplexSLC.com.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Buffalo Sabres Thursday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Jazz game day coming up top of the hour. You're going to get Jazz pregame, walking you up to the tip-off against the Checks Notes, other worst team in the NBA currently by record, the Washington Wizards.
Who's worse? We'll find out tonight.
Well, technically the Jazz are winning that game. Well, losing? Winning? Well,
you cannot out-tank the Utah Jazz.
I don't know. At home, maybe they return the favor and we end up beating them. We'll see. Didn't we? Oh no, the Jazz ended up losing out there in Washington.
It was a battle to the end to try to lose, and the Jazz outlasted them.
Oh, it's such a weird time to be a Jazz fan. Very good times for us here in the state of Utah, though. Watching our local teams make it to the NCAA tournament. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars and Trajan Wealth, bringing you this portion of the program. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your local needs in retirement. Dave Rose, former BYU head basketball coach. He's been on this program before, and we've chatted with Dave many, many times over the years. And, man, we were just going over this thing, Coach, and we had Greg Wrubell on, and he reminded us the last time that BYU won a first-round game in the NCAA tournament was during Jimmermania. And then that wasn't the crazy part. It was the next part that he said, which was 14 years ago. Do you feel old yet?
Yeah, that was a while ago, but, there's a lot more interesting things that happened. One was we played Gonzaga in the second game, round of 32, and we ended up that summer joining the league with Gonzaga after thinking about joining the league with, when they dismantled the Mountain West. All kinds of stuff happened we were going to go to the I can't really remember the names of the league, but they invited all the teams from was it the WAC? I think it was the WAC we were going back to, and they invited Fresno State and they invited Utah State. They tried to disband that league so they would stop us from leaving, and then we actually ended up in the WCC. So we ended up. My wife and I, Cheryl, we actually did a cancer function with Mark Few and Marcy in Spokane that summer.
Wow!
And somebody in that group had told me that, hey, there's a chance that you guys might end up in our league next year. And I thought they were nuts, but it all happened. So who knows what happens this summer? Huh?
I love I love how that realignment looks like light work now compared to all the realignment we've seen in all the sports since then.
It's crazy, Coach, how much the game has changed and college sports has changed. since it was just, 14 years? I mean, it's crazy to think about that, but you've witnessed it all, and you see where BYU is right now in this second year in the Big 12 and the year they've had. What are your thoughts on what Kevin Young has been able to do in his first year with this team to get them to this point where they've been ranked in the top 25 and they finished tied for third in the Big 12, one of the best leagues in the country?
Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing the job that he's been able to do in such a short time. And, I think that, the fact that Mark Pope left to go to Kentucky and the previous coach wasn't fired actually helps the new guy coming in. Because usually the guy gets fired and he's got a total rebuild and he's got to try to turn that thing around. And, Kev had a lot of work to do. He had to come in and save some players and keep them here. And obviously he brought in 3 really, really good high-end players. But you look how this league went and the real core of the team and who they really relied on, it was those returning guys, the guys that he was able to bring back and to get a lot of those guys were on this team last year, especially Richie. Richie's had an unbelievable year. And that's kind of how BYU has been over the years. They win these the league championships and these tournament games with sophomores, juniors, seniors, and freshmen help. But the juniors and seniors are what kind of get it done for them.
Coach, one of the things I was listening to Steve Cleveland talking a little bit about you guys' experience and when you were on that staff and going to the NCAA tournament, and I think he said we lost his first round game, and Coach Rose and I looked at each other and we said, we got to prepare our guys better. And I remember thinking, I wonder what that looks like. I mean, obviously getting ready for the NCAA tournament, you feel like, everybody knows how important these games are, but what does that mean to prep a guy or prep a team properly for the NCAA tournament? How do you get their heads into the right space to, take in this huge moment and to be in the biggest tournament? Somebody was bringing up today, they're like, this is the best tournament in the whole dang world, like of any sport, and there's nothing like it. And so how do you prep guys that are this age group to be ready for a moment like that?
Well, it's tough because they all come in, they all have their own feelings about the tournament and growing up watching the tournament, growing up, maybe their brother or somebody else had played in the tournament or their dad had played in the tournament. But it's now in today's world, you're talking about the tournament in November. Back in our day when I played, you didn't talk about the tournament until you got into late February. And but it's why you play college basketball is to get yourself, first of all, qualified to get in the tournament, but second of all, when you get in the tournament to actually, to win, advance, and move on. And it's so important, the fact that BYU is in the Big 12 now, and so if they win the league, or they finish second or third or even fourth in the league and have a great year, they're going to end up with a good seed. And when Coach Cleveland and I were doing this when we first started, we played Cincinnati. I think we were 11. Then we played Syracuse. We played Connecticut. Those are tough first round games. And the success that we had with Jimmer and where we were, we got to be, ranked in the top 5 during February. And then in March, we actually got a 4 seed that year, and we were able to win our first 2 games. So the seed's really important, and where you play is really important. And I think BYU set up really well with the 6 seed playing in Denver, and hopefully they can get a big win.
You watch the game different than we do. You have a set of coaches' eyes and years of following this game and watching it, knowing the ins and outs of it. When you're watching Kevin Young coach, and I'm sure you've been observing him in his position from where you sit in some of the games, what have you noticed about his evolution as a college coach and making that transition from the NBA to the college game? I'm sure it was a challenge for him, but what have you noticed about what he's been able to do as this year's gone on?
Well, I will tell you this, and this is my own opinion, okay? Obviously, you can quote me on this because I'm saying it on the radio. I do believe that he is more equipped to coach in today's college game than a lot of really successful college coaches that are coaching in the game, because it's not a college game like we knew the college game when I was coaching it. I mean, this is way more of a professional game. Every one of these kids, or you don't call them kids, every one of these players have got their own corporation. I mean, they're more similar to the NBA than they are to the college game a few years ago. So I think he's done a masterful job at managing the group. The one thing that I'm really, really amazed at is the fact that he has played so many guys, 10 deep, 11 deep, until he got hurt, and so that, and he's managed that. You don't finish third in a league like the Big 12 with only 2 guys getting recognition in the league. Richie's a first-team All-League, and I think Jaeger was a all-freshman team player. I mean, and that's it. And the reason is because he played so many guys. And this group of guys help him win that matchup, and this group of guys help him win that matchup. And they finished, think about it, tied for third in that league, and with only 2 all-league players. And that just tells you that you're playing a lot of guys, and a lot of guys are contributing to making this happen.
I'm curious, Coach. I have to ask, if you were coaching now and you had the resources that BYU currently has, you had NIL and some of these things, but also the challenges that come with that, would you embrace that? Would you have been excited about all those things, or did you really appreciate your day when you were coaching the Cougars?
Well, it all depends on your age. If you're a young guy and you want to be a basketball coach for your career, I mean, you'll embrace it and take it and run with it and figure out a way to make that work for you. The older guys are the guys that, I mean, and you can just see, you look at, there's a reason that Coach K and, Roy and Jay Wright and, our boy, my buddy from Washington State, Tony Bennett, that went to Virginia. I mean, these are all guys that, within the last 18 months, 24 months, they've decided that it's time for someone else, to do it. And I think that a lot of that is the change in the NIL, but I really believe this is really, really good for the players, the guys. I mean, we knew something like this was going to happen for the last 10 or 12 years. I mean, we've been talking about it at the Final Four and the head coaches meeting, and something was going to change. It wasn't going to continue to the NCAA making all of this money, the billions of dollars from this tournament, and it wasn't going to trickle down to the players. Eventually it was. Yeah. I think the thing that if the coaches could go back and do it, that they would have got more involved in how it would have come down, instead of coming down from the courts and then, pulling into where it's hard to put the cat back in the bag. And this is the way that they've started it, and it's probably going to way that it's going to be. And that's really, really good for the players, and it'll be a lot more normal for the coaches as they deal with it each year. And pretty soon, to the people who don't like the change, the games are still the best. The fans, college collegiate fans, are the greatest fans with most passion, and that's going to continue. How you get your team is going to change a little bit. So what I've told people who are really fighting it and really having a hard time with it, hey, after the national championship game, turn off the TV and don't read anything until you get to November 10th. Then turn the TV back on and start watching the game, and it'll be exactly the same. It'll be like it's always been. You got coaches on the sideline and players playing, and it'll be you'll have a great time. But if you try to follow it all and where this guy was and where he came from and how much he was offered, and that will be frustrating to you. So that's my advice anyways.
Coach Dave Rose, his career at BYU, 326 wins. Is that what I'm? Incredible run. I mean, awesome. I mean, over 70% win percentage, and of course the last two 30-win seasons that BYU has had as a program under his tutelage. And Coach, we appreciate you being able to come on the program here with us, and we love being able to chat with you about these things. And man, it's fun to watch. They're in Denver, and they've had success there, of course, and you were a part of that, and we're looking forward to this thing, and hopefully they can get a win against VCU and keep going.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. I think that you get the pick and you're put in the East region. that's usually not that good. I mean, because we used to have to go all the way out east to play, but since they've changed the first-round matchups and try to keep guys closer to home, we couldn't have picked a better venue to get to Denver. If we make it to the second weekend, going to New Jersey will be a little bit tougher. But I'm excited for the guys, excited for the coaching staff especially, because it takes a lot of pressure off your staff when you can get to that tournament, especially in your first year.
Coach, we appreciate it. Have fun watching these games, and all the best to you and your wife, of course, as usual. And thanks for being on the program.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate you.
Coach Rose.
Best. Brings back a lot of memories, man. That was a great BYU run. You appreciate it even more after it's over. The amount of games he won, the Jimmermania, and all the great teams, they had so much success at BYU, and that was pre-NIL. Like, imagine Kevin Young trying to have that kind of success without any of this money, any of these resources that he currently has. Dave Rose had to do that without all those resources and all those challenges. He worked so hard to get that practice facility built. The program has come so far. The support now is awesome, and nobody's happier than Dave Rose, as you can tell.
You know what's crazy is, so his retirement, that was the end of the 2019 season. Yeah. When coaches are, at the end of their time, there are a few ways it can happen, right? You can be forced out, you can be fired, you could be, asked to step down or whatever it might be. I don't think there has been a more emotional, aside from like Lavelle Edwards during like our, I don't know if there's more of an emotional like time when. I mean, that event itself, I remember just being like, oh, my goodness. Like, you're there as media covering it, and we can be pretty hard-hearted and kind of just covering the whole event. But I remember being, like, getting choked up. I mean, Coach Rose, he's a crier. He gets emotional about stuff. But, man, I'll tell you, that was a huge turning point, because BYU was going from the most successful coach they had had in a long, long, long time, him being done, what was going to be happening. They were bringing in Mark Pope. You knew that was going to be happening, and it was a wild time. And obviously the health challenges, things like that. I'm so glad we're able to chat with Coach Rose still and get his insights on it. Still sounds exactly like himself. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Best basketball coach in BYU history. Unbelievable job he did. One of the all-time greats. Great to have him on the show.
All right. Hey, guess where we are? We're at RGS Exteriors here, and Tim is with us, and Tim's been hanging out with us all day. Hey, man, this is a great time of year. I don't know if there's a better.
I mean, we're just talking to Dave Rose, Tim, and
we love college. We love college football. Most of our breaks are spent talking about football. A lot of those things, right? But man, I don't know from a consumer's perspective, because that's the way I look at it. Like I'm still just a sports fan, number one, and the NCAA tournament still does it for me, man.
Look, you guys both know me, and JJ knows I coached his son for a minute. Football is my lifeblood. Having said that, the next 2 days are the two best days in the history of sports, period. I mean, there's nothing better than Thursday and Friday.
Millions call in sick for the next 2 days.
No. The best part is
get ready, bosses.
At some point during the middle of all this, I remember when, these companies would push like, hey, watch it at work. And you can press this boss button. Remember the boss button you could press on the CBS Sports thing, and it would bring up like a fake spreadsheet? Now, that's when my boss would know.
I forgot about
that's
that.
when my boss would know that I definitely wasn't doing any work, because I didn't work with spreadsheets.
Yeah.
But like the boss button, I always loved that, because, and hiding, having to watch the tournament, because it was such a big deal.
There's nothing better. Look, sports is such a big part of all of our lives. That's why your listeners are listening to it. That's why we have you guys on here. That's why I coach where I like. Sports is just, there's nothing better, frankly, other than my family and my God. Like, sports is next, right? Yeah. And I'm so grateful for what that does and what it brings. I mean, we were talking offline. JJ, some of your son's things that he's going to be a better man because of it. He's gone through sports. My son is playing football right now. Same thing. Having said all of that, life is so good, but we got to pay the bills.
Yes.
And that's why you guys are here, is because, try to bring customers to us, let customers know who we are. And let's be honest, this allows me to support my sports habit. So
It's like you act like you're going behind a building and smoking sports.
No, it's kind of a funny. I do some church service on Sundays and go to a halfway house every Sunday, and the partner that I go with everyone, he tells the guys, he's like, hey, it's okay, you guys are all addicts, so Brother Brown is here too. He's got an addict of sports.
Oh yeah.
And there's some truth to that.
You've lost a lot of money. You've thrown a lot of money at sports.
No, I have.
At what point do you need an intervention? That's the question.
Well, your family sits down. Dad, ever since you started watching the NCAA tournament.
My wife may feel differently, but no, look, JJ knows, coaching his boy in high school, that I unfortunately, I definitely spend a whole lot more money in that program than I'd ever even remotely taken, which is zero, but we love it. Having said all that, look, it's a great time of year. Obviously, the last couple of days have been cold. It's been snowy, but it is time. The weather is breaking. You're starting to see flowers come. I was on a trip, and I came home over the weekend and driving, and the parks were full of people again. It's time, right? I mean, it is coming. It's March. We're gonna have cold spells, but it is time. It's time to walk around the house. It's time to assess what happened in the wintertime. Look at your gutters. Look at your siding. Maybe look at your decking. Maybe even the windows, the roofing, whatever it is. It's just time to kind of assess and look and see what's going on and what needs to be replaced. And there's a difference between needs and wants. Siding typically isn't a need; it's a want. But gutters are a need. And so really just got to assess on what is needed and what's wanted, and we're here to help whichever it is.
Yeah, and you mentioned gutters. We haven't talked about gutters for a minute, so let's talk about that. There's a lot of things that people need to be aware of because you don't notice your gutters until something goes wrong.
That's right.
And weather causes that. What things do people need to look for in their gutters? Or maybe what can they see from their gutters that tells them, my gutters suck and this isn't going to work and I need to go get some better ones?
Well, the first thing is if you go back to if your gutters are more than 15 years old, there's probably nails, right? And so if you've got the long nails sticking out, then you know it's time because the technology's come up so far along and we don't use those spike and ferrule systems, what it's called, anymore. In fact, it's funny, most of our installers have been with us there's been one of our installers been with us for 25 years, but other than him, there's probably nobody that's even used the spike and ferrule system anymore. It's just not. But anyway, that's one test. The other thing, too, is look at the coloration. Do you have discoloration around any of the stuff, especially where your gutter butts up against a wall? Is there staining on that wall? Is there discolorations on that gutter? And then the other thing, too, are the gutters plugged? Are they full of crap?
Yeah.
And then it comes down to, you either got to clean them or have us do it, or is it time to put covers on it? Are we time in our life where we no longer want to clean our gutters and we want to put a cover on it so we never have to clean them ever again? We always say there's 2 times a year you need to clean your gutters, one in the fall and one about this time. I use the Thanksgiving and Easter holidays just as a good time frame, and Easter's not too far away. Because those are just some reminders that, okay, look, you get whatever the leaves that didn't fall in the fall, the snow took them down, and now they're in the gutters. And so you got to just check those out as well.
You can just go to their website. It's just rgsexteriorsutah.com. Find out more there, and just give RGS Exteriors a call and just let them know, hey, look, I'm looking at this. I'm looking to do this. It's a great time to do it right now. Mention
get that assessment, get that bid. They'll tell you if you need something or not.
Get the blanket out of it too. Might as well. So
just two quick plugs. If they call, just make sure they told us they heard us on your show. They'll get 2 things: 1, a 10% discount, and 2, a free Minky Couture blanket. But just they got to make sure that they mention they heard us on your show, and we'll get it happening.
Okay. RGSExteriorsUtah.com. Thanks,
Tim.
We appreciate it. We'll come back. We got more to go right around the corner. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
New crash southbound I-15 approaching 72nd South in Midville, but it's been moved to the right shoulder. There's delays there, nevertheless, part of a long stretch of delays starting at 45th South in Murray and heading all the way to the Utah County line. Our 100th Spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Chevrolet can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 5.9% for 84 months on the new heavy-duty Silverados. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA. Helping to grow the things you love.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cody Williams talks about Will Hardy wanting him to play more reckless.
For me, it's just like an effort and energy standpoint and just flying around, especially on defense. Obviously, trying to play solid defense, but not really worrying about mistakes, just playing hard and flying around and having just a ton of energy and effort. That's kind of what I take from being reckless.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. UVU Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Jazz Daily's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off-season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you tomorrow and Friday, we're going to be out on the road at the JCWs across the valley. Tomorrow we're starting things off at the 5251 Anthem Park Boulevard location in Harriman. Come join us, and let's watch some basketball, have some fun over the next few days, huh? And it's good, too. We have a couple teams that we get to cheer on here locally. It's a nice one. We're going to be right out there 10 to 6 at the JCWs in Harriman tomorrow, and then we'll be out at JCWs again on Friday as well. JJ, the Utah Jazz, you heard the music. Of course, that means Jazz Daily. Getting you ready for this Jazz team who are firing up against the Washington Wizards tonight. Let me give you a little bit of an update on the injury report. John Collins, out. Lauri Markkanen, out. It's had personal reasons, too. Not that I want to get into that. I'm just saying, like, he's had ankle stuff, he's had back stuff, and now he's out with.
I hope they don't get fined.
Whatever it might be. Yeah. So you've got you've got John Collins and Lauri Markkanen out. Washington, no Sadiq Bey, no Malcolm Brogdon, no no Keyshawn George, no Chris Middleton, no Corey Kispert, and so it's going to be a battle.
I have a warning for the Washington Wizards.
Uh-oh.
No one out-tanks the Utah Jazz.
And I mean no one, all right? Nobody comes in our building.
As hard as you try.
Nobody comes in our building and out-tanks this team.
You sit Chris Middleton. You sit Bilal Coulibaly.
Oh, Bilal Coulibaly's
out too.
Keyshawn George. Oh,
no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
All right.
The Jazz will find a way. There's no way the Jazz are winning this game. No way.
You don't think so?
No way are they going to win this game.
I mean, look, you just have to own one of the worst 3 records in the league, and right now the Jazz are at the very worst in terms of win percentage. They're tied with Washington for the most or for the least wins, but the Jazz have a couple more losses on top of that. Yeah, look, at this point we're battling through, we're trying to figure it out. This is a 10-game losing streak for this Jazz team. Do they make it 11 tonight? I don't know. It's not fun to watch, but the NBA is fun. So tune in tonight. We got more right around the corner, and we'll get you ready here, and we'll walk you all the way up to coverage of Jazz pregame right here on the home, the radio home of the Utah Jazz. It is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. More to go from RGS Exteriors right here, JJ and Alex.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A southbound accident in Weber County is causing some significant slowdowns on I-15 from far west into Marriott-Slaterville. The crash is blocking off the left lane at about a mile before the 12th Street exit in Ogden, and the backups extend to 27 North. Our 100 Spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Hyundai can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 2.99% for 6 years on a Tucson, Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
SLC Fat Loss, SLCFatLoss.com. Go check out Salt Lake City Fat Loss and what it's done, not just for us, but also a lot of other people. If you go onto their website, you can see testimonials from real people who have had real results, and you hear that maybe all the time, but the reality is for me, the results are not just the dropping of the weight, JJ, it's the keeping it off part, which is what's been the difference maker being on SLC Fat Loss for the last year for me.
Yeah, no doubt. No pills, no injections, a plan formulated by a doctor, backed by science to help you lose weight, lose it fast, and lose it safely. That's what Salt Lake City Fat Loss is. Give them a call today. If you're serious about losing weight, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. They've helped me keep the weight off. I'm doing a second round. I'm doing great on that too. The plan is awesome. If you want to lose weight, this is a great way to do it.
Call Salt Lake City Fat Loss and get on this plan. Get $200 off the program that helped JJ and I this past year. SLCFatLoss.com.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
Tim Hughes back with my friends at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Of course, that is Greg and Mike, and as much as we talk about Replenish, and it is in the name of the company, Greg, there are so many other things you guys provide for people that are looking to put some hardscape areas into their yard.
We have a number of different barks in different sizes and different grades that work great as a ground cover. We also have the colored wood mulches and a variety of rock products.
One of the things I've learned about you, Mike, through the years is that you're always looking for new products.
We've got great new products coming in this year, our Mountain Rose rock and Caribou rock as well. Those are beautiful rocks that you can add to your landscaping, make your yard look beautiful.
So if this is the year that you have decided you are going to finally rip that strip and save yourself some water, this is the great time to do it at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Let me tell you where to find them. 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call today, 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We value your time, and we're committed to replacing most roofs in just one day with a peace of mind 50-year shingle warranty. Call us today at 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask us for the $1,500 off any full roof replacement. Financing available, 801-232-5690. Utah homeowners, look no further than IWC Roofing for a roof that stands the test of time. With 25 years of excellence, IWC is your trusted family-owned roofing expert. At IWC, we offer one-day roof replacements with top-tier quality materials, all with a 50-year shingle warranty. To keep a leaky roof from dampening your day, we're offering $1,500 off a full roof replacement. Get a free estimate. Call 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. 801-232-5690.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sean Dursey says the 7-1 loss to Edmonton last night is not a reflection of who this team is.
Obviously, that's not us. That's not who we are. This time of year, you got to be able to move on. So, a lot to regroup, but you got to be able to find that mentality of moving on and putting this one in the past.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. JJ and Alex continues next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. JJ, the Wizards coming into town tonight, taking on the Utah Jazz. That's before they welcome the Celtics on Friday and then the Cavaliers on Sunday. Those two games you feel good about.
Those are in the bag when it comes to losing.
Yeah.
Tonight is iffy. It's kind of weird, and a lot of people around the NBA are chuckling about it because you've got the two worst teams in the league facing each other tonight, and both have incentive to lose, which is just strange. In the NBA, I don't know what you can do about it, but it just sucks that that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried to disincentivize the teams from losing to be able to to tank for the. And we've seen it backfire. We know what the numbers are, and it doesn't matter because
the
teams
Pistons
still do it.
tanked last year and got fifth.
Right.
The Hawks won the lottery with 3%. So
you're the worst team in the league, or the second worst
it's
team
not
in the
an
league, or
exact
the third
science.
worst team in the league. You get 14%. There's not 14% you want to rely on with anything.
No.
All right. Final time, just a brief time here to be able to chat with Tim. Tim, let's wrap it up with one final push here to get people to come or to go to your website, to give us a call. RJ's Exterior has been helping people out for a long, long time. Are you fourth generation?
So I'm the fourth, and
Yeah.
my kids are the fifth.
Let's do it.
So
I
we've
mean,
been
my
serving
goodness.
Utah for 5
That says something about your business. It's lasted this long through everything we've seen over those decades.
We've tried. Look, we've been doing it for a long time. I've personally been doing it for a long time. We've got an amazing team. We've got great installers, just top to bottom. Everybody in the company's just really here to take care of our customers. It's so cliche. We've talked about it all day, but really we're here to just take care of siding, gutters, decks, whatever it is a customer needs on the outside of the home. We just want to get it done.
Give us a phone number for them to call then.
Yeah, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110. But please just call. Tell them they heard us on the show today, whether it's today or tomorrow, it doesn't matter. Just give us a call. Let us know, and they'll give you a 10% discount, and then also make sure that you, your spouse, or loved one gets that Minky Couture blanket.
Tim, thanks
Nice.
for hanging out with us today, man. We
Guys,
appreciate
as
it.
always, we love it. Let's
Thanks, man.
hey, the next 2 days, turn on that TV.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get it going.
Let's go.
Utah Jazz basketball coming right up here. Stay with us on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone pregame, half and post right here on your dial. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You love your dog. You can't imagine life without him. So it's time to vote for Fido and the rest of his kind.
What up, dog?
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge, where you can vote for the best dogs on the planet. Vote now at KSLSports.com. But take your time. We know these decisions can be rough. Really? Rough? Who wrote this?
You better watch yourself, big dog.
It's the Man's Best Friend Bracket Challenge. Going on at KSLSports.com. Powered by IFA. Stop by one of their stores today or visit them online at IFA.coop. IFA, helping to grow the things you love.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Imagine struggling with a slow, outdated